Hey friends, welcome to Power BI Beginners to Advanced, the masterclass. So at first, of course, what is Power BI? Well, Power BI is a data visualization software solution from Microsoft, and the answer many companies are currently look out for. Therefore, skills with Power BI are in very high demand. And what we do here is we dive into one of the best self-service business intelligence solutions out there, believe me. So this course starts from zero, so I do not expect any prior knowledge. We start completely from scratch and to the hero level in 12 hours. So first, of course, we learn Power BI, so what I call the easy way, meaning we go step by step and learn how to create our first basic report. And after that, we dive much deeper into Power BI, so we learn how to set up a very more advanced data model, including all the data cleaning and transformation steps which are required. And we also dive much deeper into DAX, calculations in Power BI, which is the formula engine in Power BI. We derive valuable insights from our data, with various insights and calculations. And finally, of course, we visualize our results, because there is the real value, right? So just to give you a preview here, let's have a look at one of the reports. This is, for instance, one. So this report is completely interactive, meaning you can click anywhere. For instance, I click here and you see that my whole data here gets filtered. The same is true if I interact with the other visuals. Like for instance, if I'm interested here in the sales in 2020 first quarter, I select it and you see that all the numbers get updated. And this is just one example. Of course, we create other reports as well. So let's have a look at another one, which for instance is this one, which also of course is interactive, meaning you can click here and you see that the data then of course filters up to the specific selection we have made. So regarding the DAX calculations, we dive into how to figure out what our top 10 clients are and what's the value of those clients. We also do scenario analysis in Power BI. We learn about customer classification and much, much more. So hopefully you're interested and I can't wait to see you in the first video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome to this course. Now before we get started, I'd like to mention one thing. I recently updated all the videos and I enable the new formatting pane, which is available since the November 2021 version of Power BI as a preview feature. So it depends on when you watch this video and of course what kind of version in Power BI you have. Your visualizations pane, as you can see here, might look a little bit different. And if that's the case and you have a newer version, then you can go to File, click on File here, go to the Options and Settings in here, and click on Options. And if you do this, then a pop-up window will appear, here it is, and it allows you, if you go to the preview features here, to select the new format pane. So it could be the case that this is already checked for you, depending on, as I said, when you watch the video, or also maybe you don't see it at all. If you have an older version of Power BI, then of course you can also follow along with the videos. I just want to mention that then the visualization pane here and the formatting pane might look a little bit different. But everything we learned during the course is still valid and up to date, and you can follow along, okay? So if you want to enable it and you need to do this, then go to the preview features, tick this option here, click OK, and then probably you need to restart Power BI one time in order to see the change. So that's it for this video, and now let's get into Power BI. See you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome to this first video. Now here, I'd like to give you a tour through the Power BI interface. Now I assume that you have never worked with Power BI before, so let's get started. First thing I want to highlight is when you open Power BI, you should see an interface kind of similar to this one. Why do I say kind of? Well, the reason is that Power BI is under constant development, which means in the future, the interface might slightly change. However, I assure you that everything we learned during the course is up to date, and you can use this in order to create your reports. And in addition to that, of course, I also will update the course in the future. So let's get started. At first, when you want to start working with Power BI, you need some data to visualize. Now, in order to import the data, there are various options. The most easy and obvious one, of course, is you can see in the middle of the screen when you open Power BI, there's an option to click on various data sources to connect to. For instance, I can use Excel here. I can use the SQL or SQL Server from Microsoft. I can use paste data here as a blank table, or also try sample dataset, which is also different datasets which are provided by Microsoft. You can also click on here, get data from another source, if the specific data sources which are listed here are not the ones you want to use. Just in case you would say, I'd like to connect to Excel, all you need to do is you click on this Excel button here, for instance, and then you open, in this case on my computer here, a specific folder, and then I can choose any kind of Excel file in order to connect. I won't do it right now because we will do this later on in the course, but that's how easy it is. That's how it works. Other options would be to go under Home. As you can see in the ribbon bar, there's also Excel Workbook up here. And if you import or you want to import data, you can also click up here and you get exactly the same here. Open pop-up window, which you can then select this specific file. The same is true here for the other data sources which are available, like Power BI datasets, for instance, SQL Server. You can manually enter data, so create a static table if you want, and also Dataverse is available. Recent sources would only point to specific sources you've worked in the past. If those data sources are, again, not the ones you want to choose, then you can go to Get Data, click this option here, and then there are various, again, data sources you can connect to. Of course, you always find the specific ones from Microsoft products first appearing here. But again, if what you're searching for is not available here, the other thing would be simply click on More here, and then you just need to wait a few seconds and a window appears here. There is it, Get Data, and this lists you all the specific data sources that are available. So you can see it's quite a lot. Various databases, flat files, and other kinds of online sources if you want, so everything available. And if you want to be a little bit more specific, you can either search if you already know the name, or you can search here and pre-filter, like file-based data sources, database, data sources, and so on. Everything is available. Also from the web, if you're referring to online services. Let me click on Cancel. So that's it about getting the data. So 3 options, either here, or click on Get Data from here, from other sources, or you do it in the ribbon menu. Talking about the ribbon menu, this is what it currently looks like for me, but some people prefer it if you click on this little up arrow here, switch ribbons, and this view here. So it's also available. So if you prefer this view here with little icons instead of having them bigger with text, you can also work this way. It's up to you. But for me, I leave it the opening bigger interface. Okay? As I said, totally up to you. So under the Home ribbon, there are various options. As we said, of course, we can connect to data, which is under the Data tab here. But then there's also this Queries tab here, which is Transform Data. This Transform Data opens up the Power Query Editor. The editor, also, we're going to use this later on, allows us to clean our data. You also get additional information, as you can see here, if you hover over the icons. So use the Power Query Editor to connect, prepare, and transform data. This is very helpful because most often, you all know that if you work with Excel files, but also with other files, they are not in the right format. There's a lot of cleaning to do, and this is what the Query Editor allows us to do with only a few clicks of our mouse. So that's really powerful and a tremendous help if you start working with Power BI. The refresh option is currently grayed out. This would only be available, of course, if we have already connected to data. And then, of course, if the underlying data source changes, because we have modified the data source, we would need to click on refresh to see the latest data. In order to insert anything, there's this Insert tab here, which is referring to visuals, text boxes, and also more visuals here. So, for instance, if I click on New Visual, what I get is a template, which you can see here. And I could fill this template with data. So in the next couple of videos, when we connect to data, we can then add the data to visualize something. And this can be various visualization types like bar charts, pie charts, it could be donut charts, tree maps, and so on. So a lot of options in here. The other way to create the visual would simply be take a look on the right side here in this visual box here. There are all the default visuals which are available. as you can see here, and if you hover over them, you get information what kind of chart it is, even though you could also see it, of course, if you take a look at the image itself. And you can see there are a lot of default visualizations already available. But of course, if this is not enough for you, you could also click on the three dots here to go to App Source. So App Source, if I go here and go to Get More Visuals, if I take this option, then App Source opens, which is this one. And this is simply a gallery provided by Microsoft. And there are various third-party providers which create additional, in this case, visualizations which you can add to your report. You can search for a specific visualization type. For instance, you search for a Sankey chart, anything like that, you can search for that. Or you can also filter here by specific areas if you want. And in order to then add one of the visuals, I only need to click it. Like for instance, this chiclet slicer here, I can tick this option here. It's loading. It gives you additional information in here. And if I click on add, like that, then you'll see that now it's imported successfully. So it has been downloaded, and here it's also available in here, and I can use it by simply clicking on it. So with the App Source, there's one important thing to notice here. In order to click the three dots and do the same, what I have done here, you need to first sign in with your Microsoft account. So you need to have a Microsoft account in order to click on the three dots and go to App Source and download the visual. And one important point here to point out is that a Microsoft account currently is not available with your, your personal email address. You need to have an email address from an institution or your work email to sign up for that. So there are a few ways to go around this limitation, but in general, that's what you need. Okay? And then as soon as you're logged in, as I said, then you click on the three dots and you can download it. So the same is true, of course, if you go to More Visuals under the Insert tab here. So if I go in here and say From App Source, and I click this option, I can see exactly the same pop-up window in here. So the other option would be to download. So you can also search App Source with your browser, download the specific visual, and then you can say From Files and import the visual. That would be the second option if you don't want to do it directly in here, clicking on three dots or clicking on From App Source here. It's up to you. In order to remove a visual, because we still have our template, just select it and press the delete key, and then it's gone. Another option here is the text box. Quite easy. Simply click on the text box here, then it's available, and then you can add here some text. For instance, let's say, hello, Power BI, like that. I can then press Ctrl A to highlight everything. And I'd like to increase the size a little bit. Let's say 20 here. Let's make it bold. Let's center it. And of course, you can also adjust here specific kind of, fonts if you want to do that. So just need to put it here. Here we go. And now, whenever you click it, you select it, you get, again, the option to customize it. Otherwise, I click, drag and drop it, and can place it somewhere. And you also see, if I drag it somewhere, I can see this red dotted lines in here. This one, for instance, which allows me or tells me that currently it's centered, which you should be familiar if you worked with PowerPoint before. So all this, which is helpful in PowerPoint, like aligning and so on, it's also available in Power BI. And the great thing here is that if I click it, if I go to the additional, you can see here there are additional tabs which are appearing as soon as you have a visualization in here. If I deselect it, you see that they are gone. But if I select the visualization and click on Format, I have here the option to align, to send it backward, bring to front, and so on. So everything you're familiar from PowerPoint is also available in here, which again is a great feature because it makes it easier to learn Power BI. The Edit Interaction option up here, just to mention this, allows us to specify how a visual should interact with other visuals. So should a visual filter other visuals or not? This can be specified here with Edit Interactions. And we will have a closer look at this when we create our reports. So again, just to show you that, click on Format here, and if I go to Align here and say I want to align it center, you see that now this has moved into the center. Of course, I can also make it smaller, bigger, and so on. It's up to me, okay? So that's how that works. So what else do we have? Well, in here, under the Home tab, we have the new measures and the quick measure. This is all around calculations. So that means calculations in Power BI means DAX. So DAX is the language in Power BI, which allows us to create formulas and calculations. And this is how we can do this. Creating on this new measure option here, or also create quick measures. They are both currently grayed out. The reason for this is that currently I don't have any data. That's why I can't create a measure. The difference between quick measures and measures is measures means that we create the measure ourselves. And quick measures allows us to, well, speed up this process a little bit by dragging and dropping fields inside, and then Power BI will create a measure for us. However, I just want to mention this here. During the course, we learn DAX, and we will create a lot of measures by ourselves. And this is what I highly encourage you to do first, because you want to learn DAX in order to create your own measures. Because the quick measures can only get you so far. But if you don't know what you're doing, and you only rely on quick measures, then your Power BI skills are quite limited. And this is not what we desire. This is why we will use the measure and learn DAX from scratch. Sensivity here allows us to add sensitivity labels to our reports. This is something which might be helpful if you work in a company environment, which means that, for instance, certain reports contain very sensitive data, and then you can add those labels if they have specified upfront by your IT administrator or Power BI administrator. You can add them to your reports, and then people know if they interact with the report, okay, this is a highly, important topic which we need to be very aware of, for instance. The publishing option allows us then to share our reports, because at the end of the day, of course, all we do here is locally. So we develop our report, but then of course we want to share them with our audience, meaning, for instance, other colleagues in our organization or customers or someone else. And in order to do this, we can publish it. Publishing really means to share the data via either the Power BI service, which is on the internet in the cloud, or via the report server, which could also be an option if a company chooses, for instance, to use Power BI locally. Then there's a report server option. However, I won't go into detail into that because most often the cloud is the better version and better option. You would simply click on this publishing option and then you specify the workspace. So specific folder, actually, kind of a folder in Power BI service where you want to publish a report, and then you can do that. Of course, also for publishing, you need to be signed in to Power BI. So what else do we have? Well, under Insert, let's go to the next ribbon here. We can find, again, various options we already have seen. For instance, you can add new visuals or more visuals. If I click on here, I find it also from AppSource and My Files. So this is exactly the same as we have seen under Home in here, these two options. So it's kind of redundant. However, I personally prefer this because sometimes I don't find what I want immediately. And if there's a second option to do the same, then it's quite helpful for me at least. So as I said, you find also the visual option here under Insert. New Page allows us to add additional pages to our report. Currently, you can see we are on page number 1. I can either click on a plus symbol to create a new page, or I can go to New Page here, click on this, and then I can either add a blank page, or if I have created a very interesting page here, I've added various visuals, I can also simply duplicate the page. So if I click on duplicate here, you would see that I have duplicated page 1, and I get also Hello Power BI in here. So let's maybe change this for now. Let's say second page, just for now. And of course, if you want to rename the pages, you can either right click here and say you want to rename. There you can also delete them or hide them, or again, duplicate them. Or what I most often do, I simply double click and say, this is, for instance, page 2. So that's how you can do that. So under AI visuals, this is related to artificial intelligence. There's, for instance, the Q&A visual, which is currently grayed out because we have no data again. And there's also a key influencer visual, decomposition tree, and smart narrative. These visuals also can be found in here. So actually all the visuals which are highlighted here are also available here in this visual pane in here. This is why later on during the course I will only use this pane, because that's what I'm most used to. But of course you can also go to insert and insert the specific visual from here. It's up to you. Other options here are related to Power Platform. This would be paginated reports. However, currently, I just want to mention this is a premium feature. So if you don't have Power BI Premium, then you can't use the paginated reports. Power Apps is related to inserting a Power App. Power App is also part of the Microsoft Power Platform. So it's a kind of option to create an app without coding skills. And you can also insert this app inside Power BI if you want to do that. And Power Automate would be the Power Automate visuals, which allows you to trigger Power Automate flows. So Power Automate, just in case you don't know that, is also part of the Power Platform. Again, it's also from Microsoft, and it allows us to automate specific tasks. So you can create a flow, that's what it's called, Power Automate flows, and then within this flow, specific tasks are executed for you automatically based on a certain trigger. Could be an event, the event could be time-based, or could be simply, for instance, an email arrives and something should happen. This can be done with Power Automate. The other options here are elements you can also add to your reports. Again, it's a text box, we've seen this before. Then there are buttons. If you click on the down arrow here, you see what kind of buttons are there. For instance, left, right, reset, back button, and so on. So for instance, if I add a back button in here, you see that there's the button. And if I press Control click here, I will go back to page number 1. So you can use this as page navigation buttons. See here, I'm on page number 2, Control click, and I'm on page number 1. By the way, the Control click option, if I click on page number 2, and if I hover over here, you can see it tells you also you need to click Control and the left mouse button. Whenever you are in the developer view, which is this one here, you need to do this. However, later, when you publish the report to the Power BI service, then the end user of the report only needs to click with his or her left mouse button. So there's no need to hold the Control button. This is only in the developer view in here. Next to buttons, which are available in here, we also have shapes. So you can add any kind of shape you want to your report. So for instance, if I click on one of the shapes, click on the rectangle, for instance, I have here my shape. I can drag and drop it around. Again, I can also align it specifically to a specific icon here, image, if I want to do that. And also, I can add images if I want. All you need to do is click on image here, and then you can choose one of the images. Here I only have this one, so I can click on it, click on open, and then this image would also be available. And I can also resize it. I can drag it around if I want and place it somewhere. It's up to me. So for instance, if I drag it in here, this could be your company logo. You could put it here, or maybe place it at the bottom, or wherever you want to put it. It's up to you. So next to this, you might have seen this already, but if you select something, then you see, if I deselect it, that this pane here changes. So if I have not selected anything, you can see by default, I can see all the different kinds of charts in here. But as soon as I select something, for instance here, the shape, it changes and it gives you some options here regarding the shape. So for instance, if you click on shape here, I can change the shape here if I want to do that. So for instance, if I click on octagon, you see that now the shape has changed. So I can really customize here the specific visual which I currently have selected based on the options I have here. So for instance, rotation, you can also play around with this, drag it, and you see that now it rotates. So various options in here. And under style, you can adjust the color. So if I want to use a different color here, I can tick this option, or I can also do conditional formatting, you clicking on the FX button. It's also something we have a look later on, but also it's up to you whether you want to do that or not. And there are other options like adding a border, or do you want to add some text to the shape or not? Do you want to play around with the shadow? Just tick on the specific option here, and then you can go in here and then customize here various options, transparency or the blur effect. If you play around with this, you see that the shape changes accordingly. And the glow is also available in here. So you can see there are a lot of options, and I would encourage you, of course, later on to try them out just to figure out what's available here. And also, if you click on the three dots here, there are various other things which are quite helpful. As first, of course, you can expand all categories. If you do, or click on collapse all categories, sorry, then you have here the default view again. This is especially helpful if you ticked a lot of them and open them, and you need to scroll down, and simply you don't need to well, make them small again or collapse them individually. You can simply collapse all categories. Same is true, you can expand all categories. If you tick this, then all the options are available here for you. I just say that because there are other, especially the visuals, which have a lot of more customization options in here. And that's why it's quite helpful to do this with one click in here. And the third option, which is also new in here, is this revert all settings to default. So if I tick this option, I get my original, in this case, shape back, which in this case is the square, which is quite helpful, especially if you have modified something and then at the end you say, well, that's not actually what I want. You can do that with one click just to go back. So that's for the shape. And there's also this general tab here. You can tick here, and there's also additional informations like, do you want to add a title? You can go in here, and then if you open this and say edit title, for instance, you see that now there's a title to this specific shape in here, which again can be customized regarding the font, the size, the color, and so on. And whenever you see an FX button, this means that for the specific, in this case, trait, which is available in here, you can also, the feature is available in here, you can also conditional formatting that if you want to do that. So that's basically an important thing to notice. So whenever you tick something, especially here, one of the specific well, boxes here, or the visuals later on, then this formatting window here changes and allows you here to customize the specific well, visual the way you want it. So let's go to the next tab, modeling here, talk about that. Under modeling, again, there's kind of redundancy, which I personally think is quite helpful. So there's also the option to take a look at the calculations in here. We can add new measures, new quick measures. We have seen this before under home, if you remember. There are these options here as well. And they're also under modeling here. And there's also an option to add new column. New column would mean that you add a column to a specific table, which you have when you import data. A new table would allow us to create a complete new table from scratch using DAX. So again, we can write a table on our own using DAX expressions, and this would be an option by clicking here. Change detections here would allow us to see any changes regarding page refreshers here if we want to do that. And the next option here, this is quite interesting for us, which is new parameter. We will also cover this in the course, which allows us to do what if or scenario analysis, which means that, for instance, you say, I have various sales scenarios and I expect that my sales will increase or decrease, or the costs will rise a certain percentage. And it allows you to create a parameter, which then the end user in the report can change and see what this means for the total sales, for instance, or the outlook for the whole year, depending on what kind of scenario you create. But that's what this what if parameter allows us to do. Security, this is all about here creating roles and viewing those roles. This means that sometimes you want to create a report, and this report then should be limited. So basically the information in the report should be limited to a certain audience. For instance, let's say you create a report which contains the sales data for all the world. And you're in a global company, but then you want to share the report with your US colleagues. And then you also want to share the report with some colleagues from India. And you want to share the report from some colleagues from, let's say, Europe. And then what you need or what you want to set up is that the US colleagues should only see US data. The Indian colleagues should only see sales for India. And the European colleagues should only see sales for Europe. And if you have this kind of use case, this means that you need to limit the amount of data someone can see. And you can do that by creating roles. You can do it here by simply clicking role, and then you create a security role. And then all you need to do is then you need to add specific users to this role. So security will be created inside Power BI and then can be then set up or managed via the service by adding specific users to this role. That's how that works. And the view as simply allows you, after you have created the role, to see what this data would look like for someone who has then this specific role. So just to check that the security you have created also works. That's what this is for. And the Q&A here, this again is regarding to the Q&A setup and the visual. We'll have a closer look at the Q&A visual later on. But this is all about an option to allow the end consumer, for instance, to type in a question, and based on the question, then a specific visual will be created. That's what this is for. And you can adjust the Q&A regarding the training and so on here in this. If you don't know what I'm talking about or can't imagine this in detail, don't worry, as I said. So under View, let's take another look. Here we have various themes which are available in Power BI. So for instance, I can click on this Bloom theme here if I like this, if I take this option, and now you see I got this purple theme here, which of course then continues for other pages here as well. So let me maybe go back in here, just to go back to the default one, because I don't want to use this, but that's how easy it is to choose one of those custom themes. And there are other ones available. Simply click on this down arrow, and then you can see what's available by default, which are these themes here. If you don't like the ones which are available by default, you can also click on Browse for themes or click on Theme Gallery if you search for additional themes. You also have the option, by the way, to customize a current theme. So if you take this option here, then this window appears, and here you can name the theme. You can choose the default colors which will be used. So for instance, you can see in this theme currently, the blue here is the default color. Let me just untick this, and that's why this is filled in this blue by default. But let me go there one more time. Go to Customize Current Theme. There you have the option to change the colors if you want to do that. That's especially helpful, of course, if you're working in a big company. You probably have a corporate identity, which means that you have specific colors you want to use. And also, if I go to text, for instance, there are specific fonts you want to use, font size, and so on. And this can be customized for everything. You can see it here. If I can go to title, I will adjust it only for the titles of my visuals. If I go to cards and KPIs, I can change it here for the cards and KPIs. If I go to tab headers, I can change it for tab headers, and so on. So I can really be specific. For the text here, how do I want to proceed with the visuals? If I go to visuals, I can customize here the background color by default, which is white, the transparency, the border, the header, the tooltip, and so on. So a lot of options are available in here if you want to customize this. And as soon as you're done, simply click on Apply, and then you have saved the theme. The last option, also I want to highlight this if you want to create your own theme regarding the corporate identity, because the theme itself is only a JSON file, which can also be created by your company itself. If you click on a drop-down option here and go to how to create a theme, you get additional information exactly how a theme in JSON would be written. So this can be done maybe by your marketing department or anything like that. And then you simply need to import this theme, and then you have your corporate identity theme and can use it in all your reports. Simply click on how to create a theme if you're interested in that. And then Microsoft gives you much more details and also a template as far as I know. So that's about it for themes. Then there is this page fit. If I go in here, you can say fit to page, fit to width, actual size, and so on. So here I can adjust the page if I want to do that. The mobile layout, if I click on this allows me here to switch to a mobile phone layout. So, and here I can customize what should my report look like if someone visualizes or takes a look at the report on his or her mobile device. And a great thing here is not only that it's easy to set up, but also I can customize this. What I mean by that is in my current report, I don't have too much, right? We only created the text box, added here a square and also this image. But I can here choose what exactly do I want to show inside my mobile layout. Simply by dragging and dropping them in here. As you can see here, now it's available. I can place it, I can make it bigger, smaller, the way I want it. And then I can add the next one here. So for instance, here, I can go on the second page, I can drag this inside and add it in here and so on, right? So, and if I scroll down, of course, I can add additional things in here. And this means, as I said, it's not only easy to set up, it also allows you to specify exactly what of the visuals from your report do you want to actually show in the mobile device or on the mobile device? So that means that you can show only a snapshot, or let's say a subset of the visualizations inside the mobile report. So if, for instance, the board members, right, or the CEO of your company is only interested in certain visualizations from this report, then only add those specific visualizations to his or mobile or her mobile view, right? So that's how you can customize that if you want. And of course, you can also click on this option, remove everything. Yes, I want to remove it. And then of course, you can start from scratch if you want to do that. And to go back, simply click on this mobile layout here and untick it here. So that's the option here. Then there are also page options in here, like do you want to show grid lines? I can tick this option and then you see you have the grid lines in here. So if you prefer working this way, it's up to you. Simply tick this option here. Snap the grid. Also, do you want to snap that? And also whether you want to log options. And again, I always encourage you, just if you go with the mouse over an option or a specific item here, you can also get a little description here, which tells you exactly what this is for. The show paints option here, regarding the paints which are available here. By default, the filters pane, for instance, is available. You can see here it's currently shrinked, but if I click on this option, then I can expand it. And there are options here to slice and dice, basically to filter the data. So for instance, if you select a visual, I can drag then specific filters in here, and then I can filter the data in the visual if I want to do that. Also, if you don't want to show it, simply untick it. So if I click on this filter option here, you see that now this window is not available in here. So it's up to me whether I want to show it or not. Tick it, then it's available in here. And you can shrink it if you want it and also expand it. The same is true for bookmarks and selections and the other ones. So if I tick this option, then the bookmark is available. If I untick it, simply by clicking on close here, I can remove it completely and it's not visible. So it makes sense maybe to only show this if you want to really use them, right? The same is true for the selection. Selection simply shows you the order of specific items. So also, for instance, image here, you can see currently the image is on top. So if I drag it above this one here, you can see that the image is visible because it's on top of the shape in here. But if I would go in here and use my text, what is it here? The edit title, this one, if I drag and drop it on top like that, this would now mean that this is in front. So the selection here also allows you to specify here the order, like we've seen before. If you go to format here and say you want to send it backwards, bring forward, and so on. It's also possible by simply dragging and dropping fields in here. So let me just close it for now. And let me maybe drag this somewhere else so we can see everything again. So these are the options here. Let's go again to view. And the other options here, just to mention this, Performance Analyzer allows you here to figure out if your report is slow, what kind of, what's the reason for that? So what kind of visuals, for instance, do need the longest time to load? This would be visible by the Performance Analyzer if you want to check that. And the Synchronize Slicers allows you to synchronize slices across various pages. So just that you heard that for now. So then the help option here, this gives you additional options to click about to see the current version of Power BI you're using. You can go to guided learning, to the documentation to find more information here, and also to the community, where sometimes ask specific questions regarding Power BI, which you can also either ask yourself or read through them if you want to do that. You can also submit ideas if you have any kind of proposal to make Power BI better, or if there's a specific feature you're missing, then you can submit your idea, and maybe your feature or your idea is then introduced in the next couple of versions. So under external tools, just to mention this previously, here, you can see that there are additional external tools which I have installed, for instance, DAX Studio or Tabular Editor. These are simply options to figure out, again, regarding the performance of your report. And also Tabular Editor is a great tool which allows some kind of scripting. I don't want to go into details here, but it allows us to, for instance, reduce the amount of DAX measures we need to write on our own. So great tools, and I also actually covered this in another course. So if you're interested in that, you can reach out to me if you want. So these are the options we have under here, under the tab menu in here by default. And then we have 3 additional things which I like to mention here, which is these 3 views. The first one the one we are currently on the whole time, is the report view. This is what we actually see. So this is also what the end user sees. Then we have two additional views here, which is this one, the data view. And if you take this option, then here, and you will see this in the next couple of videos, here you can see your data as tables. So all the data you imported in here in Power BI, you can see them here, also all the tables inside. And the third option here, this is the model view. And this is quite powerful because the model view here, this allows us here to see all the data, so all the tables, maybe Excel or SQL Server data tables or whatever, which we imported here, and this allows us to create connections between them. Because if you have worked with or have some database experience, you know that you can join data. So basically link data together based on some common fields in order to get additional information. If you have not used databases before, you're probably familiar with, let's say, VLOOKUPs or index match from Excel, which also allows you to get data from a different table if you have a common field which you connect the tables to. And that's exactly what you can do here. You can create relationships. So think about, for instance, you have a table with a lot of sales data, but there's not much information about the product which has been sold. Only maybe a product ID. But then you have a second table, and this second table gets all the information about the product next to the ID. And the ID is the common field you can use in order to link those tables together. That's what you can do here inside the model view. And you need to create the relationships. You can do that quite easily. You'll see that. And this allows you then to have a data model. And this data model is then optimized for Power BI. So, of course, as I said, we'll see this in the next video. So, next couple of videos. Okay, so let's go back to report view, and that's it. So that was kind of a long tour through the Power BI interface, I know, but we've gone through everything which is available in here, and of course in the videos and during the course we will cover this and then go into more details. But I think that's hopefully quite helpful for you, especially if you have never seen Power BI before, to get a first tour and see what's available in here. So that's it. Thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now, last time we had our first tour through the Power BI interface, and now let's actually create our first report. So you've seen here that I opened a complete new Power BI file. This is why I have this pop-up window here at the beginning, but for me now I simply close it to have my blank Power BI report without any data. So let's get started. In order to connect to data, and here we'd like to connect to an Excel data source, I can either click on import data from Excel here, or I can click it up here, or I go to get data and click on Excel here. Everything works the same way, but for me, I most often use to simply click here on the icon itself. So I will do that. Click here, and then I can choose here Power BI the easy way, XLSX. I can click here, and you can also use this file if you want, because you can download it from the resource section of the course. So I click on open here, and then I wait just a second, and the navigator window here appears. Now in here I can see two icons, which is this gaming TBL and gaming. So TBL is just an abbreviation I've used when I created this table inside this Excel file for table. So that's also the main difference between those two things. So whenever you see a little table icon like that with a blue bar at the bottom, this is referring to tables you have created in your Excel source, or someone else has created in the Excel source you currently use. The other way, or the other icon here, this is referring to the sheet. So that means you can either import the data from the table itself by clicking here and selecting this option. You can also see then the preview in here. Or you click on this icon here and you import the whole sheet. So what's the difference? Well, as a best practice, just from my point of view, if you can, import a table and you only want to get the data from this table, then always choose the table. Because that also means that if in the meantime or later on, someone else or even yourself, you're changing the data on this specific Excel sheet, but you still want to only import the specific table, then there are no additional cleaning steps you need to do. Because you only tick the table, which means that Power BI will also only import the data of the table. and not any additional data which needs to be additional cleaning, right? That's why I said best practice from my point of view is import the table if you can do that. Otherwise, you can also import the whole sheet, especially, of course, if you say that I want to import all the data. And as I said, with the Power Query editor, you can clean everything. But why do additional work if you can simply only import the data you need by simply selecting the table structure? So I will use the table in here, even though in this case it makes no difference because on the sheet itself there is no additional data. But let's do it best practice. Select the table here. You get the preview in here. You can see what the data looks like. You can also increase the window if you want. It's a small table, but sometimes that's helpful to drag it and make it a little bigger. Also, if someone is changing the data in the meantime, you can always click on this refresh icon here to see just the latest changes of the underlying data, if you want to do that. Then, as soon as you're finished, let's click on load just to get the data into Power BI. So if I click on load, then you'll see that now the data gets loaded, gaming TBL, and you see now it's loaded. And I can see in the fields list here now my table, which I can also expand if I click on this little arrow here. And now I can see all the different kinds of columns in the table. And also if a column is numeric, I can see this little sum symbol in here, right? It tells me the data type of the column in here. Now you see that some of the, options which were grayed out in our tour window because we did not have any data, like for instance the measures here, are now available for us, which you can use. Also, let's have a look to the data view here. If I click on data, you now see that if I select the table, which is already selected here, I can see exactly what I meant in the last video. I can see the table in here. So I know exactly what's the structure of the data and I can see all the values in here. And if I go to my model view, if I take this option, then here I can see my specific table. Currently, I only have one table, so there's no need to connect it to different tables, but we'll do this later on with a more advanced model. But to get started, that's our table. It's available in here. We can see all the columns in the model view, as well as here in the data view in a table structure, and also here in the report view. If we go here to the fields list, we can see all the data. Now let's actually visualize something. So in order to visualize something, it's quite easy because there are various options to do that. One way would be simply to clicking on one of the fields. So for instance, sales is a numerical field, which means that if I tick it, just click it here, you'll now see that a bar chart gets created. And if I hover over them, I can see exactly what's the total amount of sales. This is the default behavior. So whenever, let me just untick this here, I click on one of numerical fields, like for instance, profit the same way. If I tick this option, again, I would get a bar chart. That's a default behavior in Power BI. If you do not specify upfront what kind of visualization type you want. A different way would be if I, for instance, first select one of the templates here. So let's say I click on a donut chart here, take this option. You see that now I have my template. I can move it around if I want. I can also make it bigger. But currently it does not contain any data. You see here in the formatting pane, there's an option to add fields to the legend, to details, to values, or to tooltips. And if I would simply click now, after I have selected, make sure you have selected the template here. So if you click it, it's selected. And now if you click on, for instance, sales, you see that now the behavior changes. Because now I get here as a default a donut chart, because I pre-selected here the specific visual type. And if I don't select anything, as you've seen, you get a bar chart. However, of course, all the charts can be modified, which means that if I, for instance, click on a chart like this one, now it's selected. And now you see that by default, it is here selected as here a column chart or a bar chart. But if I click here on, I want to change this to a donut chart, just tick it. You see that now this changes here as well. And of course I can increase the size if I want to do that and drag it around the same way as the other visual. So the point here is really that if you don't select anything up front, by default, numerical fields create bar charts, but you can change it anytime by simply select it first. And after you select it, you change it to a different visualization type. Like for instance here, in this case, a donut chart, Or if I use a tree map, I can click tree map, then I get a tree map in here, and so on. If I only want to see here the value, I can click on card, and then would see here the value. So it's up to me, right? How I want to do that. Also, you've seen that as when I chose here my template first, what I did was, let me just remove it from here. If I click on the cross symbol here, I can remove sales, and now I got my template back. What I did, if you remember, was simply clicking here on sales. Just select it by clicking it, and Power BI by default put it in the right spot on values here. However, let me just remove it one more time. I can also drag, of course, any field, like sales for instance, and drop it. So drag and drop into sales, and I get the same behavior. And then if I would say, okay, here I have my sales, and now I want to see this for all the regions, I can, of course, then go to region, and for instance, drag region into the legend field, like that. And if I do that, now you see I got here my sales breakdown for each of the regions, as in this case a donut chart, which again I can modify if I want. If I want to choose the tree map, I go to tree map, and I got a tree map here. If I want to have a bar chart, I can simply click on bar chart, and I got my bar chart here. Also, you see that currently the region is on the axis. You can also drag it and drop it to the legend like that. And you see that the chart now changes slightly, looks different here, but this depends on where you place your fields. If you prefer it on the axis like that, of course you can do that in here. So just to highlight this, again, you can change any kind of visual you have created. And the default behavior is, let me drag it up here. When you use numerical fields, you get bar charts. If you use text fields, for instance, if I would start with region, I first deselect everything. Just make always sure you deselect if you don't want to change a visual. So if you click on the blank canvas here, and now if I click on region, tick this option, you see that by default I get a table. So for text fields, you get tables by default. For numerical fields, you get bar charts. And of course, this table here, you can add fields again by either clicking on the field. Let's say I also want to see the sales. I tick the sales and they are added to the values option here. Or the other way would be that I would also see the profit. I drag and drop it and place it in here in the value section. And now you see that the profit is also available here. Also, if you want to change the order here, simply drag profit and drop it on top of sales. You can see a yellow line, and if you drop it there, you now see that the profit are shown first and the sales are behind the profit. So that's how you can simply modify this if you want to do that. Also, for each visual you have created in here, you always have the option, if you go from the here build visual section here, we can see them, to go to the formatting options. So if you have a visual selected and you click on formatting options, you then see all the specific options how to format this visual. And there are quite a lot. And you see that here they're currently all collapsed. But as I said, as you've seen, if you click on the three dots and say you want to expand all categories, you see that there are so many options to customize this, right? And you really can customize more or less everything. The headers, the font size, the font itself, how to display sales, for instance, in millions and so on. The alignment, everything can be customized here. So that's why at the beginning, it's kind of overwhelming, at least from my point of view, because there's so much to customize. So that's why you really have to play around with this. That's the best way to learn it. Because with time, you get better and you know exactly what exactly you want to customize most often, and then you know how to find it. But at the beginning, as I said, it's kind of overwhelming because, as I said, there's a lot really you can customize. So here, for instance, for the values, you can see that here I can increase the size. I can say, for instance, let's say 14 here. You see that now the values get bigger. I can adjust the color, make them bold. Now everything is bold. It's up to me, right? Also the color and so on. Everything is customizable here. So of course you can collapse this. But as I said, the better way probably would be to go on three dots and say you want to collapse all categories. So you can see everything in here. You can adjust, just to show you a few things, the style, for instance. There are various styles for tables. For instance, here, bold header. You see that now the header is bold. And there are also, for instance, flashy rows. If you tick this one, it looks like that, and so on. So default options from styles, Of course, the color can be customized then, but most often, at least from my point of view, I'll probably use none or minimal because I personally do not like that in my table. But if you have a use case for that, of course, feel free to do that. And of course, feel free to explore all the options in here because we can't cover all of them, but it's quite easy. As you've seen, you just need to check them and then you see what the table looks like. So here you can also adjust the grid. So you can adjust the width, for instance. If you do that, you see that the grid here, the lines get bigger. And also you can adjust the color if you want to do that. Same is true for the vertical grid, for instance. If I take this option, you see that now you also have a vertical grid in here for your table. And again, you can customize this the way you want it. Do you want to add a border? Go in here and choose a border. Currently it's this blue here. If I go with the dark, you see that now I also have customized here the lines on top and at the bottom before the total. Speaking of totals, you can see here you can also customize the totals. So what kind of label do you want to show here? Should it be total or a different label? What kind of font size should the totals be? Should they be different, right? You can customize it here. You want to untick them so they are not visible in the table and so on. So really everything is customizable in the specific table the way you want it. Also for cell elements, you can see here, you can customize here each series individually, meaning you currently can see here, we got region, profit, and sales. And these are exactly the 3 columns we have in here. And you can customize everything individually. For instance, if I say I go with the sales here, and then I can customize, do I want to customize the font color, for instance, I can turn this on. And you see that now by default, I get different colors for the font based on the amount here, right? From light blue to dark blue. But of course, if you click on the FX symbol here, you would be able to customize this. So what should be the lowest value? You can say I want to have this, for instance, a more granular blue like this one, and this one should be maybe darker like this one, or maybe even more, so it's easier to spot probably if I make it darker like that. Click OK, and you see that now you've adjusted the color in here. And this can not only be done for font. Let me untick this, so I have it disabled again. You can also do this for the background color. Just make sure, because that sometimes happened to me, that you specify which kind of series do you want to color in here, right? So you choose the right one. And for the background color, you can also see that here, this is now for the background. Which of course, if you click on the FX symbol here, you can customize here again, based on various options. And just to show you maybe one of them, you can also add a middle color if you want to do that. Click OK, you would have it like that. Or if you click on FX, you can say, I don't want to have gradient. You can create it based on rules or field values. We will see field values later on, but for rules, if you click on rules, you see you can specify here rules for the sales. So you can see I got sales between, in this case, around 5,000 to 14,000. So I could say if the value is greater or equal to 0, or let's say here it should be a number, of course, and it is less than here, let's say 6,000 as an example, then it should be, in this case, this light blue. And let's say I create a new rule here and say if it's greater or equal to, and let's say the next step would be 6,000 here, of course not percent, be aware of that. And it should be less than, let's say here, let's say 15,000, just to cover everything we have as a number. And then it should be, let's say here, it should be blue in here. And if we do that and click OK, take this option here, you see that now we have these 2 options in here, right? So let's go into FX again, and you can customize or adjust it. So it should be 6,000, sorry for that. Click OK, and now you see it's blue in here. And you can customize, as you've seen here, that anytime. And also remove rules or swapping the rules, which would be the first rule, which should be checked and so on, because you need to be aware. The rules, of course, are checked at first the first rule, then the second rule, and so on. So that means that if one or several rules can apply to the same field, then the first rule, of course, is chosen here, right? That's, of course, logic, but just to be aware of that. So let me click on close, and let me also remove this from here. And the final option, which I like to show you right now, is the data bars. You can turn them on also for the sales, and then you also get those data bars in here. So if you prefer this in your table, you can also add them quite easily. And again, customize them with the FX conditional formatting if you want to do that. So that's it for these cell elements which are available here, right? for a table, for instance. And also, if you click on a different kind of visual, like the bar chart, you also have, if you select the formatting option here, various options. But of course, they are kind of different to what we've seen in the table, because each visual, of course, has its own options to format. Like, for instance, you can see here, you want to show the X and the Y axis. This, of course, is not available with a table, for instance, right? But here you can simply untick them, then these would be gone, or you turn them on, and then you customize them further. And there again are lots of options in here. And if you want to see all of them, simply click on the 3 dots in here, and then say expand all categories, and then you see all the options available in here. Some options are also here grayed out currently. The reason is currently we don't have anything on the legend for this one, right? And this is why, of course, in this chart, these options are not available. So you would need to add also a field on the legend in order to customize this further. Another option which I could show you is, for instance, for the country. The country itself is referring to a country. And if I first click somewhere on my blank canvas and then tick the country option, let's click it, you see that by default now Power BI creates a map for me. So this is the third default behavior when you're referring to geographical data. So text data always by default creates a table, numerical data creates bar chart, and in this case, geographical data, like country, for instance, creates here a map by default, which again can quite easily be changed by simply choosing something else, right? So for instance, if I choose a table here, get my table structure. Nothing special, but I can easily change it if I want. If I click on the undo option here, I get my map back. I also want to highlight something here with the country. Let me just select it for now. And you see that if I select it, as soon as I do this, then here I get additional tabs which are appearing. And one is the column tools. The reason I would like to highlight this is you have seen that for me, by instance, if I check the option here, I get a map, and the map also shows dots in here, which means that the countries have been recognized. I noticed that for some students, that might depend maybe on your specific Power BI version, so which country you're in, this does not work. And the country column is treated as text field. If that's the case, you can play around with if you select the country column and go to the column tools option, you can play around with the data category. So because sometimes you need to click here and then first choose this is a country. And if you do this, watch what happens next to the country here, there a globe icon will appear. So if I do that, let me click on country here. And now you see that there's a globe icon. So for me, the visualization still works. But as I said, some students first need to change the data category so that Power BI is picking the country correctly, and then you'll be able to visualize the map. Just to mention that, okay? So one of those options, either without, by default, like it's working for me, or by changing the data category to country, one of those options should work for you in order to show the map. And the map then has also additional options you can choose here. So legend, latitude, longitude, or for instance, the size. Size could be interesting because you could drag, for instance, a numerical field like sales and drag and drop it onto size. If I do that, and now you see different kinds of bubble sizes, and the greater the bubble in here, so let me just maybe place it here. It doesn't matter if it's overlapping something, but the greater the bubble size, the greater the amount of sales. So this can be visualized and highlighted in a map visual, for instance. Also, click on the format your visual option, just to go to the format options. And again, you see various options in here. Legend is grayed out because there are no fields on the legend. But for map settings, for instance, you can choose different kinds of styles. So dark, for instance, would be this dark. And there are other ones by default available. Road, I think, was a default one, but you can play around with this if you want to do that. So let me just make it smaller. Under controls, do you want to enable auto zoom or not? Zoom buttons, you want to show them or not? So if I turn them on here, for instance, then those buttons would be visible in here. And there are various other options to customize this further. For the bubbles, you can increase the size. So if the bubble size is still too small for you, you can simply increase the size here, and then you see that the bubbles, they are still proportional to each other, but they are increased in size here. And do you want to show the category labels, turn them on, and then you would also see the countries like India here, US, Canada, and so on. Or do you want to show a heat map? Go to heat map here, and then you can see a heat map in here, which again can be customized further in here, various options. It's up to you whether you want to use that. In this case, I think the bubble makes more sense, but as I said, play around with these customization options which are available in here, and they're quite a lot, right? And that's it for our first introduction, and in the next video we will then continue working on our report. So that's it. If you got questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to part number 2 for getting started with our first Power BI report. Now before I continue, let me just save my report, because so far I did not save anything, and just in case Power BI would crash, which of course might happen, then we would lose everything we have done so far. And in order to activate the autosave and recovery option, we need to save it at least one time. So press Ctrl S or click on the little disk on the top left just to save it. And then you can simply give it any kind of name. For instance, PBI, getting started, press save. And now the report gets saved and also the name is changed up here. And from now on, Power BI will, the same way as Excel or PowerPoint and so on, just autosave after, let's say, a few minutes, all the time. So just in case something might crash, then at least you don't lose anything, okay? Everything. So now let's actually, well, customize the report a little bit further, because so far we explored how we can create visuals, but it doesn't look too good, at least right now. So let's make this a little bit better, more appealing. So let me just maybe do the following. If I go to view, I just want to mention this one more time. If you want to change here the formatting options, like for instance, choose a different theme here, you can do that anytime. So if I'd say I'd like to go with the dark theme, the innovate one, tick this option, then I would have everything in here in this dark mode, right? If I prefer this, I can do that. If you prefer any other kind of style, then choose the specific one you prefer, right? So it's up to you. Just maybe one thing, I'd like to mention this. If you like the dark theme, I personally am a fan of that. I like the darker theme. I think it's easier for my eyes. However, if you know already in advance that you need to print the report very often, or people tend to print the report, I would discourage you from using a dark theme, because this would waste a lot of color, right, and ink. So I just want to mention that, because some people really like to still print things out, and if that's the case and you know that in advance, I would not choose this kind of theme, okay, just to mention that. So let me go back, and maybe let's stick to the default right now, and let's improve our report. So let's say I'd like to see here my profit for my different kinds of regions. And I want to do that not in a table structure. Instead, I would use some of the visuals. Let's say here, I want to use it with a donut chart. And because I have my profit already here as a bar chart, I can select it and then just choose, I like to make this a donut chart. And then I also like to add something here. Let's say I'd like to see this for the region. So I can tick it. I can also drag it in here in the field section, but I can also be, well, more efficient, let's call it this way, and simply tick this option, and then Power BI is putting it on a legend for me by default. Let me just increase the size here, and I got my little profit region, profit by region here, donut chart. And if I want to go to the formatting options here for the visual, then I can choose it here. For instance, for the legend, I could specify where I do want to position it. Currently it's on the right center, but I can also move it to the top or at the bottom, or where I think it's actually best suited. I can just change here the position if I want to do that. For me, the detailed labels, which are currently visible, are fine, but I want to actually choose or change here a little bit. Currently, you can see I get here the 3K, and then it's 47.32%, but maybe I'd like to adjust this here. Here I can say, what exactly do you want to show? So if you want to say, for instance, all detail labels, then that also would give you here north, west, and so on, so the region itself. So it depends. You don't need to have it twice. So either you display it here, or you choose a legend. I would only use one of them, because otherwise you would have the same information twice, and that's not best practice. So that's something you can adjust here. And if you say category and data value, or let's say what we had before, data value and percentage, then choose this one. So I think that's fine. The position itself, you can try out different options here. So inside, maybe that's the better option for you. Otherwise, of course, prefer outside. That gives you that way. And this probably tries to visualize it the best way possible. Also, let me just make this smaller here. And let's actually go in here, sorry. And let's go to the values. That's where I wanted to go. And here, for instance, for the units, currently it's set to auto. But I personally think, because I get really small values in this data set here, and I don't like to see 3K, instead I would like to see the whole number. So for the display units, I say I'd like to see none. And if I tick on none, then you can see that now I see the whole value, like 900, 700, and so on. Otherwise, of course, if you have larger numbers, maybe you try out millions, thousands, billions, and so on. It's up to you what you need. Background, let's turn that on. Let's just see that. Okay, the background currently is white, so there's nothing to see. For the percentage, I think actually, I think 1% maybe is fine. If you need more, again, it's up to you how you want to display that. But this allows you really to customize here the decimal values for percentage numbers as well as for the absolute numbers. Whatever you want to display and the way you want to display it. Also maybe say text size, let's say increase this a little bit just to have it bold enough, and let's maybe black, dark. So I think it's easier to see that way. So that's for the values in here. So let's say we are fine with that. As I said, if you want to adjust this further, please feel free to do this. Then I also would like to have maybe here some kind of KPI. I can see here my sales already. There's this one here, but maybe I'd like to add additional KPIs in here. So let's say under the formatting option, I can either now create multiple cards, or I can also use here the multi-row card. And if I take this option, now you can see my sales are visible in here, and I can add additional fields to my field list. I could say I also would like to see the profit, so I drag the profit in here, or just click on the profit, then it's also added, and now I can say here, oh sorry, not product, profit, here, drag this inside here, and then I can see here also my sales as well as my profit in here as KPIs. And if I also want to add the price, I can continue that, simply clicking on the price here, and then I would also see the price bigger in here. And the way it depends on how you want to change it. If you make it bigger, if you want to see it maybe in lines like that or next like that, it's up to you. Also, if you click on a little down arrow here, you see that you can also customize the aggregation type. So for instance, for the price, probably it makes more sense to have maybe the average price which people have been paid, right? Or have paid. So let's take this option, and now you can see we got the average price in here. For the profit and the sales, I would like to have the sum. That's fine. Also, if you go to the formatting option here again, you can then, if you select the visual here, go to the category labels here, and also kind of play around with the size. If you make them bold, you can see here the labels in bold. I think that's fine. And for the values here, you can also customize this here further. If you also want to make them bold like that, that is fine. And of course, customize this further if you want to do that. Underline that, for instance. It's up to you what you want to do, right? So what else can we explore here? Let's have a look at the cards itself. So for the card, you can customize it here further. Do you want to add a title? And if so, what should the title look like? About the style. Do you want to add style? The background here, for instance, just to show this to you. If I make it blue, then you have a blue background and so on. So this, again, of course, depends on, let me just go back in here. I don't want this, but depends on the way you want to style each visual. Just want to highlight one more time that there are so many options available, and please try them out and figure out what's actually the one you want to use. Also, if I click on an item here directly, like sales, for instance, I could also specify the formatting here. For instance, if I say this should be US dollars, I can tick this option here, and now you see I got this formatted as US dollar amount. If you want to change a different option here, you can see that if you click, there are various, in this case, currency available, which you can use here, right? You probably find what you're looking for. And also you can customize here the amount of decimal numbers you want to show. But for me now, let's say sales is fine. I click on profit here and I will do exactly the same. I should also want to display this in dollar amounts. You can see that here is fine. So then let's actually maybe also insert a header. Let's go to insert here and say for the text box, and let's say my first Power BI report, right? So let's select everything. Let's make this bold, also center it, and maybe also increase the size here for now to 24, like that. Okay, and maybe customize this here further. If you have a specific font you want to use, I'll choose this one for now, just to show you what's available in here. Okay, so let's use this and let's maybe drag this and place it here in somewhere. Let's select it and also go to, in this case, view, and say for format, and say for the alignment here, we want to align this center. Okay, now it's in the center, and now I select my KPI card here, and I will also drag this and maybe drop it here in the center, like that in the middle. So else, I got my table here. Of course, I can drag this table up here if I want to do that. But actually, I'd like to switch this. I don't need the table. Let me actually go with another, let's say, bar chart here. And I want to have a bar chart like that. So let me at first get rid of the sales. And let me also show the profit here. And then choose here instead a bar chart like that. Okay, so we got a bar chart for our regions. So because we see the region here already, let's actually switch this. Let's say we'd like to see this for the profit. So let me drag profit in here. Let me get rid of the region. So remove this here. And now we get a bar chart for the profit. Let me maybe drag this in here. The sales region around, place it maybe here. This could be actually a little bit smaller. So currently it's a little bit too big. So make it smaller here. We can place this one here and place it somewhere. And of course this one here, because it needs more space. The map, can actually get rid of the map for now. And then let me just maybe place this here like that. Okay, make this maybe a little bit like that. And then place it. Okay, so that's that. And of course we can add additional, well, in this case, specific kind of visualization types. Let's say we had the map, so maybe we can still add the map here. Just make it a bit smaller here, just to fit it somewhere here on the screen, right? So it's up to us how we want to display that. Let me actually make this smaller here, like that, and place it maybe somewhere in here. So it makes sense to align them properly. This, of course, is up to you. You can see the lines, of course, are helpful here. But as I said, just to create our first report, you can play around with this, and I encourage you to do that, right? Just want to show you here what's possible. So also, one very important thing is the filter interaction, and that's what we cover right now. So let's say I want to create some kind of slicer. You're probably familiar with that from Excel. And if I go to the slicer option here, click on slicer. First, make sure you deselect everything. Click on the slicer option here, click on slicer. And then here I choose, let's say, for instance, my regions, which I have, right? So I can tick this option here for the region. And then I get my region here as a slicer. And if I click on one, let's click on North, for instance, you see that everything now filters to the region North. If I choose South, everything would be filtered to South. And if I want to select several of them, I could hold my Control key, for instance, and tick this option here. And now I've selected 2 of them, and the data gets filtered to those options. Also, if you click on this icon, you can clear the selections if you want to do that. By the way, you can also click on this little down arrow here and choose, do you want to keep it as a list, or do you want to have a drop down, which can also be used as a slicer if you want to do that. Also, be aware that the slicers also have, if I go to the formatting option here, options to formatting the visual. For instance, if I go to slicer settings here, I can see the orientation. And I personally actually go here and often choose horizontally. Because now you see that the slicer looks a little bit different, but from my point of view, it looks better. And I can place it somewhere here and then slice the same way. So click on North here and there are filters, click on East, filter East, or I hold my Control key and select several of them. That also works, right? So I personally prefer the horizontal slicer, but it's up to you. Maybe you need a drop down. Of course, it also depends how many slicers you want to add to your report. And other options which are available are the slicer header, which is currently a region here. Do you want to show them or not? You can also untick them here, then they are not visible. Or you can also adjust the text title if you want to do that. Let me just untick it. I think it's clear for now. And also, of course, you can adjust here further the text for the title and so on. So for the values here, you can also adjust the font size. Here the font currently is that. I can use it dark here, then it would be easier to see them probably on a gray background. I can also make them bold and so on. I can play around with this and customize that. If I want to add a border, you can choose around the border position and so on. So color here and also the line width, right? Can also be adjusted in here for that. So it's up to you whether you want to display that or not. Just go to the formatting options and explore what is available in here for you. So for the background as well, you want to choose background. Currently it's white. You can see that here, but you can also customize that using a color if you want to do that. So that can be done for the report. And there are various other options. Maybe one visual, which I also quite often use, depending on what kind of data I have. But with sales and profit, I can show it to you. So let me just maybe get rid of the country. So let's get rid of this visualization type. And then choose here the funnel. So if you click on funnel here, then you can say, okay, I got this many amount of sales, and I got this profit here. And the nice thing about the funnel, as you can see here, you also get directly a ratio, like 16.5% of profit we have considering the whole sales amount we had. So this funnel, of course, is always or very often used when it comes to marketing and acquiring customers. But you see that it could also be used with specific kind of, KPIs, measures you have, if you want to use that. And that's why I wanted to show it to you. So I personally like this visual because it also gives me additional information here directly without calculating myself anything. But as I said, it's up to you when you want to use it. And also maybe for the bar charts, just to show that, of course, you see here the data itself. But of course, if you go to the formatting options and you choose, hey, just a second, I actually want to see the data labels, turn them on, and then you also see here the numbers itself, which again can be customized here. If you say here, for instance, the position, you want to see them inside end, then they would be inside the bar chart. If you want to see them at the beginning, you can also customize that, or outside as we've seen before. And for the values here, you can customize here again the display units. We've seen that here, for instance, I don't want to see the K. So if you go in here and say you want to see none, then you would see here the total numbers like that. Okay, which of course can also be increased in size here and also the font and so on. And this is true for all the visuals you have, right? You need to customize them the way you think is best, which fits your needs. Okay, so this is that. And the final thing is the interactions one more time. Because so far, what we did was we created a slicer here, right? So you can click on that and then you filter the data. That works, but the great thing about Power BI is that it is interactive. And what does this mean? Well, that means that every visual you have is potentially a slicer or a filter. Meaning, if I, for instance, click on the region west here, this bar, if I tick this option, then you'll see that everything now gets also filtered. Currently, it is highlighted, which you see. So for instance, if I click on south, you see that now south is highlighted, right? And by highlighting I mean that the data, the bar itself is still visible, so the total, but here the darker blue is referring to the current selection. Or for instance, here the region south is this one, and the other ones are grayed out. That's the default behavior from Power BI, and that's the highlighting behavior. Also, this, of course, is true for instance, our KPI card, because you see that the data is now different because we selected south. And if I select east, just as an example, you see that the data here changes again. So this interaction is applied to all the visuals you have. Not to the slicer, because the slicer is just a filter, but for all other visualizations, they are now filtered by my selection here. However, I personally do not like this highlighting option. There are, of course, use cases where this makes sense, but most often I like to filter my data. What I mean by that is if I click on East, I only want to see, in this case, those 3 bars, and the PlayStation should not be visible because obviously there are no sales, or in this case, there's no profit for the region East for PlayStation. And in order to change the interaction between charts, what you can do is you first select a chart. So select this one here, for instance, and then you can go to the formatting option here, format, and there you see the option edit interactions. Maybe you remember that when we covered our tour and went through that just quickly. And if you click this option here, you see that now all the visuals show, depending on the visual type, but icons. And here I can specify, because currently I have selected my sales region, this one here, and now I can specify how should the other visuals interact with my selection here. So as an example, if I select West, you see that currently this is highlighted here, right, for the region. Or if I click on East, that was our example, we see that PlayStation has no data. But it's still visible because it's highlighted. Now if I click on, instead of highlighting here option, which is this one here, I click on Filter. Click on Filter. Now you see that the data gets filtered. Meaning, if I click on East, I only see really what's available in the region East. And if I click on West, I would see the data for West, and so on, right? So that's what I mean by here, the option to edit the interactions and specify, do you want to show the highlighting, as we see here, or should I go to the filter option, go to filter here, and then the data gets filtered to my selection. So it allows me to specify how do I want to interact with visuals. And this actually is quite powerful, because I could also say that my filter here should not affect here this specific product table. So then all I would do is simply go here and select none. And if I take this option, then you'll see that if I select anything here, that other visuals get filtered, but this one always shows the total amount of data. So it does not get affected by any selection in here. But it can still be affected by other visuals. So that's why it's really completely customizable, which is quite powerful. Just remember that you need to go to Edit Interactions, then click on a specific visualization, and then you can customize here, because then the icons appear for all the other visualizations. And if you want to then do not show them anymore, simply click on Edit Interactions again, and you see that now they are gone. So that's how you can specify how any visual should interact with another visual. So these are the options to highlight or filter the data, either by using slicers, which you can create for all kinds of data you have, and also customize how they should look like, or you use the filtering option by the visual, which are there available by default. If you click on something, then the data gets filtered in here or highlighted in here, for instance. It's depending on what you want, or no interaction at all. Everything is possible. Okay, so that's it for part number 2 with Power BI getting started. Hopefully that was interesting, and I encourage you, try it out a little bit longer yourself, play around with the different formatting options which are there, and create your first report. Okay, so that's it. Thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now, I hope you have explored Power BI a little bit more in detail, the options, the formatting options available, and you've created a report which probably looks much better than the one I have shown you here. So now let's actually dive a little bit deeper into Power BI. So far, remember what we used in order to create our first report was an easy Excel table. It was only one table, so nothing special. But now we will use a more advanced data set. So I already opened this in Excel. Let me just open it here and show you what it looks like. And again, you can download it from the resource section to follow along. Here we have multiple tables. As you can see here, I got data, sales data for 2022, which is this one here. Looks like that. I can also jump to the beginning here. And I got here an order ID, product ID, location ID, salesperson ID, customer ID, and so on. And there is also a date, quantity, and a price. And the same is true concerning the structure for the sales 2021 and also for the sales 2020, like that. So we've got 3 different kinds of tables which all look the same concerning the structure. But of course, currently they are 3 different kinds of tables. So we need to bring them together into one big table. That's the first thing which we need to be aware of. Secondly, as you can see that in the sales table, that's exactly the structure which I described when we talked about the model view in Power BI. We have some IDs, like product ID for instance, but we have no information about the product. However, what we have is, if you take a look at the next tab here, we have a products tab. And this products tab here has information about the product. In this case, it's the product name, and there's information about the cost of the product, the sales price, the discount, and so on. And we can link the product name, this one, in column number B, as well as all the information available for the product, using the product ID. Because the product ID is available in this table, and also it is available in the sales table in column B here. And the same is true then for other information, like for instance salesperson ID. Again, we got an ID here, and in our salespeople column here, or on the tab, we got also the person ID and then the name itself. So that means we have various tables, same is true here by the way for customers and also for locations in here. We always had the ID, and then we got additional information regarding the specific locations, customer, and so on. The data itself, of course, is not available in the sales table. There we only have the IDs. But because we have a common column, we can now link everything together in our in Power BI dataset, in the model. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So just wait for it, and I hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's get a little bit more advanced and import the data we have discovered in the last video. So you can see here, I already opened a complete new Power BI file. So if you still have the beginners file open, then I would just encourage you to save this somewhere and open a new file. So let me just close the pop-up window, and then let's actually import the data from the Excel file, which we have seen in the last video. So you can either, again, click on import data from Excel, or you can go to get data, go to Excel, or you can click on Excel here directly. I will do this one. And then I choose the PBI training 1 file, which we have seen, and let me click on open, and then just wait until the navigator opens, and here it is. And this shows us now here all the tables we have, as well as all the sheets, which are also in here. Now, as I said, best practice, we only want to import the data we need in Power BI, so that's why we go with the table structure in here. And also this is just a general tip for you later on as well. The less data you import, the better and faster your report will be. So always make sure that you only import the data inside your model which you really need. And if you don't need the data, don't import it. Okay? So let's do that. What do we need? Well, I want to see my salespeople. So let me tick this. And I also want to see the sales. I want to see the product, location, and then the customer data. So I don't need the budget in this case, and I also don't need the date. To select the tables, I can either do it manually, or what you could also do is, if you hold your shift key, you can select the first one, and then hold your shift key, and then go to the last one, which would be location here, and tick this option. And now you see that you have selected all of them, right? This could also be an option. Then I also would like to select the customer. That's what I said. And these are actually the tables I need. You can also see a little preview here, as well as if the underlying data source changed. Remember, you can click on this refresh option here to see the latest changes in the source. As soon as you're done, then we want to, and now be aware, we don't want to click on load. We want to click on transform data. So if you click on load, that would mean that we load all the tables in the current form inside Power BI. You could still then go to transform data later on, so this option here, to go to the query editor again. But in this case, we want to do a few transformation steps up front. That's why we want to click on transform data. This is why, from my personal view, currently this is a little bit misleading, because the button here in yellow simply means that most people probably would click here. But what we actually want to do is we want to open the query editor first. So meaning, if you click on load directly, Power BI will automatically load all the data, in this case the selected tables, inside the Power BI file here. if you click on transform data, then this would not happen immediately. Instead, you'll see, let's click that. Then now the query editor opens. You see that the queries are processed. Now the query editor opens, here it is, and it's a separate window in here, which allows us to do our transformations. And for now, let's have a look. Let me just double click here to make it full screen. And then you see here all the different kinds of tables available. And if you tick them, you can see a preview of the data in here. And what you can also see is the name in here, which can be renamed. Let's do that actually for salespeople, as well as for the data in here. So let's say for the salespeople, I actually go in here, and instead I want to only use this here for salespeople. Okay, you can give it a name, press enter, and if you do that, you'll see that also the name up here for the table changes. The same is true for all the data options here. So if I select product here and I choose product, so only product, get rid of the underscore data, you see that also the name changes here. And the second option would be if you select the table and you double click on it, you can also directly name it in here. So for instance, remove here the underscore data at the end. You can do that, press enter, and then you can also rename it here. So both options are possible for you. Either you double click here or you change the name in the property section on the right side, like that. Both work, okay? So let's do that, and now we have all our tables named properly. So far, so good. Also, please note something very interesting, which is here the applied steps window. You see here that Power BI automatically applied a few steps for us. And let me actually maybe go to one of the sales tables here. So here we see the steps are source, navigation, and change type. Now, what does this mean? Well, if you click on one of the steps, simply click on it like that, you'll see that this is what the data source looked like at the beginning. So you see here a name, you see all the data itself, which contains tables. And if you do not click on table directly, click next to it. If you click, for instance, in here, you get a little preview at the bottom here. You can make this bigger if you want. What's actually inside this table? So that means in this specific step, all what Power Query in this case did was simply scanned the data which we want to import, which are these ones, and also specified, okay, this is a table in here, the item, it is a sheet, so it's an Excel worksheet, and it is not hidden. So these are just a few additional features or traits which the specific item has. Then in the next step, this is where actually the table itself, because here you can see the data in the table, gets expanded. So if you click on navigation, if I click that option, then you see now I can see what's inside the table of the sales 2022. And the third step, which is the change type, which is also automatically applied, is if you take a closer look at the headers currently, you see it's ABC123. This means, for all the columns, this means that currently Power BI has not figured out what kind of data type the specific column has. And that's what the change type automatically did. So if I click on change type, now you see that each icon here has either ABC, or this should be a little calendar icon, or 1, 2, 3 as a whole number. So a specific data type has been attached to each column. And that happens automatically for us. These are the steps in here. And this step is really helpful because you can click any step, prior step, and see exactly what the data looked like. Especially if you have modified quite a lot inside the Power Query editor. So with all the transformation options which are in the ribbon bar available, and you get a lot of steps, you always have the option to click on a specific prior step and see what the data looked like there. Also, if you want to remove a step, you can click on the cross symbol here. That's why please be aware that if you want to go to a step, simply click somewhere in the middle, like here, for instance. But if you want to remove a step, then you want to click on the cross symbol. You can also right click here and actually rename a step if you want to do that. So if you want to give it a more or better name, because sometimes the default names might be not that helpful, especially if someone else maybe takes a look at the steps you have been applied and you want to be a little bit more precise to help people understand what you have done. Also for yourself, of course. If I, for instance, want to change something, let's say I want to change a data type here for the quantity, I can click on the little icon here, and then you can see all the data types which are available. And if I click on decimal number, 123, that's 1.2, sorry, click on it and say I have now the option to replace the current step or add a new step. The reason why this is asked, because in the current step, the type was already changed. For me now, because I want to add a new step, just to show this to you, I will click on Add New Step. And if I do that, you now see the data type for the column has changed. Now it's 1.2, so it's a decimal number. And also I have this change type step 1, which is exactly doing this. The specific step which I've done to modify it from a whole number to a decimal number. And if I want to get rid of this, I simply click on the cross symbol here, and you'll see that then the 1.2 gets removed and it gets 123 again, which is a whole number. So let me click the cross symbol here, and now you see I get my original data back, so the format back. So that's how this applied step window works. It's quite helpful, especially as I said, if you have a lot of steps, because this can become quite difficult, of course, if you create or have to actually do a lot of transformation and cleaning steps, and then it might be helpful actually to have this applied step window to see exactly what you have done in each step. So let's have a closer look to our queries here. So for now, let me just right click in here and say I want to create a new group. I'll do this most often because this helps me to then specify, especially if I have a lot of tables, which of the tables are important to me and which are related to the model, and which tables I only use for staging. By staging, I mean I might import data in tables, but I don't want to use those tables in the model actually. I just want to, transform those tables. And we will see this in a minute when it comes to our sales tables. But for now, let me just create a group here. Let's say these are our model tables. Model TBLs. I can give it a description. For instance, here are all relevant tables for our model. So click OK. And then you see now we get a new folder in here. And I want to add now specific tables to my folder. And for me, I know that I want to use customer, location, product, and also salespeople. So I can hold my control key to select several of them, also salespeople, and then I can drag and drop them into the models table, like that. So this is something, just to mention this, which I personally like to do. It does not give you any additional, advantage doing this, beside, of course, knowing exactly, okay, these are the tables I'm using in my model, and you have a little bit of structure in here. Okay, so as I said, you don't have to do it, but I personally prefer doing this, especially if I have a use case like that. Because now, let's figure out what actually do we want to do with our sales tables. In Power BI, the best kind of structure you can have is normally one fact table. A fact table is a table which contains all the relevant, most often numerical figure, like for instance sales in this case. So our goal is actually to create one big fact table, which is one big sales table. And then we want to have additional so-called dimension tables, which are the upper ones, which then are connected and give more information to the sales table. So that means we need to combine all those three tables. So 2020, 2021, and 2022. And we can do this because they all have the same structure. So that's fine. But as I said, currently we have three different tables. So what do we do? Well, if you take a closer look under Home, there's the option under Combine to append queries. Appending queries simply means that we stack them together. And that's exactly what we want to do. So we simply want to use 2022, we want to put 2021 below, and then below we want to put 2020, like that. And we can do this by appending those queries. So if I click on Append Queries, I can either click here directly or take a closer look at this little down arrow here. And if you click on the down arrow here, you have two options. You can either append queries or append as new. Now the difference is if I would append queries here, for instance, and I have 2022 selected, which I currently have, I would append 20 and 21 to this 22 table, and therefore modify the original 2022 table. On the other hand, if I append queries as new, so if I click this option, let me take this, then I create a complete new table, which I can specify what tables do I want to append to. And in my case, I have 3 or more tables, not only 2. That's why I tick this option, 3 or more tables. And then you can see, currently it's sales 2022. And let me add actually sales 2021 as well. And also if I hold my control key, I can select the second one here as well and click on add. And then I move all of them together into this new table. You can also, if you tick them, then change the sorting. So for instance, put 2021 at the top or 2020 at the top. In this case, it doesn't really matter for me. So that's why I leave it like that, starting with 2022, 2021, and then 20. Now, as soon as I click OK, let's click it. Let's see what happens. Now we got one new table, append 1. And this table is simply the sum of all the 3 sales tables. And I can easily check this if I click on the order date column. If I go here, click on it. So this allows us to filter the data, kind of similar to Excel. And if I click on load, just to see all of them, you can see I got 2020 in here. If I scroll down, I can see 2021 in here as a date, and also I can see 2022 in here. So that gives me now the, or tells me that exactly what I wanted it has happened. So I appended all 3 tables here to one big table. And this only happened, remember, because instead of clicking on append queries directly, I click on this little down arrow and said I want to append the queries as new. Otherwise, if I would have selected the 2022 here and append queries, then 2021-20 would have been appended to this table and not a new table would not have been created. That's the only difference. So I prefer it this way, to have a separate table for that. And then I can name this here my, in this case, sales. Okay, so I'll name it sales, I press enter. Now you see that I got my sales table in here. And finally, of course, I also want to drag this table up in here to my model view. Let's leave it here. Okay, so far so good. And then I can, one last thing here for my other queries, I want to disable the load. What I mean by that is I only used the 3 tables in here to create my giant facts table, so my sales table in here, which I want to use in my model. But these ones, I don't want to use them. And I don't want them to see in the model. So that's why I right click on one of them. And you see there are 2 checkboxes here, enable load and include in report refresh. And what we want to do is we want to disable the load. So if I untick the enable load, you see that now it's written in italic. It's a little bit small, but you probably see that if you do it yourself. And I will do the same for the second one, disable the load. And also for the third one, disable the load. So that means that those 3 tables are now not loaded into Power BI, not into the model. Only the sales table itself. And the other option here, just to mention this, include in report refresh, it's grayed out, but we still have it here selected, especially because remember that when we refresh the data, for instance, sales has changed, then of course we also want to have the refreshed, so the latest data, in our modified or created sales table in here. So this is something we want to have, but we don't want to see those tables. That's why we disable the load for the Power BI model, but we still have the sales, so the data itself, included in our refresh to see the latest data. Okay? And as soon as we've done this, then we are basically done for preparing the table so far. And then as soon as you click on close and apply, you could then go directly back into the report view. So let me do that for now. Let's try that. Click on close and apply. And then you see that now the loading starts. So before the data was only in Power Query, but now the tables get loaded into the model. And you'll see now in the fields list all the various tables. And you also see that there's only one sales table in here, this one, with all the columns. You can see them here. And the other 3 sales table are not visible because we did not load them. And if you then say, for instance, there's still something you want to modify, you can always simply go to under Home, go to Transform Data. You can click this option, and if you do that, then the query window appears again, and you'll see here all the transformations you have done. And then you can continue, change something, adding something, and so on. Okay, so that's it. Hopefully you understood what we did and you followed along. Thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now, last time we imported the data, we also create our facts table. So basically our combination of the 3 sales tables. And now there's one additional table which is missing, which is very, very important, especially if you work with any kind of time intelligence functions. Like for instance, you want to compare sales regarding the current year and the prior year. So that's the dates table, exactly. So we need a dates table. So we already have, if you take a closer look in the sales table, of course, an order date column. However, it is best practice, and this is something I would highly recommend you always do, to import a separate dates table in Power BI, which you can then use in order to create any kind of time-related calculations. To do this, I already prepared something for you, which is here, which looks like that. So yes, this looked quite intimidating, I guess so, that's true. But let's actually explore what this is. And I encourage you, it's quite easy to use. So this is actually M-code. It is a function which is already written for you, which you can use anytime. So also for all your future reports, you can always refer to this specific text file here, which you can download from the resource section and just copy paste it in your report. So if you don't want to learn M, you don't have to do that. And by the way, M is the query language. So M is the language used in the Power Query editor. Now, how do we create our dates table regarding this? First, you need to open this file. And as I said, you can download it from the resource section. Then what you do is you simply press Ctrl A to copy everything of the function, and then press Ctrl C to copy it. And then you go to your Power BI model, so our current model. I go to the query editor, because here I need to insert this function. And the way this works is you click on Home, and under Home there is this New Source option. The new source, if you click here and you go to blank query, because you want to write your own M code, you can click this option here. And then you need to click on, inside the Home tab here as well, under Query Options, the Advanced Editor. So if you click here, then you see there is some default syntax in here, which you can get rid of. You don't need this, just remove it. And then press Ctrl V to paste the code. If it's successful, you can see that quite easily, because then it should tell you no syntax errors have been detected. So then you click on Done. And as soon as you do this, because this is a function, it can be quite easily seen, because a function always has some parameter list in here, and then this arrow here. And then if you click on Done, you invoke the function here, like that. Now it's available in here. And you can enter here your parameters. So you can give it a start date, an end date, and also there's a financial year start month. So for instance, if your fiscal year starts in July, for instance, you would enter a 7 here. But for me, it would be 1 because I want to start in January. And there's also an optional field to choose a column here from a holiday table. So if you have a table with specific holidays, you also want to have included in the dates table, you can also choose a column from a holiday table, which you need to import first. So it's quite extensive, but to keep it easy, as you've seen, you only need to copy paste the complete function inside there as a new query. So as a blank query in this case. And then you can specify the start, the end date, and the financial year start month. So in my dataset, I have data from 2020 to 2022. That is why, in order to cover all the dates, I want to say I want to start at the 1st of January in 2020. And I want to end here at the 31st of December in 2022. Like that. And my financial year start month, it's optional, so by default it's 1, but I simply put in a 1 here as well. And then what I do is I click on invoke to invoke the function, click on invoke, and now you see there's a new table created, which is our dates table, which is this one here. So you've seen that just copy pasting the query, then enter the data range or the date range you want to cover, and then invoke the function. It's quite easy, right? So there's no need to be an M expert for doing this. And now what I would like to do, of course, is rename this directly. So I can, these are my dates. So I call this dates, press enter, and you see that now I got my table. And I also want to drag this inside my model in here. So drag it up, so it's also available in the relevant tables for the model. Now for this dates table, it's quite extensive. That is why I think this is really, really helpful, especially also for all your future projects. As I said, you can always use it. It contains now here one column, which is called date, which contains exactly all the dates starting in the 1st of January 2020 up to the last day in 2022. So that's exactly what this date column covers, and that's the most important column in this whole dates table. But beside this, we have additional columns which we can use. For instance, the year here, the quarter, the month, and so on. So all these columns are available. Also the month name. In this case, for me, it's German here because of my current location of Power BI, but this of course would be displayed in your native language. And if you scroll to the right, you would see additional columns, like for instance, the weekdays here. Again, apologize for that, this is German, but you would see that in your native language, which you can also use then to slice and dice your data. For instance, I'm only interested in sales which happens on a weekday and not on the weekend, or the other way around. I can filter my data based on this column, which is now available for me, right? Simply by creating this dates table. And there are additional fields in here, as you can see here, ISO day, week, and so on, and also additional fields like financial year and so on. So everything is available here, which is quite helpful and can all be used in the model. So that's it actually for importing this table. So using this quite complex expression of M, but you only need to copy paste it. You don't need to understand everything which is done here for each of the steps. But if you want to dive deeper into that, then of course feel free to do this. So that's basically what we need to do in create our dates table. Now also, just let me highlight this for you. All the steps we do here by simply clicking on icons here are actually also transformed under the hood into M code. So for instance, if I take a closer look at my sales table, which we have created, and I also go to the advanced editor, if I click here, then you'll see that here, that's basically steps which have been done here. Using the table.combine, this is a function in M, we combined here the sales 2022, 21, and 20. So also steps in here are actually happening, but of course for us, it's much easier to work with the interface here by simply click on append queries, what we have done when we selected the tables. But under the hood, the steps, so all our clicks here are transformed into M code. And finally, one additional thing, just in case you're wondering, okay, why did we actually import this dates table? I said already it's best practice to do that, but why do we do this? Well, the reason why you want to do this is the following. In our sales table here, we have an order date. However, this order date is not, does not contain all the dates. So that means, for instance, we have sales on the 23rd of, in this case, February 2022, maybe on the 24th as well. But we cannot guarantee that each day during the whole period which we cover sales is available. So let's say there was a holiday which we did not sell any products, for instance. And whenever you have dates inside your model where you can't be sure that you really have the whole dates table, so the whole date range covered, there are maybe single days which are missing. If that is the case, then if you use this specific column when you create any kind of time intelligence functions, so time functions using DAX, then it might be the case that you get wrong numbers. And that's the reason why you want to be sure that you have a complete date range. And this can be always can be ensured if you use a separate dates table. And that is why this is so powerful and so very important. That's why, please just keep that in mind. It's best practice, always use a separate dates table in your model. And here, the one I've shown you here, and how to use it, how to import it, quite easy. Can be used for all your future Power BI projects, okay? And of course, feel free to use it. So that's it for this video. Hopefully that was helpful. Hopefully you were able to follow along. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's explore the Power Query editor a little bit more and figure out what kind of transformation steps are actually available in here. Because they are quite powerful, as already mentioned, and let's see what's available. So in the first tab, which is the Home tab, we have already seen that we can add new data sources here, and it could be any kind of data source we want to add. What we have done so far, we wanted to add a blank query, and then we use the dates query M code, right, to create a dates table, as we've seen in here. So under recent sources, you would simply see here what kind of sources you have used in the past, and you can also use recent sources and load them in here. Enter data would allow us to enter manual data. So if I go to enter data here, I can create a manual table, right? So I can go in here and say, this is my manual table, TBL, and then I can simply add some information here, like A, B, C. I will delete this table. I just want to show it how it works. If you click OK, then you would see that this table also appears in here as a manual table, which can also be used in the model. So if you want to insert data manually, you can do that anytime, simply by clicking under Home to this Enter Data in here. If you want to get rid of the table, simply right click here and say delete, right? Because we don't need it, we delete it again and it's gone. So that's how this Enter Data here works. Data source settings, if you click here, that gives you or lets you manage the data source settings in here. Nothing very important right now. More interesting could be the parameters, because remember in the query here, when we use this custom M code for the date function, there is a start date, an end date, and also financial year start month in here. And you see that it's called enter parameters. And that's exactly what you can do here by manage parameters. So if you click this option, you can manage parameters which are already inside your query here in the Power Query editor, or you can also create new parameters if you want to create your own custom M code and use parameters for that. For instance, for filtering specific columns or anything like that. This can be done here by simply creating them. The way it works is simply click on new parameter here, and then this window appears where you can give the parameter a name. You can specify what kind of data type it is here. You can also suggest a default value here. And then you can use the parameter afterwards inside the query editor if you want to do that. So quite easy to create those parameters actually in here. Refresh the preview. This allows you to refresh the data. Again, if the underlying data source in the meantime changes and you're still in the editor here, you click on refresh here. And then if you've selected one of the tables, this one for instance, and I would click refresh, then I would see the latest data in here and all the changes which might have been applied in the underlying data source. The advanced editor, we have already seen this. This is very helpful, and so you know already what it does. You can click on it and you see exactly what happens in here. So for this specific file here, so in this case the product table, it's an Excel source which gets loaded by excel.workbook, and then there are different steps which have been applied. And those steps, like loading the source and here choosing, here in this case the table itself, and changing the type, all those steps, of course, here are also in here in the applied steps window. But it's important to know where you find here the M code, and this can be easily done by simply selecting the table and then click on the advanced editor in here. Manage, if you click the manage option, you can here also delete the specific table you currently have selected. You can duplicate the table or reference the table. The difference between duplicating and reference, by the way, is the following. If you duplicate the table, if I click on duplicate, for instance, you would see that now I have product number 2 here, but this product number 2 is not linked to the product number 1. Meaning, if the underlying data source for product changes or makes some modifications in the product table here, those modifications would not be transferred to product number 2, because currently it's a duplication. On the other hand, if you undergo on a manage here and say you create a reference, then the second table, the reference table, would always reference the first table. So that means that changes in the product table would also be applied in the product number 2 table if you create a reference. And you can do that by either go here under manage or you can also right click on a table. And there's also an option to create a duplication or a reference to this table. I don't need this, so let me just go in here. Let me just delete the product number 2, just to show you what it does, but we don't need it in the model. So that's that. We can also have here under Manage Columns, specify what of the columns you want to keep. Because sometimes you load a table inside your model, but probably you don't need maybe all the columns from this table. Maybe you want to only use specific columns. Then you can go to Choose Columns here. You can tick this option here. And then this allows you here to specify what are the columns you want to keep. And for instance, if I just remove some of them, let's say I want to remove those 3, I click OK. And then you see that another step has been applied here in the applied steps, which is remove other columns. And those additional columns now have been filtered out, which means that if we click on Close and Apply and would load the data in the model, then those columns would also not be visible and cannot be used in the creation of the report. That's why I click on a cross symbol here and we see those columns again and we can use it. So that would be this Choose Column options. And if you, instead of clicking here directly, you can also click here. And this allows you here to choose the columns or also go to a specific column. This can be helpful if you have lots of columns and you don't want to scroll to the right. You can also click on Go to Column and then choose a column. For instance, if I click on taxes here, click OK, and then you see that now taxes is highlighted. Here I only have 7 columns, so that's not a big deal to simply click on a column to select it. But if you have, let's say, 100 columns, it might be easier to simply go here and click on Go to Column, right, to go there. Remove columns. So that's basically also a way here. If you go here, remove the columns or remove other columns. It's kind of similar to choose the columns here. If you untick the checkboxes, this simply allows you to remove specific columns if you don't need them in the model. The same is true for reducing the rows. This just means that now you're limiting the amount of rows you use. So if you say, for instance, I want to keep rows, there's an option to keep top rows, keep bottom rows, or a range of rows. So just to keep it simple, let's say I want to keep the rows, and I say I only want to keep the first, let's say the first 10 rows. And if I click OK, I would see that now only I keep the first 10 entries in my dataset. And all the other ones from the product table now get filtered out and will not be available in the model. That's why I think this applied step window is so helpful, because you can do all the transformations, and if you don't like it, just click on the cross symbol here. And then you see the original data back. This is the keep rows. Remove rows works the same way, right? You can say, I want to remove the first 10 rows because maybe they don't contain any relevant data or data which I don't need. Or you can remove the bottom rows or also alternate rows. So if you take this option here, you can specify the first row to remove and the number of rows and also the steps. The number of rows to keep, which can be specified in here. So quite powerful to really choose specific what exactly do you need. But as I said before, if you are able to only import the data which you need, then you don't need to do these additional transformation steps. That's why I personally would always recommend only import what you need. And then just in case you need to remove additional things from the table, which you can't remove up front, then you can use those steps in here. But if you don't need to use them, why bother and why invest time in doing this, right? So it's very helpful, but best practice always only import what you need. That's my advice to you. Then sorting here can be done simply by selecting the column you want to sort, and then you can sort from A to Z or from Z to A. So that's up to you. You can split columns in here. So for instance, we have our salespeople here, which is salesperson name, so his surname and name. And if you tick this column here and say you want to split, you can click on the option here, and there are various options to split by delimiter, by number of characters, by positions, lower to uppercase, digit to non-digit, and so on. And if I keep it simple, say delimiter, then I can select what kind of delimiter. I can also add a custom delimiter if the one I'm searching for is not available here by default. In this case, it is for me, it's space. And then I can specify each occurrence of the space or only the leftmost space, the rightmost space. And I can also go to advanced options here if I want. If I take this option just to see that, there's also split into columns or rows. This can be done in here. For me, I just leave it default now. And if I click OK, you would now see that I have here now 2 columns the first one is here Fred, and the second one is Robertson, right? And the same is true for all the other columns in here. So I split basically by the space as a delimiter in here. That was original data. So if I click on here, that's what it looked like. And then when I split it, then 2 additional steps have been done. The split column by delimiter was the first one. And then also the change type, just to make sure that the columns here have the right data type, which of course can be modified by simply clicking here and then choose a data type in here. So that's how this split column option works. So let me just maybe remove this and remove this here as well. And then let's have a look at, for instance, at our sales data here one more time. And let's take a look at the grouping option here. Grouping option means, or group by here simply means to create aggregations. So meaning, for instance, you could say I have location ID in my table and I want to figure out how many or how often an ID is actually available in this specific table. Then you can go in here and you can say I want to group by, and you can specify here the columns. For instance, location ID is the column. If you go to advanced, you can add additional columns if you want to group by several columns. But for the basic one, let's say group by location ID, and I will simply want to count. This is the name of the new column, and let's say count rows, simply to figure out, in this case, how many or how often a location is actually available in the sales table. And if I click OK, then you would see here now a unique list of location IDs, and you can see how often, using the count, this location is actually available in the sales table. So there are 154 entries for the location A142. And you can see that for the other locations here as well. So you can do that simply by using this group option. But be aware that if you want to do this, then of course now you have modified the sales table, right? Which is now not available in your model anymore. So that is why if you want to do any kind of aggregations and you still need the original table, then I would recommend that you right click on the table first, and then you create either a duplication or a reference, depending on what you need, and then you can do your aggregations. So that really depends on whether you want to aggregate the data and then only work with the aggregation. Then of course it's totally fine to do the aggregation in the original table. If you want to keep the original table and still want to have additional any kind of aggregation, then I would recommend you click on duplicate or reference in order to have the table a second time, which you can then modify and do kind of aggregations. So let me just remove this because we want to keep our original data, but that's how that works, the grouping option here. Data type, this is the same as clicking on the icon here. So you can either modify the type here, or you can go to data type here and choose what kind of data type it is. It's up to you, what you prefer. The use first row as headers, or if you click on the down arrow here, use headers as first row. This allows you to either use, for instance, the first column as the header column, or the header column and demote it basically, so put it in the first row. So as an example, if I say I want to use headers as first row, if I tick this option, then now you see that my original headers are in the first row of the data entry. And instead I have column 1, 2, and so on as my headers. And the same is true if I use first row as headers here. If I tick this option, then I would have this headers as the first row. So that's how that works. For me now, I don't want this, so I actually remove this one and this one. So I have my and this one and this one. So I have my original data back. Okay. So, but that's how that use first row as headers works. The replace values can be quite helpful. So let me just show you one example. I go to customer here, and for instance, for salespeople here, I get here Fred Robertson or Kevin Butler. And if I want to rename specific here, so really you want to change either depending on how often a name appears, or if it only appears once, then I would only want to replace maybe one specific value. If it appears several times, I can do this combined here by simply selecting the column first and then go to replace values. And now if I say I want to replace, in this case, let's say Fred Robertson, and I want to replace it with, let's say, Elon Musk here. And if I press OK, then you see that now my salesperson here with employee 1000 is now Elon Musk. So that's how I can rename specific items by simply using this replace values option in here. Let me just remove it here because Elon Musk is not one of our employees, but in the future, just in case he wants to join, he's free to join, of course, then we can simply modify the name in here. This under the transforming steps here. The combining steps, we already have seen this using the append queries when we combine basically our three sales tables. The merge queries, the difference here would be appending queries means we stack them, so putting them below each other, if you want to call it this way. And merging means we want to actually put them next to each other. So for instance, if I want to merge this table with my, in this case, my sales table here, so I would like to have two additional columns here on the right side. This is what merging does. So merging simply creates a table. So basically by combining them together, so from left to right, and appending simply means we want to stack them on top of each other. That's the difference. The last option here, these AI insights, these are related to artificial intelligence. So options which are available like text analytics, vision, and Azure machine learning. However, I just want to notice you here, to use this, you need to have a premium license. And this is then based on Azure. It's quite easy to use because actually all you need to do is you select the column and then click on a specific option. But as I said, you only can use them if you have Power BI Premium. So that's under Home. Then under Transform, you will find some of the features we already discussed, because again, there's some redundancy here, which I personally prefer, but some people don't like that. But of course, you find the same options in several steps or spots here, which is quite helpful, at least because it's much easier than to find what you want and what you need. Again, you find here for the tables, grouping the tables. We talked about this. Use first row headers or headers as first row. You can transpose your data. So it's also an option which you're probably familiar with from Excel. You can also do this, or reverse the rows. You can count the rows just to figure out how many rows are actually in the specific table. So if I click on count rows, it simply gives me here a number. So it simply gives me here a number and tells me exactly, okay, in my sales table, there are, in this case, 10,889 entries. So let me just remove this because I want to have my original data back. But that's how you can quite easy figure out under Transform here, what's the size of the table. You can also change the data type here. We already covered this by clicking here or do it here. Go on here, you can do that here as well. Or you can also right click here on the table, because then you find also a lot of options which are also available in the ribbon bar here for transformations. Detect the data type, would you allow to the Power BI then tries to figure out what kind of data type a column is. If you haven't done this already, then you can simply click here. And renaming, you can rename a column anytime, either by clicking here or by double clicking on a column. That also works. And the other things here is replace values. We talked about this. What's also helpful is the fill option. So you can either fill up or fill down. So think about a use case where you have maybe an entry here in the first row, and then the next rows are empty. And then in the 10th row, there's a second entry. Like for instance, you see the structure sometimes for countries, for instance. You can see here, for instance, there's US, and then there's some information in the other columns here about US. And then the other columns for US here are empty. Maybe in the second column, there are US states, for instance. And then the next country here is India. And again, there are Indian states probably then here, but the country is not repeating here in the first column. And if you want to fill this, so if you want to have the country then appearing in each of the rows, you can either do this by selecting the column and then go in here and say fill down or fill up, depending on the use case. And then the missing data gets filled with the prior value or the value after, depending on when you use down or up. So that's that. You can pivot the data and unpivot the data. That's also available in here. You can split the column. We already talked about this. And you can also extract or parse data. So if you go in here and then can extract here the length or the first characters of something. For instance, you want to only have the OID here, which is part of the order ID. You can actually use this, or you can also remove this. If you say, I don't want to show them, you can extract it here from the specific column, right? If you want to do that. That's available in here. And statistics here, this is for numerical columns. For instance, if I choose the price here, for instance, you see that now some of them are not grayed out anymore, which allows me here to do some kind of transformations, like for instance, adding, multiplying, subtract, and so on. For instance, if I click on add, I can add a specific number to each data in here. So for instance, if I say I will increase the prices of 10%, I can then simply, I would not use add. In this case, I would go in here and say multiply, and then I type in a 1.1, and then I can multiply all my prices by 10%. So increase them by 10%, right? So that's how that works. Quite easy to do here as well. Other options here are also mathematical options in here. Most often, probably not so often used, actually scientific and so on, but it's available in here. And if you click on the option, you see what it can do for you. Rounding, for instance, probably more used than scientific options, but also available in here. Date time, currently grayed out, but of course, again, if you select a date column, then the date here is available. The time and duration not, because it's a date without any time, but here for the date I can actually extract something. Like for instance, I can extract the year, the start of the year, I can extract the month, start of the month, end of the month, and so on. All this can be extracted by here. Simply go here and then select what you want. And of course, also available, kind of interesting, I also have a separate course for that actually, but you can also run R scripts or Python scripts. So if you can program in those languages, then you can use R or Python also to modify your, in this case, your data. Because maybe what you want to do is not available, even though Power Query Editor is quite, well, powerful already. Maybe sometimes a transformation you want to do is not available. And then you can still use R or Python to create your own script and run the script on the data and use that to transform the data. That's also possible by simply clicking here to the step option here and then write your Python code in here. So otherwise, under add column here, we also can use additional things like we can create a column from examples, we can create a custom column, or we can also invoke a function. Function here, remember what we've done here. This is the function, the query one, which creates our dates table. And if you created your own function, you can invoke this function on a specific column if you want to do that. You can add conditional columns, like for instance, if the price is greater than 1000, then it is high. If it's below 500, then it's low, and so on. So this kind of conditional columns can also be created in here, simply by selecting the column and then go to conditional column in here. And this allows you here to do some kind of conditions here and check that and create an additional column if you want to do that. An index column is, like the name implies, you can simply add an index from, depending on where you want to start, from 0 to the end, or you can also choose a different number going here from 1, or custom. If you say I want to have an index column, but it's starting from 10, for instance, you can do that here by clicking on custom. And the extract, we already talked about this. We also talked about this, number or mathematical options here, the date, and there's also AI insights again. So it's kind of similar to what we've already seen in the home or transformation tabs. Again, there's some kind of redundancy here. As you can see here, there's also this available, or the I feature here. So, but it's available in several places in here. Other options here for the view. This is only about the query itself. So do you want to show the formula bar, for instance? You can untick this. However, I would highly encourage you always leave this checked, because it's much easier to see that here and here. And also, there are a few interesting things like column quality. You can tick this option because this gives you information. Are there any errors, or are there any empties, which means missing data in a specific column, which you might not see in the preview in here, right? But this gives you additional information by simply checking this column quality. And there's also column distribution, which you can check, which gives you here additional information. Like here, you can see how many distinct values are in here, how many unique values are in here in the columns. You can see that here directly by choosing column distribution. As well as if you go to column profile, tick this option, you get here additional information about the distribution and a little bit about column statistics. So you don't need to show this, but it is available for you. And if you tick it, then you go these additional information here. Okay. Also, advanced editor is here. One more time, you can click it here as well to open it. So for the tools, you can here start diagnostics. It's kind of also similar to figuring out where the issue is, if it relates to any kind of performance issues you might experience. Then there's also this diagnostics tool, which can help you to figure out which of the queries takes the longest time to load. If you want to do that, you can start the diagnostics here. And help, the final one, again, you get additional information about where to find help, links to the Power BI community, guided learning, documentation, and so on. So that's basically it. So this is a tour through the Power BI editor. So hopefully you understood that, and maybe there are a few functions which you can use, and of course in the future for your reports. So thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's enrich the data we already have imported by using additional data from the internet. So in my location data in here, if I go here, I have currently my location name, which is Anaheim, Antioch, Bakersfield, and so on, which is in California. And I also have here some information about the population. So if I scroll to the right, here you can see there's a population number in here. However, this data is not up to date anymore. So how do I get the latest data? Well, there is a website, and I already opened this in the browser, which is this one, which is worldpopulationreview.com/states/cities/California. And on this page, there is here this specific table. And this table gives you information about the population of 2021. So that's probably currently the latest data in here, right? So for Los Angeles, San Diego, and so on. So all the states, and there is the data in here. And we want to import this data and actually get the latest population figures. So how do we do this? Well, you can, of course, download the CSV file, the JSON file, so one of them, and then import it into Power BI. Or we can simply choose, so copy the whole URL, so worldpopulationreview.com/states/cities/California. And then we go back to our Power BI report, to our query editor in here. And then we want to create a new source. So under Home, go to New Source. And then here we'll choose Web. So we want to import data from a web page. Exactly, that's it. So take this option. And then we need to add here the URL. So I just paste the same URL we have seen inside. And then I click OK. Now Power BI will scan the website and search for HTML tables. Now, of course, this works better or worse depending on what kind of website you try to scrape data from. But in this case, if you have a website which has a clear HTML structure, then Power BI should find tables. And here we go. There is here an HTML table, table 1, and there's also a suggested table, table 2. Now, of course, you don't know what the data is, so just click on the table and you get a preview of the data. And you can see here, that is table 1. So that looks kind of familiar, right? Because that's exactly the table we need. And there's also a suggested table, which is table 2, which only contains the small table at the beginning. So remember, if I go back to the website here, you'll see that this is the first table in here. So this one here, which currently Power BI actually proposes to use, but that's not what we want to use. We want to use the second table in here. That's why I want to choose here the table number 1. So this one here, and I want to import this. So then I just select the table here and I click OK. So as soon as I do this, then now Power BI is loading the data, and there's table 1, and now here it's available for us. So that's how easy it is to get actually data from the web. And now, of course, now we want to use this data here and add it to our current location table here, to this one here. So specifically what we want from table number 1, and let's actually name this web query. So let me just select this and call this web query. So that's the query here. And what we want is we want to add here actually only the other data. If you need it, you can also add it. But in my case, I only want to have the population here. So to do this, I will select my location table here. And this time I want to merge the queries. So last time we appended the queries because we stacked them on top of each other. But this time I want to add additional columns to my current table. That's why I want to go with merge queries. You could also, same here, this option, click here and merge queries as new. However, because I want to add the data actually to my current location table, I simply click on merge queries because I modify the current table. I don't need to have a separate table for that. I click on Merge Queries, and here we go. Now you can see location is the first table, and we need to select another table from the tables we have. We go with the web query in here, tick this option. Now we can see both tables. And finally, we need to specify what are the columns we need to use in order to merge them. So in this case, in my location table, I have the name of the state, or in this case of the county, or the name of the city. In this case, it's actually city. And here I also choose for the web query the city here, this one. For the privacy levels, we simply tick ignore privacy for now, because we don't need to have any kind of privacy in here. Click on save. And now you see that here for the matching, 73 of 74 rows have been found. So obviously there is one specific entry which can't be found in the data from the web query. But for me, that is fine. That's enough. I can have a look, of course, of the special item here later on, but I always here map almost all of the specific, in this case, cities. So that's fine. Then we click OK. And now you see that you got one new, in this case, column, which is called web query, which contains tables. And if you click not on the table, but next to the table, click here, you see a preview. And you see there are all the columns from Anaheim in this case, because this is currently, if I scroll to the right, exactly here, Anaheim, the city of this first entry. So we get basically all the columns from our web table here now in the location table. And the table structure here, this one, allows us now to specify what kind of columns, which are currently in here, as you can see in the preview, do we want to keep. And we can do this by clicking on the expand icon here, click here, and then specify what of the columns do you actually want to have. So if we leave all of them selected, we will get a new column for each of those entries here. But because I only actually need, in this case, the population, only this one, I simply deselect everything, and then I only select population. So I only get one new column, which contains the population from the web query table. And I also want to untick this use original column as prefix, because I don't need this. Otherwise, I would keep the original table name in front of the name 2021 population. That's not what I want. That's why I untick this option here, and I click OK. And if I do this, now you have one new column here, which is this one here, which is simply then appended to my location table. And this column here is coming from the web query table in here, from this one. As I said, you can also choose to use several of those columns if you need them, but for me now, I only need the one I added here with the merge to the location table, which is my new population here, which is this one in here. So that's the old one here, and that's the new one. And you clearly see that there are differences. So these here, 350,000 and so on, and these are 349,000 and so on. So obviously there are small differences in here because this is the latest number, and this number here we had in the model is older. Next, we of course want to also change this to a numerical type, because currently you see it's ABC, which means it's referring to text. That's why I can click here, and I can also choose here to have this as a whole number. So go on whole number here, and if I try to do this, you'll see that for me it returns errors. So what happened? Well, now here it depends on your probably current local settings in Power BI. The reason why this did not work for me, this transformation step, is because I'm here located in Germany and our decimal separator is different from the US, for instance. So we use comma as a decimal separator, not a dot. And that is why I received errors when I tried to convert this. Because let me just click on or remove the last step, because currently I have here commas as a thousander separator, which is not handled properly in my current local settings. So maybe the steps here by converting this into whole number directly works for you, then that's totally fine. But if you have issues also later on with data regarding from different countries and the comma and thousander separator is different, then what you can always do is you, instead of choosing here directly one of those options, you go to this using local. And if you choose this using local option here, then you can customize, just a second, there's a window. You can customize what kind of data type do you want. So we want to have a whole number. And I don't want to use the German format here, which is selected by default for me. For you, it would be different. But here I can now choose for US or English US. So if I go up here and there's English and there's United States, and I also get a preview here, but I know this is from US web page, and this is exactly the comma separator for the 1000. This is exactly what I need. And now if I click OK to convert it this way, now you see I got the numbers here and I don't get these issues and errors here, which we've seen before. Because now I can see the real numbers in here. So this is really, really powerful, this option here using local. Because let's face it, if you work internationally, you deal with a lot of different countries, and there is this issue with the different kinds of separators, and you can simply remove any kind of issues here using this using local option. The final option would be that you take a closer look. If I scroll down, you can easily see that there is missing entry. Remember, only 73 of our 74 entries actually got some data. This is why you can see a little, in this case, gray or black bar here, which tells you that there's one empty value, which is just referring to this null entry here. Which means that if I scroll to the right, obviously here for San Buenaventura or Ventura here, for this specific here, there is no data in the or on the web for this specific, this case, city or what it is. So now, of course, you can fill this. You can, for instance, use the replace values option here, or you could also think about, if you go to, in this case, add column here, use a conditional column. So let's say if this column is not empty, then keep the new 2021 population. If it is empty, then please use the original one. So I can refer to this one. Where is it? Sorry, there, this one here, if I want to do that. So that's up to you. In my case, that's not really important. I just want to highlight this. If you want to use your dataset and you want to cover this, then of course these are the options you have regarding this null entry. Or you just filter it out, right? You can also go in here and say, I want to filter, I don't want to see the null. You untick this option, you click OK, and then you see that this is gone. So that's up to you with how you want to deal with that. And finally, of course, if you want to then get rid of the original population, you could do that. Simply by right-clicking here, you say you want to remove this, click on remove here, and then you go in here and name your new field here, this one here, and call this population. Population. So that's how you can do that. And that's basically it for adding this additional information or newer information using a web query. So that's a way to enrich the data. And of course, depending on your data set, you can do this with all kinds of data sources. So hopefully that was interesting and you were able to follow along. And otherwise, thanks a lot for watching and hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now in the last video, we enriched our data. So that means now we have in our location table the additional columns, or the additional column is actually the population with the newest data. And now we want to actually load the data into our Power BI file. So before we do this, however, I want to do the same with the web query as what I've done with the sales. So let me just right click for the web query here and say I don't want to enable the load. So I untick this option. So you might see this possible data loss warning, but for it, that's fine. I click on continue here. That is fine. For my location here, you can still see if I go in here, the specific table in here. So the data is still there. That's fine for us. And we do not load the web query inside our model because we don't need it, right? We only need the specific column from the location. So far, so good. If you are done, click on close and apply. And then what you should see is that all the tables get loaded, which are here now in the field list. And you see that the web query as well as the 3 sales tables, of course, are not available in here. If you've come so far, I would encourage you to click on save. So just save the file one time at the beginning, just to make sure that you do not lose anything, just in case you close Power BI or it crashes for some reason. I already did that and I named it Power BI Advanced Training. So you can do that quite easily. Press Ctrl S or click on the save disk here and save it under a proper name. After this, we have all the tables in the model. And this time, as you can see here, there are much more tables in this model as we have had before in our beginners one table Power BI file. That is why we need to set up the relations now. And to do this, we will go to the third window here, to the model view. Just click the model view and take a closer look of what the data looks like. So let me just zoom out, Control and use my mouse wheel. You can also click on the minus and the plus symbols here to zoom in and zoom out. And you'll see that Power BI already actually added some relations between the tables. What I mean by that is if I drag my sales table, and I personally like a structure to add my facts table, which is in this case the sales, at the bottom, and drag all the other dimension tables on top. So maybe place this here, and the customer maybe here as well. More space here, and like that, for instance, right? Like that. So you don't have to do this. I just prefer to have my facts table here at the bottom, so my sales table, and all the filter tables, so the dimension tables on top. So most of them already have a relation. The relation is the simply connection here between the tables. And you can see if you hover over a relation, also the specific columns which are used for relations are highlighted. In this case, it's location ID for the location table. And if I go over product, I would see it's related to the product ID in both tables. The reason Power BI by default is picking this relation up is because the columns have the same name. So if columns have the same name or almost the same name, that Power BI normally picks this up by default. If you do not deselect this option in the options and settings, which you can do under files, if you don't want to have Power BI figure out those relations automatically. You can untick this if you want. But for us now, it has done this automatically, and it's created the relations like that. The only relation which is currently missing is in our dates table here, which we created. There is no relation to the, in this case, order date in the sales table. So we need to set up this relation between those two columns ourselves. But that's fine, because it's quite easy. So we can see exactly how that works. All we need to do is we simply use here, this one, and per drag and drop, we can drop it here onto the date. So order date here, drop it there. And now you see there's also a relation, which is a 1 to star, which means one to many relation between the dates table here, if I hover over it, and the sales table using the order date. So just scroll up here so you can see that highlighted here. You see that the relation is now in place between those two tables using those two columns. So that's how easy it is to create relations. So just in case you have deselected this option to auto-detect relations, or you want to do this manually yourself, simply drag and drop the fields on top of each other and the relation is established. The reason why we have one-to-many relations or one-to-star is kind of simple, because we have the location ID only appearing once in the location table, because here it gives you for each location only one entry. But of course, in the sales table, the location ID appears several times, because we sell, of course, to the same city to several customers, right? That is why location ID is appearing there several times, and that is why we have the star here. The star only means that the location ID here, the field, is appearing several times, not only once. And that's why we have a one-to-star relationship or one-to-many. If you're familiar with databases, you know what I'm talking about, and if not, that's the reason why I want to talk a little bit more about that here. So also, the filter direction here is from the one side to the many side. That's the default behavior and also best practice in Power BI. That means that you can use the dimension tables, so all of them above, and use fields from here to filter the sales or facts table down there. And not the other way around. Meaning the sales table is not there to filter the other tables. That's why you normally have this one-to-many relationship and also the filter direction from the one side to the many side. If you want to learn more about the relation, you can also right-click on a relation and go to Properties. And if you do that, then you can see here there's more information about the relationship itself. So you see from which table to which table. So from sales to location, Maybe it's a little bit misleading because actually the one side is here from location to sales, but you also see here it's from sales to location, and here it's specified as many to one. Many to one simply means it's star on the many side, which is from the sales table because it's well listed here first, and then to the one side only appearing one in the location table. And the cross filter direction here is single, which means that the one side, so this table location, is filtering the sales table. You could make it both if you want. If you tick this option and you would click OK, you'll now see that the arrow is pointing in both directions. That means that you can also use columns from the sales table to filter the location table. So you can specify the direction, the filter direction to both. However, as I said, best practice, let me just right click here and go to properties. By the way, you can also double click on the relation here to open the window. But the best practice is that you have a single filter direction from the one side to the many side. So that's why I leave the default one here. And also this relationship should be active. That's fine. And you see that what's highlighted here, this window looks kind of similar to the merge. Remember what we did in the Power Query Editor? That's also highlighted with this darker background, which are the two columns which the relationship is using. If you want to modify that, you can, for instance, go here and choose another column like that. But of course, you see that this doesn't work. It also tells me in this case here that this is an issue here. It doesn't make sense. I just wanted to show you that's how you actually do it. You just pick the specific column in here from both of the tables. Now they are highlighted, selected, and then you click OK. The cardinality is many to one. You can modify it here also as one to one, one to many, and many to many. However, most often you want to create a data model where you have a many to one relationship or one to many, depending on which side of the table is listed first. But you have, in this case here, the one to many relationship and also a single filter direction. So that's fine. I click OK. And now we're good to go and have our original one to many and also the filter direction in here back. What else do we have? Well, inside the model view, we have the option to hide specific tables from the model. So currently, if I go back to my report view, you see that all the tables in here are available and also all the columns from these tables. But if, for instance, I'd say I go to the model view here and I don't want to show the location table, I can simply click on this little eye here, the symbol, tick it, and now everything here is hidden. And if I go back to my report view, you see that there is no location table available in here. So that's how you can hide tables from the fields list in here. And if you go back to the model view, you can also do this individually. So if you hover over one of the specific column entries here, you can also click on the eye here to hide specific columns, like area code, for instance. Because now, if I go to the report view and go to my location table, you see that area code is not available here. So that's how you can hide specific columns or even complete tables if you want to do that in the model view. So the difference here is if you remove columns or even tables or disable the load inside the Power Query Editor, then of course those tables are not available at all. But if you only hide them in here, this means that they are not hidden, they are not visible, they are hidden. But of course you can enable the view anytime. And also other people who work with your reports can enable the visibility again. So they are still available, but maybe you don't use them right now. You can just hide them if you want to do that. Other options in here is you can go in here under the properties. If you don't select anything here under properties, there is these options like show the database in header when applicable. So if you tick this option and you would have tables from databases, then those informations would be visible here as well, or what kind of database, for instance. Also, show related fields when card is collapsed. So for instance, if I collapse the card here, you see that location ID is still visible because this is the relevant, in this case, column, which is connected or which connects our location table to our sales table. So if you want to make sure that this is also always visible, even if you collapse a table, you can do that here, right? So it's up to you whether that's important for you as well. And you can also pin related fields to the top of the card. So also, for instance, if I click on product here, or actually don't need to select anything, I click on simply, yes, I want to pin then you see that the product ID here is now moved to the first entry in the product table here. Because the product ID is the relevant column to connect our sales table and the product table. If you untick this, you'll see that before there was cost on the top, I think. So you can do that. It's not required to do that, but this is available in here. Also, if you click on the three dots here next to the eye, there are also some additional information and options, like you can refresh data. By the way, I talked about this. You can refresh data in two ways. Either you click up here in refresh, or you click here in refresh. So what's the difference? The difference is the following. If you have a really big model and you only modified one table, then if you click on refresh in the ribbon bar, the issue is that all tables get refreshed, which can take some time, especially if you have a big model. On the other hand, if you go to the model view, which we are currently in, and select a table and then click on refresh, this means that only the specific table you have selected gets refreshed. So this can speed up the refresh process. As I said, especially if you have a large model. So this could be helpful for you. You can edit the query if you want to do that. If you click this option here, then the Power Query Editor opens again, and then you can modify here the specific table if you want to do that. You can do that from the model view. You can also directly do it, as we've seen, from the report view if you want to do that. Let me just close it. There's nothing to do for us right now. And other options here is manage relationships. If you tick this option, then you see here the current relationships which are available and also applied. So from the sales table, in this case, these are all the relationships we currently use to the specific dimension tables. So all of those relationships, which you can see here, the one-to-many connections, are also visible here and can be edited here as well. Just select the one you want to change and then go to edit, and then you can modify it here as well. So it's the same way it works. You can also delete relationships or also create new relationships if you want to do that. Let me just close this here. Let's have another look. What's also available in here? There is this incremental refresh. This could be interesting if you have applied that. There's a specific setup you need to enable first in order to incremental refresh your data. This could be interesting if you have 10 years of data, but you only want to refresh the last month, for instance. Manage aggregations is related to any kind of aggregated tables which you might create. Think about the group by feature which we used, or also if you have any kind of additional aggregation tables prepared up front, for instance in the database you import, then this could also be interesting to click on this manage aggregation feature here and adjust it here and specify what kind of aggregation do you have in here. So that is that. You can delete it from model. This also works here as well. You can select columns from this table if you want to do that. You can hide it in report view. The same is true as you click on the eye here and cross it out directly, same as here. And you can collapse it and expand it. These are the options you have for each table individually. Just check the table and then modify here whatever you want to adjust in here. Same is true in here, right? Beside this, if you select one of the tables, you see that the property window here changes, right? If I untick everything, you have these three options. We talked about that. But if you select one of the tables, you can see more here. And here you have the option to rename the table if you want to do that. You can also edit some kind of description to give, well, you or also other people who work with your data in your report additional information here. So this is only interesting and relevant for other developers of the report, right? Not for the end consumer. You can add synonyms to a table. This is helpful for the Q&A feature in Power BI. So currently, if you, for instance, refer to product in the Q&A feature, then Power BI would know you are referring to the product table. But if you, for instance, refer to specific names which are not directly linked normally to the product table, then Power BI would not be able to figure out that your report consumer, for instance, is referring to product. Let's say you sell energy drinks, and if he or she is searching for energy, then you would have to specify here as a synonym energy. And then Power BI would be able to figure out, okay, if someone is referring to energy, then he or she means the product table. So that you need to specify here as synonyms inside. Row label and key column, this is related to Excel, so we can skip this for now because it's not really important for us. Is hidden. Again, you can tick this option here. You see that then the product table itself is now crossed out. It is not visible in the model. That's what this can do for you. So it's a third way to do it in here. Feature table, also not relevant for us now, so I will skip this here. And under advanced, we have a storage mode. This, on the other hand, can be very interesting and very important, depending on what kind of data you have. Because you see that the storage mode currently is import. And the import mode is normally the best mode because it's the fastest way in Power BI. However, sometimes you have really large data sources. Or you have maybe the requirement that you need to use live data. So if you need to have live data or a direct query, then you can see here that there are other storage modes, like direct query, for instance. Direct query means real-time data from the underlying source. This means that the data is not imported in Power BI, but instead you use really a real-time connection to the underlying data source, like for instance a database. And then the storage mode could be direct query. And the storage mode here can be set for various tables here individually, like import, direct query, and dual. I can't specify this here because when we use Excel, we can only import the data. And also, as a best practice tip, whenever you can work with import data, use that, because that's the fastest way for the Power Query engine, and your report will load the fastest. Direct query, as I said, if you really need real-time live connection, then this would be the way to go. Also, if you have data which is so big that you can't import it, then you would also have to refer to direct query. And dual mode means that the table is in let's say a state between import and direct query. And depending on how you query the data, so what kind of visual you display and what kind of data you currently show in the report in the interaction, then one of those modes would be used. This is dual mode. So these are the three import modes and storage modes, just that you heard that. But most often, if you can, rely to import mode. So import the data in Power BI and then use the imported data because it's the fastest way. So that's it for storage. And that's basically the most important things for the model view here. So you can customize this the way you want. Just make sure what's most important, of course, is setting up the relationships between the tables you have in the model. Because if those relationships here are not set up correctly, then of course you don't have the option to filter and slice and dice the data based on the other tables. So setting up the relationships here in the model view, that's the most important crucial thing here, okay? One final thing before I forget it is when you select an individual column in here, for instance, for location table here, I could go to population, tick this option, then you see that the property window changes here as well. So you can here rename a specific column, you can enter description to make it more descriptive, also synonyms for this column if you want to do that, and you can also create folders. For instance, if I say this is location numeric, for instance, because it's a number field, numeric, and I would press enter, then you see that now I have created actually a folder inside my table. So this is just for structuring. Just in case you have a lot of columns, it might help you to structure them and to group them together. It's not required, but if you want to do this, you can do that. And the same is true to remove it. Just remove everything in here, just get rid of it, press enter, and you'll see that now the folder is gone again. So it's up to you whether you want to do that. The hidden option is here as well. So you can tick that here and you see that now this column is hidden, but you can also do the same if you simply click on the eye just to hide the column. And what could be interesting to you maybe is that you can also specify not only the data type here directly, so the ones we already know here can be selected, but also one below, the format. So if it's a whole number, you can specify here, leave it whole number, you can use decimal number, or you can also choose custom, in this case formats, which you're familiar from Excel. You know, these hash symbols with a comma and 0.0. And if you want to put negative values in parentheses and so on, you just go to custom here, and then you can specify a custom file option here. So you can see here, there are a few examples in here, but you can also really type in here exactly what you want for the format. For me now, I leave it general in here, but I just wanted to mention that. If you want to or have a percentage column, you can simply tick on percentage here. So yes, and then you see that the format is switched to percentage. Thousand separators can be placed, and also the decimal places here can also be adjusted for this specific column. So let me just untick this because it's not true here. I just wanted to add this here to our video just to make sure that you also understand that, and you can apply that if you want. So that's it actually for our data preparation, our model setup and the structure. In the next video, we dive deeper into reports and DAX. So thanks a lot for watching. Hopefully you understood what we did, and I hopefully see you as soon as possible in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now, in the last video, I promised that we get started now with calculations, and we dive now into calculated columns as well as measures, so DAX measures in Power BI. So let's explore that. At first, let's actually go, you don't have to do it, but let me click on the report view first, and then I click on transform data. Because the calculated column, we want to create this in Power Query, so in the editor. So I will click on transform data in here. Now the Power Query editor opens. And I will go to my sales table here, this one. And what you can currently see is that we got a quantity column and we got a price column. So in order to calculate the total sales, we would simply multiply the quantity, in this case 4 for this first entry, with the price, which is in this case 1,848, to derive at the total sales for this specific order in this row, right? So to multiply quantity times price, we can create a so-called calculated column in Power BI. To do this, we can simply go to Add Column in here, so the third tab up here, and then we can say we want to create a custom column. So click on Custom Column. Then you'll see here a new window pop-up appears, and here we can name this column. Let's call this Total Sales, and then column for now. You can name this whatever you want, but I just use total sales column. And then for the formula, we can simply refer to here, to this list, because here you can see all the different kinds of columns you already have, starting with the order ID, which is the first one here. And I want to multiply, as I said before, the quantity times the price. So you have two options. Either you click on quantity and go to insert, then you see that the quantity is now inserted. It always is inserted in brackets. So if you want to write the quantity yourself, you would have to enter the bracket first, and then you can write quantity. So just an example, if I insert the bracket here, then I get here as proposal the different kinds of columns. And if I type in Q, then you can see quantity selected. And if I press the tab key, then it's completely filled in here as well. So either you select it from here or you write it yourself. It's up to you. And I want to multiply this, that I'm using an asterisk symbol. And I want to use the price. Now, instead of clicking here and go to insert, you can also double click here. That would be the third option. So either you type it yourself and Power Query helps you to figure out what is the field. You press the tab key to fill it, or you select it from here, either by selecting once and go to insert, or you double click on a field. Next to that, you can see that there is no syntax error, which is good, which means the formula you have typed in is valid. If you would miss something, for instance, if I remove one of the brackets here, you see that now it gives you here a hint what's missing and why the error occurs. So that's why I can edit here, and then you see that it's fine. The formula should work. So that's good, and we are good to go. And to create this column now, this custom column, we can simply click OK. And as soon as we do this, let me click it, you see that now we have a new column in here, which is total sales. And we can see the numbers in here. And you'll see that if you want to multiply it, you can do it yourself. But 4 times 1,848 is exactly this value. And 1 times 1,725 is this value, and so on. So that's fine. The only thing which you need to be aware of is take a look at the column and the data type. You see that the calculation is valid, but currently Power BI has not detected the data type correctly. But we can easily change this. Simply click here and choose here, in this case, because both of these are whole numbers in this data set, I can go with a whole number here as well. If you would have a price in decimal numbers, choose of course the decimal number. But for us now, I can simply go to whole number in here, click it, and you see that now also the data type has changed here. And all those steps, just to highlight this one more time, in the applied steps window, there is this edit column which we have done, and also the change type of this column. And the original source looked like that without the column, right? So we have our additional column here, total sales, and now we could use this column in our report. So let's try that. Let's go to home and click on close and apply. Because remember, right now we have created it in Power Query Editor, but the column itself is not available in the report yet. Only if you click on close and apply. So let's click that. Then this total sales column is calculated now in the background and added to the table. And now if I take a look at my sales table here, I can see that there's an additional column, which is this total sales column, which by the way, you can make bigger if you don't see the complete text in here, if you want. So far so good. We got our column, and now we can easily check this. Does this work? Let's go with our, or let's actually check it first. Let me tick it. And just a second, there's our bar chart. But let's actually visualize the number itself. So let's switch this from the bar to a card visual just to see the number. And we can see this is 26 million. And to see a little bit more detail, let's actually select the total sales column in here. And at first, let's actually switch this to, let's say, US dollar amount. Let's go in here. Okay, it's 25.66 million. And let's actually go or select the card first, then go to the formatting pane here, format your visual. And then let's actually check that category label. Here we can see, let's make this bold here so we can see that's total sales. And also for the call out value, let's actually go in here, and for the display units, just to show more, let me click on none so we can see the complete number in here, right? This one here is the number in US dollars. I just did that so we can see exactly the number, because I will show you just in a minute a second way how we can get the same result using a DAX measure instead of a calculate column. But for now, that is the value we have. Okay, so at first, of course, let me say congratulations, because this is your first calculation in Power BI using a calculated column. Now let's also explore, does this work with our other tables? Because this only gives us the total amount of sales, but of course we are interested, and all our colleagues as well, of course, are highly interested in what are the sales look like for each of the products, for instance, or each of the locations, or each of the customers. So specifically for one of our dimension tables here. So let's check that. Let me go to, in this case, the product table here. Let me choose here the product name. Let's click on product name, and we got a table in here. And you already know that you can simply switch this to, for instance, a bar chart as well. But for understanding the measures, I will start with the table, because I think this is the most easiest way to see that this actually works correctly. So here we got our products, and then let me add here now our calculated column, so the total sales column. Let's select one more time, make sure you have selected the table, and then click on total sales column in here. Check it, and now you see here the individual numbers. And at the bottom here for total, you can see 25,661,000 and so on, which is exactly the same number as here. And this tells us that this is correct. And we can now see directly here for each of the products we have the total sales. Let me just go to the formatting visual here and just make sure that for the values, I like to increase the text size a little bit so you can see that better on your screens. So let me just say 14, and hopefully you can see that better. So this means that now we have a breakdown of our total sales by each of the products. And the reason why this works, as you can see here, for each product, we got a different value. And the only reason why this works is because we have set up our data model correctly. Meaning, if I go to the model view here, let me check that, you see that our product table here has a relationship here using the product ID column to the sales table. And because of that, we can then slice each of the product names coming from the product table by, actually slice the sales table by each of the product names coming from the product table. if this relationship here would not be in place, then we would not be able, if I go back to the report view, to see these numbers in here. Instead, let me actually show you what happens if I go to the model view here and I right click on this relationship and say delete. Now I delete the relationship here. Yes, I want to delete it. And now you see that the relationship is broken. And if I take a closer look now to my report view again, watch what happens. Now each product here shows the total amount of sales. So the 25.6 million. Why is that? Well, the reason is that now, because we deleted the relationship, Power BI is not able to filter the sales table, from which the total sales column is coming from, by the products, because there is no relationship between those two tables. That is why let's actually use the product ID again. Let's drag this and drop it on product ID here, just to set the relationship again. Now it's in place. And if we go back to the report view, we are good to go. And we can see that now the correct numbers are displayed. So just in case in the future, if you see the same number repeating, it could be the case that one of your relationships is not set up correctly. So that's why it's so crucial and important to check out the model view first and make sure that your data model is structured in the right way and all the relations which you need are actually in place. Okay? So, all right, so we can see the total sales in here. But one thing you might notice is in our data set, the products are actually, I can show this to you if I go to the data view here and select the products table in here. We see that the product structure actually is product 1, product 2, product 3, and so on, right? So this is the original structure in the table. However, if we go to the report view here, we can see that Power BI is sorting the data like that. So 1, then 10, then 100, then 101, and so on, right? Which actually is correct if you sort it ascending or descending, right? Depending on what you do here by clicking on these arrows here. As you can see here, I can tick this here, and then it's sorted ascending. I can click on it again. It would be sorted descending, as you can see here. So that's fine. But what if I like to have actually the same structure as in the table? So product 1, then product 2, product 3, and so on. This sorting option is not so easy available in here. I can't click on the little arrow here to sort. And I also can't click, the other option would be to click on the 3 dots here, more options. And there's also an option to sort by. And here I could sort by the total sales column, for instance. So to show me the product with the highest amount of sales, which could be helpful, definitely. But if I just want to sort my products in the by the original structure, I would have to do it differently. So what can I do? Well, if you go to the data view here, you can actually sort one column by another column, which means I could select my product name here. You now see that I have an additional tab here, column tools. And this tab allows me here sort by column. So sort one column by the contents of another. Select the column to be sorted and the column you'd like to be sorted by. So that means I can click here and say I want to sort the product name, not based on the product name. Instead, I would like to sort the product name based on, in this case, the product ID. So I can select the product ID, tick this option. And if I do that, let's actually have a look at the report view. And now you see it is sorted correctly. Product 1, product 2, 3, 4, and so on. So also a little trick which you now know how to apply. So by default, you only have the option, click on the 3 dots here for sorting, or on the little up and down arrow to sort either ascending or descending, or sort by another column. For instance, by the total sales. Descending or ascending, it's up to you. Which you can also, of course, do by, if you hover over the column, clicking on these arrows. But if you want to sort your data based on the table structure, as we've seen here, then one trick would be to sort the column by another column. So that's why it's helpful if you have a sorting column in here applied. And in this case, we have it because the product ID is sorted correctly. So that's it for sorting. And now finally, let's explore how we can create the same calculation in here, so the same value, but instead of using a calculated column, we want to use a DAX measure for that. To do this, let's actually first deselect everything, and then let's take a look at where we can create measures. Now, we have actually several options to create them. The first one, if you take a look at the home menu, you can click on new measure. And of course, if you have it shrinked here in this view, then of course there's also an option to create new measure. Simply search for the calculator icon, right? So this would be the first option, to click here. The second option would be to go to modeling, because there's also an option to create a measure if you click here. And the final option to create a measure would simply be to go to one of the tables, and if you right click on a table, for instance the sales table here, I can right click here and I can say I'd like to create a new measure. If we do this, let's do that. Let me click on new measure here. And then just a second. Now you see in my formula bar here, there's the measure itself. So let me just make this bigger and let me zoom in so you can see that better. And now let's actually create our first DAX calculation. Now, remember, what did we do when we created the total sales column? We simply multiplied the quantity times the price, right? You're correct. And we did this for each row in a data set. And that's the important thing. Because in order to calculate this number correctly, the total sales, we need to first multiply for each row in the data or in this set, so in this table, the price times the quantity. And then at the end, we need to sum all this up to get the 25 million, right? That's the way the calculation needs to work. And that is why for the measure here, let's call this total sales. Total sales. Again, you can name this differently if you want. I simply name it total sales. And by the way, names of measures and columns need to be unique. So you can't name, for instance, the second measure also total sales. These always are unique names. So what did I say? We need to multiply for each row in the data set the quantity times the price, and then we want to sum it up. And this means we need an iterator function in DAX. Iterator simply refers to a term, it means we want to iterate through each single row in the table. That's what an iterator does. And to do this, we can use the so-called SUMX function. So SUMX here, this function, and if I press the tab key, let me just remove this, you see here what this actually does. So SUMX needs, in order to be evaluated, a table and then an expression. And if you read through it, returns the sum of an expression evaluated for each row in a table. So that means the following. It means we first need to give it a table, which is, by the way, true for all iterator expressions. You always need to add the table first, because the formula needs to know, okay, which is the table I should iterate on. So go row by row through this table. So that's why we refer to the sales table here, sales. Again, I simply type an S and then I press the tab key because it's the first option here. So that's my table. And then for the expression, I simply now can multiply for each row in the table, the same as what we've done before, the quantity times the price. So if I type in quantity here, I can see that's sales quantity here, and I can multiply this by the price. So if I type in PR, price here, and then I simply go down here to the sales price, select it, and then I'm good to go. So you see that in the formula itself, it refers at first to the table, which is the sales table, and then with the brackets here to the specific column inside the table. And now if I close this, close the parenthesis in here, we are good to go. So that's the measure. So one more time, it is an iterator function. That is why it iterates over a table, and that is why the first argument of the iterator function is always a table. And then we iterate, meaning we go row by row through this sales table and multiply the quantity times the price. And because we use a SUMX function at the end, this will be summed up. Exactly what we need. So now if I press enter, we can evaluate that formula. And you see that now the measure is created, highlighted here by the little calculator icon, which is different from the column, for instance. As you can see here, for the column, we only have the sum symbol because it's numeric. But for measures, we always have these calculator icons. So let me just make this smaller. By the way, the icon might change slightly in the future. So, but it still works the same way. We got our measure. Of course, I can go in here. I can zoom out if I want, make it smaller. But now let's actually visualize that. Let's also use a card. Let's tick the card option here. And then also place the total sales inside. And we can see we got 26 million. Of course, let's actually format this just to make sure that we get exactly the same value as here. If I select it, you see that there's an additional tab, which is called Measure Tools. And here I can also specify I would like to see this as US dollars. So tick this option in here. And then let's also say here for the measure itself, let's say here for the formatting, go under the Format Your Visual here options and go to the callout value here. And let's say here also for the display units, let's say none. And if we do this, we can see we got exactly the same value in here as we got up here with the calculate column, right? Of course, there's also a category label here. Let's also make it bold. So the total sales is also bold. But we see that this is the second option to get exactly the same value. And if I go to my table, just to make sure that this also works in the table structure, let's actually click on total sales, tick this option here, and you see that you got exactly the same values for each of the products. So that means we can use a calculate column or we can use a measure, and we get exactly the same results in here. So now, of course, the question might arise, well, if you can use both, what should I use? That is a very good question, and the answer is actually quite simple. Whenever possible, you should use measures, not calculate columns. Why is that? The reason is the following. If you take a closer look, for instance, only in the data view, then you see that for each calculate column, this column is really created. So it is available inside the model, which means it requires size. And that means the model gets bigger. Now, the more calculate columns you create, the bigger the model gets. And a bigger model means that actually your Power BI report might become slower. And this is something you want to avoid. Of course, if you have a small model, it doesn't really make a difference. But just to consider it best practice, if you don't need a calculate column, don't create one. Instead, use the measure option. Because this total sales measure, and that's the main point, the main benefit of measures, this is created on the fly. Meaning, you see that there is no column stored somewhere. For instance, in the sales table, where the measure currently resides, there is no total sales column in here, right? The measure itself only has the formula, and whenever we use the measure in one of the visualizations, for instance, here in the card, or here in the report, only then it is calculated by Power BI on the fly. And that means we do not need to store any additional column or data. It simply is there for us and can be used, and only if we use it, then it needs to be calculated. And this is more efficient. That is why it's best practice to refer to measures instead of calculate columns. The reason why calculate columns exist is that for some certain kinds of options, you can't use measures. For instance, if you want to use or calculate something like the product name in here, like product 1, product 2, and so on, or let's say you want to create something like if sales are above 20,000, this would be, or for a customer, this would be a very valuable customer, and so on. So certain kinds of dimensions, in this case, I call it this way, but certain kinds of columns, you only can create using calculate columns. So as a maybe a way to remember that is whenever you want to create something numeric, you probably can do it with a measure, and you should do it with a measure. But if it's a text or string value you want to use as an axis, for instance, in a chart, anything like that, then you probably need to refer to calculate columns. That is the main difference here. So you can't use measures for everything because they're calculated on the fly, but still for numerical values, most often you can use them actually, and I would highly encourage you to do that because that's best practice, okay? So hopefully you understood that, and also congratulations because you also have now created your first DAX calculation. So that's it for this video, quite long, but hopefully very interesting, and thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now in this short video, I'd like to show you the so-called measures table trick. It is something which I personally prefer to do. It's not required, but I like to share this trick with you because maybe you're also interested in doing this for your future reports, as well as this report, of course, as well. Now, in the last video, we have created our first measure, which is in this case, this total sales measure, right? But the total sales measure is actually residing inside the sales table. At least it looks that way because it's here created by right-clicking on this table. If you right-click on another table and create a new measure, then this measure would be simply put inside this table. However, what I like to have is I like to have a separate table in here which contains all the measures. And to do this, I will first go to Home in a ribbon here, and then I go to Enter Data. This is the manual option to add a table inside Power BI. So I will go to Enter Data, click on it, and then I will create a so-called dummy table for that. So I call this simply my measures table, I call it TBL as an abbreviation. And you might get issues if you name it simply measures, because measures is, I think, a keyword in Power BI. So I would choose a different name than only measures, but you can try it if you want. But I will go with measures table, so TBL. And then for my dummy column, I simply type in a 1. Doesn't matter what you type in here. Simply do it like that. And then you go to load. So just wait a second, and you see that now there is one new table called measures table in here, this one. And it also contains of one column, which simply has 1 inside. And now I can select my total sales measure in here, this one. And you see, as soon as you select it, under measure tools, there is not only the name in here, but also below, there's the home table, which means where is the measure currently sitting. So currently it's in the sales table. And now I can click this option here and say I want to move it to the measures table. So this only works with measures. You can't move simply columns which belong to the sales table to a different table. That doesn't work. But for measures, you can actually place them wherever you want. And I want to put it into the measures table. So take this option. And now you see that now the total sales measure is inside the measures table. Next, I can click on the 3 dots for the dummy column which I've created. And then I can actually delete it, delete from model. I only use it in order to create a table. So let me click on delete. Yes, I want to delete it. Click OK. And now you see that the measures table now has now changed the symbol to a calculator icon, or actually several calculator icons. And I only have the total sales in here. And it's also moved to the top. So this gives me more structure because now I can see I have all my tables with the table icon in here. And I got a specific measures table where I can place all my measures which I use inside my report, which has the calculator icon, which also allows me here to see immediately, okay, these are the measures in here. So this is only for structuring. This doesn't have any benefit beside this, but I personally like to do it. And I think it's a neat little trick. And now you also you also know how to apply it. Okay. So that's it for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. As I said, try it out yourself. And feel free to use this in your future reports as well. Thanks a lot, and I hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now, before we continue creating additional measures, let me actually press Ctrl S to my report just to save it one more time. Okay, so now let's actually explore a few more additional DAX measures and a few pitfalls you might see and how to solve them. So, we created the total sales so far. So far, so good. Now, let's have a look at the total cost. Now, if I take a closer look, let's go to the data view and have a look. And let's actually select the sales table here. How do we calculate the cost? Because for the, total sales, we can simply multiply the quantity times the price, right? And both of these columns are inside the sales table. So this is not an issue. However, the cost itself is actually not inside the sales table, but it's inside the products table. So if I click on product, you see that here we have a cost column in here. Now, in order to figure out the cost for each of the products in our sales table, we would of course then have to go inside the sales table first, Then we take a look at the quantity, again, for each row in the sales table, figure out what is the quantity in here. And then we multiply this quantity times the cost based on, in this case here, the product ID we have, right? So we need to go in here, quantity is 1, product ID here is PID 2077, and then we need to look up inside the products table the specific product ID, if I scroll down, 77, which would be in here, this one, right? And then we need to go in here and say, okay, the cost is 424, multiplied by 1, because that was the quantity, and then we derive at the cost. And at the end, the same as for the total sales, of course, we need to sum this up for each individual row inside the sales table, right? To create a measure or to figure out the total cost. So how do we do this? Well, let's actually do that using a measure. Go to report view. And because we got our measures table here, I simply right click on the table here and say I'd like to create a new measure. You can also select the table first in here. And then if you go in here to click new measure, then the measure also gets created inside the measures table. It's up to you. So let me right click here and say new measure. Here we go. And I will name this measure my total cost. Just to be consistent, I have total sales, I also have total cost. Now if I say equal, and now I want to actually do the same, remember, iterating, so going row by row through a table, means we need to use the SUMX function again, so an iterator function. So I can type in SUMX, as we've done before for the total sales. And an iterator function means at first I need to give it a table. The table will be the sales column. So I type in sales, press the tab key to select it, that's fine. And now for the expression. Well, if I search for quantity, as I've done the same for the total sales, we have done this together. Of course, we can search for that and we can press the tab key and select it. Or you can type it yourself if you want, using sales and then the brackets and then quantity. So that's fine. But now, if I try to multiply this here by the cost, so if I search for cost, you see that Power BI is not able to find it. There is no cost. It just gives me here a lot of DAX measures or expressions which are available in here, not measures, but expressions, but it can't find the specific column cost from the products table. And the reason is exactly because currently we iterate over the sales table. Now, in order to get the cost from the products table, we need to tell Power BI then that it should look up the cost in a different table. And we can do this because we have a relationship between those two tables. The sales table, remember, in the model view, is connected to the products table. And that is why we can go in here and use another Power BI expression, which is called related. The first one here, related. Now related, let me just remove this from here. You can see here returns a related value from another table. And this works because we have a relationship. So related is a keyword for, in this case, tables with a relationship. So with related, I can now refer to cost. And if I search for cost, you see that now I get here product cost. So even it's another table, the column I can reference here because I'm using here the related keyword. So then I can select it, like here, product cost. I can close this now. And then I can also close the second parenthesis to close my expression. So this now tells Power BI, iterate through the sales table, so go row by row through the table, look up the quantity, then go to the sales table, the product table here, search for the related cost, which can be identified because each row in the sales table has a product ID, which then links to the product table, and then this can be multiplied. So let's actually evaluate that. Let me press enter for the total cost. And you see that we get our measure. We don't get any issues. So far, so good. And now if I select the total cost here as well, I just want to make sure that this is also US dollars. So select the dollar symbol in here. That's fine. And now let's actually add this maybe to our, in this case, our table. So let me make this bigger in here. And then let me actually add also the total cost, either by drag and drop that inside or simply click on the checkbox. It's up to you. And now you see we got numbers here as well, right? Which is 263,000 and so on. And in total, we get an amount of 17,370,000 for the total cost. So that's how that works. Okay? Very important, you can refer to other columns, in this case, using, go on here, total cost, using the related keyword, in this case. And the related keyword, one additional thing, I like to mention that, works because the cost here is on the one side of the relationship. So let me go back to the model view here, and you see that here, the product, let me scroll here, the product here is on the one side of the relationship from the sales table, and that's why we can use the related keyword to refer to the product, in this case, the cost column from here. Also, if I scroll to the right, maybe you've seen this, there is our measures table. So the table we have created, you can drag and drop it, place it somewhere, it's up to you, make it bigger. But you'll see that the measures table itself has no relationship to any of the other tables, which is of course fine, because it only is a kind of a box or a grouping here for all the measures, which are referring to other columns we have used, but itself, it has no relation to any of the tables. That's why the measure table itself will always be a single table without any relations, but still visible here inside the model view, and can also, of course, be, if you click on the eye, also hidden inside the report view if you want to do that. So let's get back to the reports, and we have our total cost. So far, so good. And of course, let's actually maybe calculate a few additional measures here. So let me right click on the measures table here and create a new measure. So let's calculate here the total profit together. And let's say we keep it simple. The total profit is simply, in this case, total sales minus total cost. And the great thing is that you can also calculate with measures. That means if I say I want to use total, in this case, sales, you can see it here from the measures table, total sales. And I can simply subtract here using the minus here, and then I'm referring to the total cost. So if I search for total cost, I can press the tab key, and then I can simply subtract those two values. I can press enter, and then I get my total profit here as well. And let's have a look here. Make this maybe a little smaller here. Go in here, click on total profit, and first need to select the table first. Click on total profit in here, and then you see that you got also total profit in here, which is not formatted. So let's actually select the total profit first, and then also go to dollar symbol in here just to have a proper format. And if you want, you can now calculate it yourself, but you'll see that here, this total sales minus total cost will get you exactly the total profit value in here. Or in this case, 25 minus 17 would be those 8 point something million. And that is how that works. So you can not only create measures based on columns and so on in the model, you can also then subtract and work with measures directly, like we've done in here. And let's also calculate maybe the profit margin. So let me right click on the measures table one more time. Let's go to new measure, and then let's calculate the margin. So of course, let's call this profit margin. Profit margin is equal to, and you can, of course, now simply use something like total profit, and divide it by total sales. So like that, you could do that. That will work. However, best practice it would be to use the so-called divide function to do that. And I'm going to show you why. This expression here can, of course, lead to issues if you have, for certain kinds of reasons, for instance, a total profit, you would have a profit, but no sales. It's kind of difficult for this specific, let's say, division, but there could be the case that you have a numerator, but no denominator. And if you divide by 0, you get an error, right? And to avoid this, you can, instead of doing it this way, you can do it following. Let's actually remove this and say divide, here the divide function. And you say it needs a numerator, denominator, and you can also specify an alternate result. But the main point is save divide function with ability to handle divide by 0 case. So you don't get any errors if you divide and you don't have a denominator. That's the main point here. And if you use divide function here and use again the total profit here, and as a denominator we will use the total sales. And you can specify an alternate result. In this case, I just leave it blank. You don't have to do it. You still avoid the division by 0 error. But now if I press enter to create the profit margin, you see that this measure is now available. And if I select it first and make sure I want to see this as a percentage number here, select the percentage. And now also let me select the table first and then click on the option here to add it to our table. And now we can see here also the percentage figure as a profit margin here for each of the products here, as well as at the bottom here for the total, right? Of course, you can also use this in order to display it as a card visual, or of course in another chart. Like as I said, you can easily switch this. Instead of showing a table, you can use any other kind of visual. The only reason why I chose here a table is because I think with explaining, it's best to see and most easiest to see if you have a table first. But of course, you can use those measures you have created here for any other kind of visualization. So might be a donut chart, a line chart, if you have something over time, you want to analyze over time, or use a bar chart, or use a map, whatever you want to use, feel free to do that, right? And now you know how to apply and create those measures in here. So that's it actually for this video. Hopefully you understood what we did, and I encourage you to try this out yourself. Thanks a lot for watching, and hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now, the great thing about Power BI and all the measures which we have created so far is the slicing and dicing. So the flexibility. What do I mean by that? Well, after creating those measures, the measure itself is now calculated on the fly. We already talked about that. And this means we can use it in any kind of context. So let's say I'm not interested in this case, the profit margins for the products. Instead, I'd like to see the profit margins maybe for each of my fiscal years. So then I only need to go in here, select my dates table in here, and I'm searching for fiscal year. So there's a fiscal year. I can tick this option in here. Now I have my fiscal years in here, and I can use here my profit margin, tick this option, and then I would see the profit margin here calculated for each of the fiscal years. Also, maybe go inside the format visual, and then for the values, let me just increase the size so you can see that better on your screens. Let me type in here 125, that's a little bit too big, so 14, okay. So as you can see here, and the measure itself is calculated simply by adding a different field inside my table structure. Or of course, if I want to switch this to a bar, I can go in here with the, let's say here, the bar chart. Let me go to this one here, and I can see here in this case, the percentage here for each of the fiscal years as a bar chart. Of course, considering this one, it's quite similar, so the bar chart would not be the best visualization type, but the main point is really that I can use, at first, any kind of visual to slice and dice that, the way I want it. And I can also use any kind of, in this case, column, and depending on the column which I'm using in my visualization, then of course my data adjusts. So we go back to the table view here, and I say, well, the fiscal year is maybe not what I want to have something different. I can use any kind of other measure from my dates table or any other kind of measure or table which I want to use. So the same is true. Let's say I created this visualization and I have showing here all the relevant KPIs. And now let's say one of my superiors comes and he or she says then, well, that's great. Thanks a lot. But I need this data not for the product. I need it for the customers. Can you help me with that? And you say, of course, sure, I can do that. No problem. So let me go to a new page, click on new page here, and let me select the page number 1, because here we don't have too much space. So let me just select the table here. Let me just Control-C to copy this. You can, by the way, also do that. Go to page number 2 in here, and then you can paste it, the table, so a second time. And then let's say he or she still needs all the data in here. Maybe not the total sales twice, so let's actually remove this from here, but all the other data is relevant. And now he or she wants to see that not for the product name, but actually for the customer, as we said. Then all we need to do is we can get rid of the product name in here. Then by default, we only get one value in here. That's true. But now let's actually go inside. Let me make this smaller and go inside the customer table here. And then we simply use the customer name. We can simply drag it and drop it on top here, drop it. And now we get the same visualization in the table here again, but now we see the data for each customer individually instead of for each of the products. And that's it. That's what I mean by the freedom here, the great slicing and dicing, that you can drag any kind of field inside your visuals, maybe a table or any other kind of visual, and simply then let the measure calculate itself without you doing all the work and recalculating yourself. The measure itself adjusts to the visualization type and data you use inside the visual itself. So that's it. Play around with this, try it out yourself, and thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's explore a little bit deeper dates in Power BI and also the drill down functionality in dates. Before we do this, let me just tell you that I renamed here the first two pages here. You can simply double click here and name them properly if you want to do that as well. And then I simply clicked on the plus symbol to create a new report page because we got new space in here to explore the date functionalities. So if you open the dates table in here, maybe some of you have next to the date here a little, let's say, date icon or calendar icon. If that is the case, the reason for this is that auto date time is currently enabled for you. So let me show this to you. Currently, you see that the date itself here has no icon here. That means that if I would click on it to drag it in my view, a table gets created, and you see that under values, I only have the date column itself, which gives me a unique list of all the dates in here. Now, on the other hand, if the auto date time feature is enabled, then the date here is by default a hierarchy. So let me untick this option here and show you what I mean, that probably most of you have the calendar icon here. And the reason for this is if I go to File, and under File, under the Options and Settings, and under Options, you will see that just a second. Here, this window appears, and under either Global Data Load, or in this case for my current file under Data Load, you see that here the auto date time for me is disabled. So probably for most of you it is enabled, and let me show it to you. If it is enabled and I click OK, then you see that now the dates table here has the calendar icon. And that means if I add this now, if I click on it, you now see not only the date column, but you see a complete hierarchy here, starting with year, quarter, month, and day. So let me just remove it for now. Let's actually get rid of the table. We don't need this. Instead, we will now have a look at a bar chart. Let's use this here. And let's use this auto date time for now. So let's actually drag the date inside. You can do it here on the axis, or you can simply tick on the checkbox and then it's added to the axis. And then we also want to add one of the measures. I will go for the total sales, but you can use any other kind of measure if you want as well. So let's take this. And now you see we got here 3 bars, which is 2020, 2021, and 2022. The reason why this is so small, just to mention that, is because the data for 2022 doesn't contain the whole year. It only contains the first 3 months. That's the reason for that in the data set. So because we have a hierarchy here on the axis, as you can see, we got date, year, quarter, month, and day. There are these drill down options, the little arrows here on top of the visual. That means that currently we are here on year, but if I click on the 2 down arrows here, you can go to the next level in the hierarchy. So let's click on it. And now you see here quarters. So quarter 1 to quarter 4. And if I drill down further, if I go one more time, I can now see here the months. And the lowest level, one more time, would be then on a daily level. Now you see that there are 31 days in here. Now, of course, now you're wondering, well, wait a minute, we got 3 years of data. Why is there only 31 days? Well, the reason for this is currently this option to drill down using the down arrow here, the double arrows. Let me drill up. Drill up, you can click on the up arrow here. This, of course, only goes down 1 level in the hierarchy. Meaning, if we are on a monthly level, so on the 3rd level in here on the hierarchy, that shows us each month only 1 time, but across all the years. Meaning, the sales here for January contain the sales for 2020, 21, and 22. So all of them together combined. Sometimes this might be what you want to see. Maybe you want to compare the different kinds of months across all the years to figure out what was the best month across all the years. Then this could give you the answer visually. However, most often you probably want to drill down, but keep actually the years separated, right? And to do this, let's actually drill up again to the top level. You can use, instead of the double arrows, you can use these options here. Expand all down one level in hierarchy. If I take this option, now you see not only the quarters, as you've seen before, but the quarter as well as the year. And if you drill in further, let me click this. Now you see, let's also make this maybe a little bigger. We can see the year, the quarter, and the month. So the separation is here, and this means that the January is now appearing 3 times. One time for 2020, one time for 2021, which is this one here, this bar, and one time for 2022, which would be this bar here. So this is the other option to drill in to your data using these options here, and then keep all the levels of the hierarchy inside. And if you drill to the daily level here, you can go in here. Then of course the chart would have a lot of bars in here, but this is also something you can do. So let's drill up again to the highest level in here. So these are the 2 options we have. Either only one level down in hierarchy, or just keep the hierarchy and drill down. The other option could be that you want to drill in a specific bar. So this can be enabled if you click this option here, this first one, click to turn on drill down. If you select it, now it's highlighted. And now if I click, for instance, on 2022, select it, now you see the first quarter of 2022. The other 3 quarters are not visible because there is no data in 2022. But the first quarter here is now only referencing 2022. And if I click on the bar one more time, you see that now we drill into the first 3 months in 2022 for, in this case, to show our sales. So this is this option here. If you select it, it's highlighted here in a dark color. This means you can drill in by simply clicking on a specific bar. The same is true here. It's currently selected. So if I click on 2021, you can see that now I'm on the quarter level, but only for the specific year which I clicked on. So there's another option to drill into your data if you want to do that. And the drill up is always the same. Simply click on here and drill up. So that's something you can specify in here, and these are the options you have. By default, as long as you have basically this auto date time feature enabled, as you've seen here. Because if the auto date time feature is not enabled, then the hierarchy here, like year, quarter, month, and day, is not created automatically. We would have to create them manually ourselves in order to use it. If you, on the other hand, don't want to have the hierarchy, you can still get the normal date column with all the individual days by simply right-click here and say you want to switch from the hierarchy to date. So if you click on date here, then now you see you got an individual bar for each day. And you also see on the axis here, there's now no way to drill in to the data because there is no hierarchy. There's only the date field, which has 1 day for each day in our dataset. So that's the other option, right? Either the date field itself, or if you have enabled the auto time functionality, we have done this, I've shown it to you. If you go to File, Options and Settings under Options, then if you have this enabled, you will see the little icon here for the calendar, and also you have the option to choose the date hierarchy in here. And then you can drill in the data if you want to do that. Okay, so that's it for dates and drill into dates. Hopefully you understood what we did. Try it out yourself. As always, enjoy it, and thanks a lot for watching, and I hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now in the last video we explored the dates and the date hierarchy and also the drill down functionality. Now this is quite helpful and might enhance our reports, but maybe a question arises. So at the beginning, you've seen in my report, for instance, I deactivated the auto date time functionality. So was there any reason why I did that? Or why actually is this possible at all? Well, this is a good question, and let's explore this a little bit. Now, if we enable the auto date time functionality, as we have done, then we can use the hierarchy directly in any kind of visualization we want. And we can drill in and drill out, and everything is fine. Now that's a great feature, however, it comes with a price. What is the price? Well, If you take a closer look, let's go to File one more time and go to Options and Settings and go to Options. You will see that here under the data load option, where there's also this auto date time functionality for the global as well as for the current file. Let's actually go to the current file maybe. There's also this option, currently it's enabled. But if you go under this, exclamation mark here, you'll see that automatically create a hidden date table for each field in the model that has a date or date time data type. And that means this is a quite costly operation, especially if you have a large model with a lot of date columns. Because what Power BI is doing here, it is creating an additional date table, which we can't see, it's not visible, it just happens under the hood, but it's creating this date table for each date column in the dataset. And this means this is really expensive because it blows up the model size, and this is something we want to avoid normally. So you can use this option here and use the auto hierarchy here, which gets created, especially if you have a small model, then this should not be a huge issue. But if you have large models, then I would highly encourage you, and this is also best practice, to deactivate this feature. And if you deactivate this feature, you already know that the hierarchy here gets deleted, so you can't use it anymore. And this means you need to create your own hierarchy. So within the columns, in the data you have and the columns, you need to actually create an own hierarchy with the year, quarter, month, and day, instead of using or relying on the auto-generated one. As I said, this is only important if you have a really large model and performance is an issue, then this is something you want to untick and create a hierarchy yourself. If you have a smaller model, like for instance we have in here, it's a really small model, it doesn't matter, so we can leave it checked and we can use all the benefits from the auto hierarchy which gets created in here. But I want to point this out because it's important to understand that if you have a larger model, you want to untick this. And that's the reason, this option here. And that's the reason why it was unticked for me in the first place, because I used other models, and that's why by default I always uncheck it. You can always check it and uncheck it here in the data load settings under options if you want to do that, but just want to mention this, okay? So hopefully this is clear. And that's actually it for this additional video, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into time intelligence in Power BI. So DAX functions related to any kind of time comparisons, like for instance, visualizing or comparing the sales of the last year regarding the sales compared to this year. Let's do that. Let's first actually name this page. Let's call this dates for now. And let me just click on the plus symbol here to simply add a new page in here. So let's actually visualize something. Let's say, again, we would like to see the, in this case, let's go with the products, or let's actually go with the dates. That's more important here. So let me just make this smaller for now, and go with the dates here. And I leave the hierarchy in place here, because as I said, we have a small model, and here it's much easier to work with the auto date time table, which gets created in here. So let me take this option here for dates, and we'll use a table again just to see that better. Let's actually get rid of the day and also get rid of the quarter, so you can remove elements from the hierarchy if you want to do that, so we can only see the year and the month level. By the way, if you are interested how to get actually those levels back if you remove them, what you could do is you can right click here, go to show all levels, take this option here, and then they are there again. So how you get them back. Let me remove them one more time. And then let's actually go to the formatting option here as well. And let's go for the value section here and just make sure that this is a little bit bigger so you can see this better on your screens. Let's go with 15 here, okay? All right, so we can see all the month-year combinations in the dataset. So far, so good. Let me go back to the visual view in here. So now I'd like to add one of my measures. And let's say I'm using the total sales. So I go with total sales. I can either tick the box here, or I can drag and drop it inside here, the value section. And then I can see here the total sales here for each month-year combination. This works because we have the relationship set up correctly between the dates table and our sales table. So far, so good. Now, what if I like to know what are the sales in the prior year? So for January 2020, of course, we don't have any data. That's why this would be blank. But let's say we would like to analyze here January 2021, which is 944,000 and so on. And we would like to compare this to the same period in the last year, which is in this case January 2020, this 1.24 million or 024 million, which means that obviously our sales went down. And how can we, well, compare this now? Well, to this value here. Well, we could use DAX and time intelligence. So let's right click on the measures table here and say you would like to create a new measure. Take this option and there's the measure. And let's say now we calculate the total sales, and I call it LY for last year. It's up to you. You can name this whatever you want, but I would encourage you to give it a proper name. So equal, and now we can use the, in this case, a specific function, which is very, very important. And we will use this function a lot. And you also in your reports later on, if you create DAX measures, you will use this function a lot. We will use the so-called calculate function. Calculate, if I type in calculate here, this is the most powerful function in DAX. Because calculate, if I take this option, you see that what it does, it evaluates an expression. Expression is referring to a DAX measure. So it's most often. So it's evaluating a measure, but in a context modified by filters. And this is the main key. Modified by filters. That means we can change the specific filter context of an expression. Now, the question might occur, okay, what is the filter context? Well, that's a good question. Well, the filter context is always available inside a visual. So for instance, here in our current table, the filter context, for instance, for this specific row, showing this 960,000 and so on, is October 2020. So this is the filter context we have. And that's why we can see this number and not the 25 million and so on, because we filtered the sales based on October 2020. Now, of course, if we want to show, for instance, for October, in this case, we don't have any data in October 2019, but let's go to our original example, January 2021. That is the filter context here, and it shows us exactly the 944,000, which is the total amount of sales for January 2021. If we want to show now next to that the sales of January 2020, then we need to modify the filter context. We need to change it, because otherwise we can't display the sales of 2020 if there is a year 2021 in the context. So to do this, we need the calculate function, because calculate allows us to change this context. So we can say we would like to see our expression, which is in our case the total sales. So total sales, this one here. And now we can give it a new filter context, meaning we can override what it's already there. So instead of using, for instance, here January 2021, we can say we want to see it for January 2020. So that means that the calculate function will then override the existing context, which is here. And we can do this by simply using the same period last year function. That's the function here. Let me tick this option. And you see that it returns a set of dates in the current selection from the previous year. That means what it basically does, it goes 1 year back. What it needs is a date column in here. And here we're referring to our dates table and there the date itself. So we can use dates table, and in the dates table we use the date column, this one here. Then we can close our calculation here and also close the calculate function. And that is basically our calculation. So again, it means please calculate the total sales, but in a new context, not the context you have inside the visual. By the way, this could be a table, but could also be a bar chart, whatever kind of visual you have. But change the current filter context, which is displayed here, and change it to, in this case, 1 year back, showing, in this case, January 2020 for the specific column we have in here. Now, if I press enter to evaluate that, we have now created a new measure, which is called total sales. I can select it, also make sure that I format this properly. I click on the dollar symbol in here. So it's formatted. And now if I want to add this to my visualization, I can simply click on total sales last year, add it. And you see that now for 2020, it is simply blank. The reason is because there is no sales. in the prior year. In 2019, there's no data. But here in January 2021, as you can see here, we got 1.024 million, which is exactly the same value as 1 year before, this one here. And then for February, we got 989,000 and so on, which is this value here, and so on. So this is your first time intelligence function in Power BI, the so-called same period last year function, which allows us to swap basically the current filter context 1 year back, and then display the values in here. And then this, of course, is true here as well. And for instance, for 2022, we don't have any sales data here anymore, but you see that this is exactly the same value here, 984, which we've seen here in the prior year in April 2021, this value here. So that's how that works. And of course, we can now again simply calculate the difference if we're interested in that. So let me make this bigger. And if I go to the measures table, right click here, go to new measure, and then I could simply say sales difference, like that. And I can simply say I want to see the total sales from my measures table, this one here. And I can simply subtract the total sales last year, this one here. Then press enter. And then this measure is also there. And so let me click on it. Let's format it. On the measures tool, click on the dollar symbol in here. So we're good to go. And now if I select my table and I click on the sales difference here, click on it, then you see here, you got exactly the difference in here, right? So you see it, this is negative. In February is also negative. But in March, for instance, we had higher sales in 2021, which is this value here, compared to this value here, because the difference here is positive, right? And that's the way how this works. Okay, so now congratulations. What we did, you learned something new. You applied the calculate function. You calculate the sales for the last year. So you used a time intelligence function in here. And then, of course, you also calculate the difference. So that's it for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you were able to follow along. As always, try it out yourself. That's the most important thing if you want to learn DAX and Power BI. And otherwise, thanks for watching and hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. Now, we have seen in the last video the first time intelligence functions in Power BI in DAX, which was the same period last year function. Now this function is quite helpful to calculate the difference compared to the last year, but maybe it does not give you the result you are looking for. So what I mean by that? So maybe you need something a little more dynamic, more flexible, meaning maybe you're not interested in comparing sales to the prior year. Maybe you are more interested in the prior quarter or prior month or even the prior day, depending on what kind of level you're interested in, what kind of level you're displaying your data in the visuals. How to do this? Well, with the same period last year function, which we've used here, you can't do it. Because the same period last year function is static in a way that it always looks back 1 year. But 1 month, 1 quarter, 1 day, this is not possible with the same period last year function. However, there's another time intelligence function in DAX which allows us to do that, which is more flexible. That is why I more or most often use a different function, not the same period last year function. So let's actually first double click on the page here and name this properly. Let's call this time intelligence. Okay, that's what the functions in DAX which are related to time and shifting and modifying time are referred to. So now let's right click on the measures table here and go to new measure. Tick this option. And for this one here, let's call this total sales, LY for last year. Because I can't name or give the same name to a second measure, I call it total sales last year number 2. So let's say equal. And now again, we use the calculate function. Just remember, whenever you want to change the filter context, which we want to do, because we don't want to display the sales for the current year, which we can see inside the visual, we need to use the calculate function. So let's practice this. Let's click on the tab key to select calculate. The expression will again be the total sales, or if you're referring to a different kind of measure, then you would have to choose a different kinds of measure from the measures table. And the filter context here this time is not the same period last year, which we used before. Instead, we will use the so-called dateAdd function. So dateAdd is, as the name implies, it allows us to add or subtract a specific date, time frame. So let's actually click on tab here and let's see what it tells us. It actually moves the given set of dates by a specific interval. So that sounds kind of similar to the same period last year function, but here it says a specified interval, meaning we have the option to specify the interval. Meaning the dateAdd function needs at first a date column. And remember what I told you at the beginning when we set up the model and also imported the dates table. The most important column in the dates table is the date column, because the date column contains all the dates without any kind of exceptions. There are no dates missing from the starting of our sales table to the end. So all the 3 years, all the dates, each day is inside this date column. And that's why we want to use this specific column for all our time intelligence functions in DAX. So I can say for the date function here, I can say in this case date, from the dates table, the date, this one here. And then I can specify here the number of intervals. So let's say -1 as an example, because I want to go back one time period. And then finally, you specify the interval. And let's say, just for comparison's sake, select year. So I either type year or select year here and press the tab key, and then can close of course, the dateAdd function and then also the calculate function. So meaning, please calculate the total sales, and the new context is simply this one here, meaning take a look at the date and go back 1 year. So let's evaluate that. Press enter. Okay, here's our measure. Select the measure and make sure that we format it correctly so we can see it in comparison. And now if I go in here and also make the table bigger, and now we will add the total sales here, last year number 2, with the dateAdd function to the table. And you'll see we got exactly the same result in here for the dateAdd function as for the total sales last year in here, right? Those numbers in here and here are exactly identical, exactly the same, as you can see here. And the reason is this, because both of these functions currently go back exactly 1 year. But the main difference now is that while the total sales last year using the same period last year function can only go back 1 year, and that's always the specific interval, there is no way to change this here. There are no additional options to add that. In the total sales last year number 2, we can also specify we want to go, for instance, 2 years back. I could say here 2, not 21, but 2. I can press enter. And now you see I don't see any data here as well, but only in January 2022, I can see here the value, which actually is the value, if I scroll up, from 2020 in here, this one. Because now I'm shifting the date here 2 years back, right? That would be an option here. Also, I could say I want to go back one time period, but I don't want to go back 1 year. I actually want to go back, let's say, 1 quarter. So if I type in quarter here, press enter. Now you see the numbers will change again. Let me press enter one more time. And now if I take a closer look, I can see here the 1,024 million exactly shifted 1 quarter. So I can see here in April the data from January. And then here from May, I can see the data from February and so on. So it shifted exactly 3 months back, right? And if I go to sales number 2, I could also, of course, say I want to go back maybe only 1 month. So let's say month here. And then I select month. And if I press enter and leave the 1 year, I can simply see that my data now changes or is shifted 1 month in here in the future, right? And I can compare now February sales to January sales if I want to do that. The final option would be to go in here and say I would like to shift it 1 day. However, in the current context, because we only show year and month, it doesn't really make sense to shift it by days, right? That's why we stick to the month level, but we have seen how it works for quarters, we have seen how it works for years, and of course, you probably know how to apply it if you want to switch it. Here, simply choose day instead of month. But that's the main advantage of the dateAdd function, because here you're not static, you're not limited to always go back 1 year. You have the option really to be flexible and say, I want to go back X amount of periods, and then you can specify month, quarter, and so on, up to you, okay? So that's it for your second time intelligence function. Hopefully you understood what we did. Hopefully you tried this out yourself or are trying this out yourself now. And otherwise, thanks a lot for watching and hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's explore the next time intelligence function which could be helpful for us. So what if I'm not interested in a comparison? Like for instance we have done in the last videos, so either considering the last year or maybe the last month or last quarter. Maybe I'm interested in a running sales, running total sales, or also sometimes called cumulative sales. So that means that in February, for instance, I don't want to see the sales for February, but I actually want to see the sales for January and February combined. And in March, I'd like to see the sales for the first 3 months and so on. So sometimes this is also interesting. And there are various ways how you can calculate this in Power BI, but let me show you one option to apply this and calculate the cumulative sales. To do this, I'd like to actually have a second table for that. Let me just select the table, Control C to copy it, so it makes it easier probably to see. Click on a new page in here, press Control V to paste it, and we got our table. So we can avoid creating the table from scratch and formatting it properly. And let's actually get rid of the total sales last year, the difference here, the total sales. So we only have actually one column with, in this case, the total sales for each of the months. And now let's figure out how can we actually create this running total or cumulative sales. Well, let's think about what do we need to do. Well, when we want to actually sum up all the sales up to a specific date, for instance here, March 2020, we basically need to tell Power BI in the visual or in the calculation, just to understand that, we need to tell it, well, please, when you are in this specific row in the visual, when you have this filter context, March 2020, that don't give me the sales for March 2020, give me the sales for all the months which are smaller or equal to March 2020, meaning those 3 and so on. So that's how you need to think about that if you want to create the DAX calculation. And if you're in June, as an example, the same way, please don't show me the sales for June, but give me a table with all the dates prior to June, including June up here, and then sum up the values. Now, how can we do this? Well, as I said, there are various options. One includes creating variables, but we have not talked about variables so far, so let's exclude this for now, and let's do it the following way. Let's right-click on the measures table here and create a new measure. Take a new measure here, and there is our cumulative sales measure. I simply name it cum sales, so for cumulative sales, but as I said, you can also name it running total sales or cumulative sales, depending on, it's up to you how you want to name it. It doesn't matter. More important is to figure out or understand how can we do this. So we already learned that whenever we need to change the context, we will use the calculate function. And also there will be a chapter later in the course which dives deeper into calculate, so to help you better understand how the calculate function works. But for now, just remember when you want to change the filter context. And the filter context is what is displayed inside the visual. So June 2020, for instance. And if you want to change the context, you need to have apply the calculate function. So let's say calculate, and then the expression we want to evaluate is again the total sales in my case. You can use another measure if you want, but so far we use the total sales, so let's stick to that. Let's select it, measures table total sales, this one here, and just be careful that you don't select the others because they are named quite similar. So if I say for sales here or total sales, you can see there's also other measures in here. So let me just select not the sales last year, let me select total sales in here. So that also works, by the way. Here you can see that now I'm only referencing here the measure itself, total sales, and not measures table total sales. So that also works, and you can use it here as well. So for measures, you don't need to reference the table name as well. In this case, as you can see here, I only display total sales. But it is exactly the same. If it's measures table total sales or total sales, it's referring to the same measure. So now for the filter here, we need to, what do we want to do? Well, we want to remove the current context, which is in this case June 2020, and instead we want to use all the months prior. And one way to do that would be to use the filter function, as well as additional DAX functions, for instance, which would be all or all selected. So let's actually first create the formula and then explain what we are doing. So we want to use the filter function. Filter allows us, let me just press the escape key here and see what it does. The filter function here returns a table that has been filtered. Okay, so that is what we need, because we need to have a filter table which only returns all the prior month and year combinations as well as the current one, right? For the table, we are referring to the dates table. So dates, this is fine. However, we need to make sure that we remove any kind of filter which are currently applied. And to remove any kind of filters, we need to wrap this in another DAX calculation, which is the so-called either all function or all selected. Both would work. I will go with the all selected in here, and it tells you it returns all the rows in a table or all the values in a column, ignoring any filters that might have been applied inside the query, but keeping filters that come from outside. For now, just keep your main focus on returns all the rows in a table or the values in a column, ignoring any filters. That's the main point. So that means that if we say we want to calculate the total sales and we want to filter, in this case, the complete dates table, you can refer to dates here, all selected, in this case, dates table date, for instance, like that. This would refer to a column. I can close this now in here. Now I have my table, and now I can give it here a filter expression. And the filter expression will be the maximum of, in this case, dates table date. So dates table date, and there it is. This one here should be less, or in this case, sorry, the dates table date here, the dates table date. So let me actually remove this for now, make it easier for me. So dates table date. So this one here should be less or equal, now we got it, to the maximum of the dates table, in this case, date. Let's close this here, and let's also close here the filter, and also close the calculate function here. And maybe to have it on a different row, just click somewhere and press Control and Enter. Oh, sorry, Shift and Enter, just to go to new line. So a little bit for formatting here for the measure itself. So this looks kind of complicated, and it is, so let's understand that. So what we do here is we calculate the total sales, and then we say, how do we want to calculate this? What kind of context do we want to calculate on? We use the filter function and use all selected dates table date. So this first expression here, all selected dates table date, this means that what we tell Power BI here is get completely rid of any kind of filter context here. So if you only would like to calculate the total sales in the context all selected dates table date, it would give us the complete 25,661,000 and so on. So that's what calculate total sales in the all selected dates table context is. Because all selected removes any kind of context in here. But of course we want to have some context. We want to make sure that all the dates inside the cumulative sales calculation are less or equal to the current date we have in the filter context. And that is why we have this second expression inside the filter function. So we say, please filter the complete dates table without any filters, and make sure that inside the dates table, so this dates table here is referring to the date inside the dates table, should be less or equal, so less or equal here, to the maximum of the dates table date, this expression here. And what's crucial to understand here, which might be difficult if you see it the first time, but this maximum of dates table date, this is referring to, inside the visual, the specific row. So that means filter the complete dates table without any filters applied, and make sure that the date inside the dates table, this is referring to the all selected dates table, is less or equal to the maximum date, and the maximum date on the other hand is referring to each row inside our visual. So the maximum date, for instance, for September 2020 is exactly September 2020. Or on a daily level, it would be the 30th of September 2020. That's how this formula works. And let's explore that it actually works and does exactly what I told you it does. Let's actually evaluate that, press enter. The cumulative sales is here. Let's tick this option and also click on the dollar symbol. And let's have a look. Let's go in here inside the visualization and let's tick the cumulative sales ticket. And now you see exactly what we get. So in January, we got exactly the same value, but in February, for instance, we got actually the sum. So if you sum up those two values, you get exactly this value here. And in March, we get the sum of the first three values. So you can do it if you want. You can use your calculator, sum this up, and you'll see that you got exactly the same values here. So this is this cumulative or running total sales. And you can also check whether it calculates correctly, because at the last entry here in March 2020, this is the last 22, this is the last sales entry we have. We need to have exactly the same number as the total sales, which is this one. And that's true, because up to this point, we have summed up all the prior month-year combinations. So that's why, of course, at the end, we need to have the total sales amount. And then for the rest of the dates table here, of course, there we don't have any sales anymore. That's why this number is repeating, because up here, of course, up to April 22, of course, we sum up all the values before, including April, which is empty, and that's why this number doesn't change anymore. But you see that this works exactly as expected. So it gets started with the first date we have inside the view, and then sums up the first two, then the first three, and so on. And we got exactly the running total, in this case, across all month-year combinations up to the end, which is the total value here. And we did this, if I go to the cumulative sales one more time, by simply using this filter function, which allows us here to choose at first a table, which is this one here. This table, because we use all selected, ignores all the filters coming from the visual here. So it doesn't matter whether this is April 2021, because all selected simply uses the whole dates table. But then, just to make sure that we actually get what we want, we say that the dates table or the date inside the dates table, which is referring to this one is referring to the dates table itself, is less or equal to the maximum of the dates table. And even though you might think this is the same, dates table and dates table, it is not, because the second expression here, this maximum dates table date, this again is referring to the visual we have. And this means the maximum here for July 2021, for instance, is July 2021. In this case, the 31st of July 2021, if you're considering a daily level. And this means we make sure that we only evaluate the total sales for all the dates less or equal, in this case, to the specific row we are currently in, the visual. And this gives us exactly the desired result, meaning we get the running total up to this point. Okay, so that's it for the cumulative sales. I know that was a lot, but please give it a try yourself. Try it out, write the DAX formula and see whether it works. And also please feel free to check out if you do this maybe for other kinds of visualizations. Doesn't have to be here, in this case the table, could also be here a line, for instance, a line chart if you want to do that, or any other kind of visualization. Okay, so that's it for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and as always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's do a little bit of cleaning regarding our Power BI Time Intelligence DAX measures which we have created. For instance, you can see that for our cumulative sales or running total sales, depending on how you want to call it, we have the cumulative sum, that's fine. But we got this issue that after our last month of sales, we still have this repeating pattern, right? This might be something we don't want. The same behavior we experience with the time intelligence, right? Because here also, if we have total sales last year, for instance, in here, that's totally fine. But maybe after our last sales month, we don't want to see the data here anymore. Instead, we want to have this blank. So this could be use cases you have. So let's dive into that and what can we do about that. Let's maybe start with the cumulative sales. So let's have a look at our formula one more time. Go in here and you see that we basically calculate some measure regarding this new filter context we have specified here. Now, the most easiest way to get rid of those repeating patterns here, if there is no value for the total sales, is simply to check that with, for instance, an if condition. So you're probably all familiar with if expressions from Excel, for instance, and the same is true for Power BI. So I can say, beside the formula we already have, we can wrap this actually. We can say if, and we use a normal if function here, if, and then we need to specify the logical test, and then we specify the result if true and the result if false. So we could say, in this case, if not, we use the not function, and then we use is blank. And then our measure, our value here is the total sales. Here we go, this one. So like that, and else we will specify here a blank, like that. I can close this here, and of course I need to close the not is blank here. So close that parenthesis here, and then we are good to go. So that's our modified formula. And it's quite easy to understand because we simply check with the isBlank function. The isBlank function simply checks the measure and takes a look whether the measure is blank. And here you can see for all these months after our last sales month, the measure itself, which is total sales, is blank, right? And we say if it is not blank, only then we would like to see the cumulative sum, which is this part. And if not, don't show anything. And don't show anything can be simply achieved with blank. That's it. So quite easy to understand, I guess. And if we modify it like that and we execute it, I press enter, then you'll see that now it ends in March 2022. And you can see that you can't scroll down any further. So our last sales month where we have sales, which is March 2022, is also the latest month for the running total. So that's one way how we can get rid of those repeating patterns. Also, here again, you can see that for measures, like for instance, total sales, it doesn't matter whether I'm referring to the table itself and then the measure, which is currently possible in Power BI, as well as if I only refer to the measure itself. So this total sales here is the same as measures table total sales, the first part. And I can show you this because I can also get rid of that. If I would remove this here, I have the same expression here and I can evaluate it and I get exactly the same result. So it doesn't matter which way you prefer, but by default, if I choose the measure the first time, then the measures table here is also part of the expression itself. And the same is true actually for the time intelligence. So also here, if I take a look, for instance, at our, let's do it for the total sales last year, we can do exactly the same. So again, if we don't want to see these values in here, because we want to end the values here in April, we can easily do this. So we could say total sales last year, take a look at that. Total sales last year, here's our measure. And we can also wrap this in an if condition. So I can say if, and then I check simply not, and then parenthesis is blank. And then here I'm referring to the total sales measure again. So I can use this here, press enter, and Power BI did not pick this up, so let me just try it here. Total sales, here we go, and get rid of that. So we simply check whether the total sales is not blank, and only if it's not blank, then we would like to see the, here in this case, the same period last year calculation, and if that is not the case, then just make sure that I close the second parenthesis here, so like that. And if that is not the case, then on the other hand, I'd like to see nothing, and nothing simply means blank. I can close this here, and then just watch what happens with these numbers here. So for the second part in here, I press enter, and you'll see that now they are gone, and it ends here in March. And the same is then true, of course, for the difference. So in here, the sales difference also ends, of course, in here, because blank minus blank, this will not happen. The only reason why there is still a value in here is because we have a value here for the total sales last year. The second measure, but just to show you this, if I would remove this, then we would end here in March 2022. And I will not do it now, but you see that for the total sales last year, number 2, for this one here, you could do exactly the same expression to get rid of this last month here, because we do not have any sales data in here. It's just this wrapper, like if not is blank, then the measure you're currently testing. And if that's not the case, then show it. And if that is the case, don't show anything. Don't show anything is referring to blank. So that is that. Okay. So the last thing I'd like to add here is the following, which is referring to my DAX calculations. Now I'm completely aware that the easier, or let's say the better formatted the expression we have is, the easier it is to learn and understand the formula. So especially if you have large formulas, I totally understand, and that's my own experience as well, it's much more difficult to understand. And to help us with that, there is actually one specific site which is called daxpattern.com. And I already opened it here in my browser, which is this one. You can play around with the theme, you can use the dark or the light one. But what this site actually does is you can paste any kind of DAX expression inside here, and it's doing the formatting for you, which is great. So let me show this to you. Let's actually go back to our report and use, for instance, our total sales last year expression. It is a little bit formatted because I entered a new line using Shift Enter, but still it does not look too good. So I can simply copy it, Control C to copy it. Then I go to the formatting page and I simply paste it here inside. And then I can click on Format and it will do its magic. Just a second. And here it is. And this already looks a little bit better regarding the format. And then I can simply copy it, press copy, and I go back to my report. And I simply override it by pressing Control V. And now you see I have formatted my formula. Let me press Enter in here. And now this is the formula you will see when you download the resource section and you would open this specific Power BI file. And let me do it for the other ones as well. So let me go in here, copy this, because even though this probably does not make too much because it's only a one-liner, but let's still try it. Let's go to here. Let me click on New. Let's paste this inside. Let's format this and let's take a look. And that's our formatting expression. Go to copy again. And then I go back to my report and I simply replace it, paste here, and I will press Enter. And the total sales last year, number 2, is also formatted correctly. So I'll do this for a few additional formulas and measures we have created, so you don't need to watch me doing this. But of course, if you open the report from the source section, as I said before, then you will see the formatted expressions in here. Okay? So that's it for this video. Hopefully that was helpful to get rid of the additional repeating, in this case, numbers or expressions, and also how to format the expressions using a simple tool like DAX Formatter, which is a great help because the better you format the expression, the easier it is for yourself, but also for your colleagues and other people who read what you have done and figure out what exactly the expression does. Okay, so that's it. Thanks a lot for watching and hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's practice and create our final report for this specific dataset. So let me click on the plus symbol here to add a new report page, and then let's get started. So also please be aware that when you create your report here, you also have the option, if you do not select anything, you're simply on the blank report page, you can go here to the formatting option for the report page, and there are also additional things you can do. Like for instance, if you go to the canvas settings here, currently it's selected 16:9, which is the default ratio, which is also the same as in PowerPoint. But sometimes you need to change this, so you can easily do this by clicking here and then choose one of the other options in here, or also use custom. If you want to have, for instance, a Power BI report, which is much, let's say, longer, so you can scroll down for the report, you can also customize this in here and then choose the width and the height the way you want it. So for me, I will go the 16:9, but it's crucial to know where this is because maybe sometimes in the future you will need this. You can also play around with the canvas background here. You can also add images and colors and so on. However, I think this is a little bit misleading because be aware if you want to add an image in the background, I would normally go with the wallpaper option. So let me maybe show this to you. Go in here for the wallpaper, and then I choose one image. Let me take this option, and here you can see I have 2 example images. And if I click one of those images, click on open, you'll see that now I have an image as my background in here, which you can also adjust here using the image fit. If I click on fit, for instance, you'll see that the image changes slightly. And also the same is true if you go to fill, then it looks like that. So you can try these out and figure out what works best for you. Also, if you increase the transparency here a little bit, you see that now the image gets a little bit more transparent, which is often useful because you do not want to want your audience to focus on the background too much, right? So they are really nice images, and I also have used them in the past for my reports, at least for some of them, but be aware that maybe you play around with transparency so you don't make your audience focus too much on the background, because you actually want to show the numbers, right? The visualizations you have, which should be more focused on. So let me just go transparency down, and let me also remove the image. It was just an example where you can find that if you would like to add that. Also, if you need some images which are royalty free, and a site which I can recommend to you, if I go to my browser, here is this Pixabay. Pixabay is a free online site where you can browse for images. I search for buildings here, and you have various options, and you can download those images and take a look. But most of them normally are royalty free, so you can use them for all your projects if you want to do that. There are also other sites, of course, but this is just one which I can give you here, and you can use it and take a look at it. So let me go back to my report, and let's actually then close the canvas settings here, okay? And also the wallpaper in here, okay? So here for the filter pane, you also have options to customize the filter pane, which is this specific pane here on the side. So it's up to you whether you change the background. I want like the border, search box, you want to have it, how you want to style it, make it bigger, up this one here, and so on. So I encourage you, if you're interested in that, play around with it. Most of these options are kind of easy to understand, but I think it's best to try them out, also to remember where to find them, because there's a lot to style in here. Of course, it's up to you at the beginning as a decision whether you want to show this filter pane at all or not, because there's also this this eye option here, and you can see if you click this, then the filter pane itself would not be visible for the report consumer. So you can give him or her the option to use the filter pane or not. That's up to you. So let's get started with the report itself. So let me actually name the report. Let's say this is the final report, like that. And now let's actually here maybe change the background a little bit. In this case, I will not use an image. Instead, I will go with the view with the theme options I have in here. So also I'm using one of the default themes. In this case, I will go with Innovate, because I'm sure that I will not print this report, so I can use the dark background without, having issues regarding the printing of the report, right? Don't use too much colors in there. So I'll take this option here and choose it. By the way, of course, if you would like to customize the theme, of course, you need to select the theme first, then you can go to customize, or you can also browse the theme gallery for additional themes, or of course also import your own theme using browser themes, right? So depends, of course, if you need to follow corporate identity guidelines. So let me just use Innovate now. Let me tick this option, and I will go with this one. Also be aware that if you take this report, which is of course in the resource section as well, included for your reference, then later on, of course, all those pages also are now in this dark mode, okay? Just need to be aware of that if you download this, because this is the way I will save it. Okay. So let me actually maybe start with a header. Let's go to insert in here, and then I'll go with a text box. Go with text box and call this the final report. The final report. Like that. Okay. So let me maybe also select all of it. Control A, make it bold, and also make it here 32. That's big. Okay, that's fine. Also make this a bit smaller, and also center this. Okay. And then currently I still have the visual selected. I will go to, in this case, format, and here under format I will align it, and I will align it center. Okay, so now it's on center or top. That is fine for me. So what else? Well, let's actually use some of the measures we have created, right? So under measures table, we have the total sales in here. So I can click total sales and I have a bar chart in here. And I could be interested in the development of the sales over time. So this is what we have a dates table for. Remember when we took a look at the drill down functionality, and there we used under the dates table the date column in here. And because we have the auto date time function, the hierarchy is in here, so we can drill in and drill out. And also the report consumer at the end, when he or she interacts with the visual, can also do the same. Maybe I also like to add an additional KPI, let's say the profit ratio. Profit ratio is a percentage number, which means we could not plot it on the same axis. But here we could use, for instance, let's say a bar and line chart, or a line and clustered column chart, Power BI it's called. So let me tick this option. You see that the chart here has not changed, but now we also have an option to add something on the line value in here. So add data fields here. Okay, let's do that. Let's use the profit margin. Let's drag this here onto the line value area, drop it there, and now you can see we also got the profit margin as a line chart in here. Also, you already know that you can always go to the option under the format your visual, under customize, and then here we can play around with different kinds of options. So the legend, we currently can see it on top. It's up to us whether we want to show it, and of course where we want to show it. Also the line style, currently it's set to markers only. We could also say line and markers, and then you see that for profit margin now we don't see a dot, we see a line in here. So I encourage you to try out different options that are available here, because I can't cover all of them. And of course, everyone has its own or her own, proclivity, or let's say own style, which he or she wants to use. So what else can we do? Well, we could add, for instance, here markers. If I can turn them on, now I have also a dot in here for the markers, which of course can also be customized. Here, for instance, the marker shape could be interesting if I want to use something else, like for instance, this option here, and you see that the marker is now different. I can increase the marker size, and also I can choose a specific color if I want to do that. So that's fine. The customize series is turned off. That is totally fine because we only have one line. So there's no need and no way actually to customize each series individually, because we only have one line, and that means we only have one series for the lines. So let me make this smaller again. Let's go out and let's have a look. What else can we do? Well, of course, we could take a look at the data labels, for instance. We can turn them on. And if I do that, now you see I have all my data labels here included. I can make this a little bit bigger, so it's maybe easier to spot like that. And now, of course, I can also see the labels. For them also, of course, if you tick this option, you can here play around with the position, for instance, for the line, for the column. Auto simply means always that Power BI is trying to figure out the best position to show as much as possible. But if I go with a line and I would say here, I would like to send them above, you'll see that then some of the labels simply get removed because Power BI will avoid overlapping in here. So that's why I leave it for auto now, but it's up to you what exactly you want to do. Also the orientation in here and so on. For the value section here, I think it's fine. The font is fine. You can make it bigger, you can change the size, you can make it bold. You can change the color, which might be helpful depending on your background, of course. And also the units itself. However, here with the million, I'm actually totally fine because otherwise the number would not really fit on the bar here, right? So that's fine. And what else could we do? Well, we could be interested in, let's say, another visual. Let's say we would like to add here a donut chart. The donut chart needs to have also any kind of KPI. So let's say we are also interested in our profit and would like to see the profit by our products. So let's say we use total profit, take this option, or drag and drop it onto the value section. And you see that now we got one donut chart. So now we need to break this down for the products. So let's go in the product table. And if I would try to add the product name in here, if I do that, you'll see that it gets cluttered. So obviously the donut chart would not be the right chart to show each product and the total profit. So donut charts as well as pie charts, you can use them, even though I prefer at least the donut chart, not the pie chart. I don't really like the pie chart, but that's my personal opinion. The problem here really is that we have too many dimensions, so too many products in here. What you could do, so if you want to do this, you can group the data. Either the grouping is in your data set, so that each product maybe belongs to a product category. Or if that's not the case, you could do the following. You can right click on the name, product name here, and there you have the option to add a new group. So if you take this option, new group, then just wait a second and then a window appears here and you can name this group. Let's say categories, like that, for instance. The field is product name, that's fine. And then you can group them together. So I will do it quite easily, the grouping, but because there's so many products and I don't want to waste your time here, but of course you can be very specific regarding your specific data set later on. So if I just choose the first one and then I hold my shift key and click on the 24, for instance, I've selected all of them. And I can go with group here and say, these are my basics, okay? Like that. And I can do the same for the others. Let's go in here and let's use a little more. Let's go in here up to, let's say 83. I hold my shift key again to select all of them. Let's group them together and say, these are the advanced. Okay. And then, for instance, we have last values here and select all of them. So all of them together, hold my shift key, click on group. Let's say these are supplements. Okay, like that. All right. So we got 3 product groups. I just came up with some names, some random names out of my head now. So let's click on OK. There's also, by the way, the option to include other. The last group we would not have really needed to create that. We could have, say, other in this case as the option. But for now, I've done all the groupings. Now I click OK. And if I do that, just a second, you'll see that now we have categories in here, which is the group itself. Which, of course, if you click on the 3 dots here, can also be edited later on if you want to change something. So we can use the group instead. So let's actually use this. Let's actually drag the group itself. Let's take this option here. And I don't want to put this on details. Let me actually drag it up in here. And let me actually get rid of that maybe and drag this in here. Okay, we're good to go. And you see that now we got here our donut chart, and it's much better because it's not that cluttered. So if you want to put something like product on any kind of chart like that, and you know that these are way too many, then maybe the grouping makes sense in here, right? So also for here, we could go in here and customize this further. So if you select this here, you can specify here the detail labels. Do you want to show them? Where do you want to show them? Maybe inside. Give this a try. It looks like that. In my case, I think outside is better, but it's up to you. Just try out the different kinds of positions here and also specify what exactly do you want. Even though I would always recommend, if you also show the label itself in here like that, then it doesn't make sense to actually have a legend in here, right? Because it's then simply double counted here, and here, and that doesn't really make any sense. You want to show the relevant information, but you don't want to, show the same information twice. Okay, so we got this, and maybe make this also a little bit bigger here, like that, for instance, chart, and also like that. So that's the same height. Okay, for this one as well. And then finally, we'd like to add maybe the KPIs here as a card on top. So go in here and I say I'd like to add KPI cards. So we'll use either the single card, but I have several KPIs. So I will go with the multi-row card. So let me select this here. Just make sure that you first deselect any of the other charts. Otherwise, you would like to change, or you would change chart type. That's not what you want, or at least not what I want here. So let me make this bigger here, and let's just see what we can add. We can add the total sales in here. We can add the total cost, the total profit, and maybe also the profit margin, right? So we got our 3 or 4 measures in here. Okay. And then of course we can always change here the specific formatting options for that. So go in here, category labels, that is fine. And maybe you want to make them big, just to show them a little bit bigger in here. So like that. That I think is fine. You can play around with the color. I leave now the default one. And then for the call out values, let's just see, also maybe increase the size here as well for those. Okay, like that. And of course you can also make them bold. You can make them italic. Let's just see how that looks like. Well, you can do it. I think I leave it as a default here. Go to cards here. I can adjust here also the title if I want to adjust the title here. I don't have really a title here, so I can skip this here. And I can also then close the callout value here again. I think this is fine. For style, that's fine. as I said, but feel free to try out here and use these different options which are available here. Play around with the padding and so on if you want to do that. Change the background if you want to do that. And also change the colors here and the width for the accent bar if you want to do that, as always said. So go in here and maybe one more thing. Let's go to the format option here and then go to the align, and let's also align this center in here just to have it on top like that. And if you do this, then we also have a little bit more space for those. Let's go in here and also make this a little bit bigger like that. So we have the same size in here and increase the size here maybe also a little bit. So I know on this report, it's not too much information, but here in general, I can also give you a tip. Don't clutter your report. So the reason why Power BI has the option to add several report pages in here is simply also because you don't want to put everything on the same report page. So it's much better to have less data on a report page and only the relevant information, and then use, if you have or if you want to, several report pages. Also as a best practice, a tip from my experience so far. Okay. So that's it actually for creating our final report. Now I'm sure that you come up with a much better report that I'm doing here, and that's actually exactly what you should do. So as I said, try out the different features and functionalities and figure out what works best for you. Also, feel free to use maybe a background image as you've seen before, or also change the ratio of the default page and do other kinds of things. Okay. So that's it. If you got some questions, let me know. Otherwise, thanks a lot for watching and hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now I really hope you played around with the different functionalities and created your final report for this specific dataset. Now afterwards, of course, please save your work. Also, maybe you want to review it later on and then close the specific report page in here, because now we want to create a new report and dive into a different data set, which is a little bit different and gives a little bit more information than only product 1, product 2, and so on. So you see that I already opened the new Power BI report. That is fine. And now I can connect to data. Now, in order to do this, you know that when we want to use an Excel file, which is in here also the case, you can either click on Excel here directly, you can go to Excel workbook up here, or go to get data and click Excel workbook here. Or of course, finally, you could also click on more here or get data from another source here. And then if I do that, then the pop-up window appears, which asks me exactly what kind of data source it is. And the first one is Excel workbook again. So Excel is still heavily used in a lot of companies, so it's still often a specific data source, even though, of course, probably it's much better to use any kind of database, right? But for us now, to follow along, we use an Excel file. So click on Excel, click on Connect, and then select the PBI training number 2, which is this file here, which you can also find and download from the resource section to follow along. Let me click on Open. And then let's just wait until Power BI is recognizing the data. Here we go. And we can see we got here 3 different worksheets, which is employees, orders, and suppliers. And we also got tables in here. So we have learned during the course that it is best practice to import tables if we are sure we only want to have the data from the tables and we want to avoid doing additional cleaning steps in the Power Query editor. So let's just check that, click on employees here, and we can say a preview of the employee data. Okay, let's click on orders and maybe also make the window maybe a little bigger. And we can see here the order data, which is truncated. So it's only a preview, but I think the data here looks actually fine. And if I go to suppliers here and take this option, I also can see suppliers in here. So that should also be fine. So then let's select the 3 tables. Let me just check those 3 boxes in here. And we do not use the sheets, we use the tables instead. And to make sure that there are no additional issues, let's go on to transform data. Again, I'm still wondering why Power BI is highlighting the load, because people are then tend to click on the load directly. But it's always best practice if you know that, or if you don't know in advance that the dataset is really in perfect shape, which is probably never the case, it's much better to click on transform data and take a look at the query editor first, just to make sure that actually the data is exactly the way you want it to be structured. So we can see here employees, suppliers, and orders. Let's take a look at the suppliers first, because that's the table we can see here. And we got a supply ID, Also very important, make sure that the data type is correct. 1, 2, 3, that is fine. ABC, this is text, that's also fine. And ABC for the country is also fine. So that looks good. The only thing I'd like to adjust here is actually the name, because I'd like to name this supplier, and then I will use the abbreviation TBL for table. So it's up to you. You don't have to name it the same way as I do here, but that's one syntax which I often use. Then I will go to the employees table. So the employees table is also a dimension table, and the orders table will be our fact table. But this time it's different because here we don't have to at first combine 3 different sales tables as we have learned and how to do this with the other dataset. So for the employees table, we take a look. We got also an employee ID. Also the data type is fine, and also the same is true for the other options in here as well. So that looks good. The only thing here, again, what I would like to do is rename this table, and I call it employee, and then TBL as an abbreviation for table. So finally, let's take a look at the orders table here, our facts table. And here we can see again, the data types, and also whether the data is complete or is there any missing data. It's also highlighted by the green bar. And if you hover over it, you'll see also some information about that. So one thing which I noticed here immediately is we got 2 different dates in here, which is the order date and the ship date. However, as you can see that the order date is formatted correctly here. So this is the 4th of July 2020 and so on. And you can also see the calendar icon in here. For the ship date, this is not the case. So Power BI is treating the ship date currently as a number. So this is something I like to adjust, because maybe later on I would also like to use the ship date. So to do this, let's actually click here and let's actually try to convert this into a date. So be aware that the latest step currently is change type. This is the latest automatic step which Power BI has done. And because of that, if my next step is also changing the type, if I click on that, you'll see that now it asks me, do I want to replace actually my conversion in the last step, or do I want to add a new step? Again, Power BI is forcing you to replace the current step, just maybe to avoid to having too many steps in the applied steps window. But again, best practice probably is using add new step. And the reason for this is if I add a new step, then I can make sure that if the step which I add leads to errors or is not that what I want, I can easily revert it. If on the other hand, I replace the current step, that means that if I remove the current step, so the change type, then all data types of all the columns get removed. So that's why I personally prefer always add a new step, just to make sure that this really works what I want to do. So if I say add new step here, and you see it does not work. So I have received errors, and this is exactly why it's better to have this change type number 1, because now it's much easier to simply remove only this specific type change. So if I click on the cross symbol here, you see that I got my original data back. So why does this not work? Well, one thing which I experienced is sometimes, or actually almost often, it's better to first convert a number, specifically when it comes to dates, into text values. So let's give this a try. Click here and say I want to convert this into text. Let's do that. And again, I will add a new step, even though converting to text actually never leads to an error. At least if you have a proper number, for instance. But still, I'd like to add a new step. And you see that now the ship date is transformed into ABC, which means text. And now let's actually try that. Let's go in here and convert this now into a date. And I don't want to replace the current step, otherwise I would again convert it directly from number to date, which we've seen which does not work. So I want to keep my current step, first converting into, in this case, text, and then I want to add a new step, converting it from text into date. Let's click on new step, and now it works properly, as you can see here, and also we get a green bar on here, so no errors. So this obviously works. Why exactly is that the case? I can't really answer this for you, but this is one way you could try it if you also receive the errors which you have seen, which I got when I tried to convert it from the number directly into the date. And also be aware that you can always count on this option. If you go to convert here, that you can always choose using local. And then specify, we've seen this for the dollar amount, for population, for instance. Remember what we extracted from the web. And then we can use a local setting in order to convert maybe the date or a number into a specific format. But be aware that also using local, probably it's easier to first convert it into a text, okay? So here. So that's what my recommendation for you is, just in case you receive errors in the future. Okay, so we got a ship date and also the calendar icon, and let's scroll to the right. What else do we have? We can see here the numbers, which are decimal numbers. That is totally fine for these values in here. Discount, product name, supplier, and so on. So that looks fine to me. There is, I can see here, some customer zip code missing here. If I hover over that, obviously there are 3 empty values, but the customer zip code itself is actually not a really important column, and I will not use it at all, so it doesn't matter to me. I could also remove it here directly, but if it would be a real live scenario, you probably would like to figure out why the zip codes are missing, and you probably want to address this to the person who is actually preparing the data for you, in case this is a relevant column for you. Of course, if the data not relevant at all, then it doesn't make sense to waste any time in order to investigate that. So for me, that's fine. That looks good. So I got this as well. And one last thing is I want to import a dates table. But before I do that, let me just give you one additional thing, very important, so you don't run into issues later on with other reports as well, and if you continue working with Power BI. We want to combine the employees table, the orders table, and suppliers table. And again, we will do this because we have in the orders table here, for instance, an employee ID. And also we have a supplier ID. I just need to scroll a little bit probably, but there's somewhere there must be a supplier ID column. Let's just see. I currently can't see it. There it is, supply ID, right? So we will use those columns to create our relationships in the model. However, we need to be aware that the data type should be the same. So that is why I paid attention to the data type 123 here, as well as in the suppliers table that there's also a data type 123. Because if the data type differs, then the relationship might lead to issues, right? So that's why be aware that the columns you want to create the relationship on should have the same data type. Okay, so after we cleared that, let's actually go to new source, and we will use the blank query. And here we will go to the advanced editor, click this option, and remove the pseudocode which is inside. We don't need this. And instead, we will use the dates table again. So simply Control A to select everything, Control C to copy, and then I will go inside here, my model, and I will use Control V to paste it. So let me click done. And now we have again our parameters where we can enter the specific date range we're going to use. So as I said, it's exactly the same query as in the last model, and you can use this for all your future Power BI reports if you want to do that. So let's actually go to the orders table, just quickly check. The order date starts in 2020 and it ends, let's actually load everything just to make sure. And if I scroll down, it ends in 2022. Obviously in May 2022, but I want to have the full year, so we'll go with starting of the year 2020 up to the end of the year 2022. So let's do that. Let's go to the query here and say we're gonna start on the 1st of January, so 1st of January in 2020, and my end date here will be the 31st of December in 2022. The financial year start month again will be 1, because we just assume that our financial year starts in January. But of course you can adjust this if you want. And also if you have an additional table which contains holidays, so specific dates, you can then from this table here choose a specific column if you want to do that. So for us that's fine. And let's actually invoke this function, invoke. Now we got our invoked function here, and then I simply rename this function as dates TBL, just to be here synchron with the other names I gave it here. Oh, one thing I forgot. Let's actually do that here as well. For the order, let's order name is order TBL. Okay. Now we could, of course, create now here with the right click a group of, in this case, a folder of the used tables in the model. However, in this case, I actually don't need to do this because I will use all the tables in here. So I think it's not really necessary to create an additional group in here, but you could do that, of course, if you want. Okay, so we are good to go. And next we can load this data into the model. So we can click on close and apply, click on close and apply here, and then we load the data into the model. And yeah, that's it for this video. You can see no errors here. Tables are available here in the field list, and we are good to go to get started with our report. So that's it. Thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. So next, after loading the data, we need to make sure, remember, that our relationships are set up correctly. So in order to do this, we go to the model view here and just check what the current data setup looks like. So if I zoom out a little bit, we can see that Power BI automatically has connected the employees table to the orders table. That's fine. Let's hover over this relationship, and we see it's based on the employee ID. That works. And let's take a look at the second relationship which has been created. Let me drag supplier on top as well. And if I hover over supplier ID or the relationship, let's just scroll down a little bit. Where is it? Supplier ID at the bottom here. And you see that also this relationship was detected correctly. And also please note that you can see that in the suppliers table, supplier-ID is the name of the column. And in the orders table, it's only supplier ID, but written together. But still, Power BI was smart enough to figure out there is probably a relationship which is between those two columns and then between those two tables. Of course, if it would be wrong, simply right-click here and say delete. But this is correct, so that's fine. The only relationship which is not detected is from the dates table here to the orders table, which makes sense because be aware that we have actually two dates in the orders table, right? Remember, we have the order date, which is here, and we also have the ship date, which is here. So we can specify which of those two dates do we actually want to connect to the dates table. And of course, also the name date itself is a little bit different from order date here. It's not the same as supplier-ID and supplier ID, for instance. So, but no worries. Let's actually drag the table up here as well, and then go to create the connection. And we'll do this from the date to the order date table, because for the supplier, the shipment date, there are a few dates missing, simply because there is not ship date in the dataset yet, because the order has not been shipped yet. That's why I will go with the order date. So I will use my date here, and I drag this into the order, or onto the order date, like that. Drag and drop, and you'll see that now the connection is established, and it is a one-to-many or one-to-star relationship, which is exactly as expected. Because the dates table contains each date only once. It's a continuous date range from the 1st of January 2020 up to the 31st of December 2022. So each day only one time. But of course, in the orders table, hopefully the date appears several times, because that would simply mean that we have several orders on the same day, which is of course what we wish. So that's it for setting up the model structure. That's totally fine. And again, I placed all the dimension tables, so all my filter tables on top, and the so-called facts table or orders table or sales table, I placed this on the bottom here. This is only a structure which I personally prefer. You don't have to do that. But we have the relations, and again, I'd like to focus or emphasize that these are one-to-many, and also the filter direction is from the one side to the many side. So it's best practice. And we also have our dates table, which is also best practice. So far so good. Let's now go to the, in this case, the report view, and let's get started with our measure creation, okay? So let's say we'd like to create a few basic measures. Let's say we want to use the total sales. We want to use what is the total cost, and we also want to calculate the difference as total profit. These are the basic measures we can create now. Okay, let's do that. So first and foremost, I like to create a measures table, right? So in order to do this, we know that we can easily do this by creating a dummy table. So I go to enter data here. And then for my dummy table, I again will name this measures and then TBL, just to be consistent here with the naming convention. And then I simply type in a 1 here as my dummy value here, just to have at least one dummy column. So just a second, and there the measure table is appearing. Now I can actually create my first measure by right-click here on the measures table and select new measure. You can also select the measures table with the left mouse key and then go to new measure here in the ribbon bar up there, right? So click on new measure. Here we go. And then for this measure, let me just zoom in so we can see that better. So there's measure, and let's call this total sales. So total sales is equal to, and what we need to do, remember, we have, in this case, an orders table. And this is exactly the same behavior as we had when we dive into our last data model. So we have an orders table or a sales table, and we want to iterate through this table. So maybe let me just increase it here. And in the table itself, we have an amount column, okay? And we also have in here a selling price column. So we want to multiply the selling price with the amount. And because we want to do this for each row in the data set, we again will use a formula we already know, which is an iterator function, which is the SUMX function. So we can use this, and SUMX, because it's iterator, means it's iterating, so going row by row through a table. So we can use here our orders TBL, and then as an expression, we simply use the amount in each row, and we multiply this amount by the selling price. Selling price, here we go. Then we can close this here, and we are good to go. Of course, the last thing I'd like to do is like to format this directly. Let's do it immediately. Let's select everything, Control C to copy it, and I will go in here into my formatting option here. I go to new, and I paste this formula inside. I go to format, and then at least I get my new line in here. So again, this is not compulsory. It doesn't have any benefit regarding performance or anything like that, but it's simply easier to read later on. And hopefully it's easier for you as well when you open this report and take a look at it. So let me paste this here, and I'm good to go. I press enter, and I got my total sales here as well. Okay. Now, the last thing I need to do is, of course, I then click on the three dots for my dummy column here, and I simply say I want to delete this from the model. Just a second. Yes, I'd like to delete it. We get rid of it, and you see that now this automatically becomes the measures table with my calculator icons on top. So easier to structure. Okay, so the next measure would be the total cost. And if we take a look at the orders table here, we see that next to the selling price, we also have a purchasing price in here. Okay, so we can then also, based on the purchasing price, and assuming that the whole amount which has been sold is also the amount which has been purchased, right? So there is no stocking in here. So, okay, let's do that, and let's actually calculate this as well. Of course, feel free to stop the video and try this out yourself. Otherwise, please feel free to follow along with me. So I right-click on my measures table here, go to new measure, and here's the measure, and we call this total cost. So this time is again an iterator, so we use SUMX again, and we iterate through the orders table. And within the orders table, we say as the expression, we would like to use the amount column again and multiply this amount, this time not with the selling price, but with the purchasing price, so with our cost. Yeah, and I can close this, and we are good to go. Again, I will simply Control C to copy everything, and then I go into my DAX formatter here. Let's actually switch this to dark. I think it's easier for my eyes, so maybe for yours as well. And I go with new, and then I paste this inside, and I click on format here. And just a second, and there it is. Let me just copy this, and let's go back to our Power BI report here, and just paste it inside. Press enter, and we are good to go. So for these easy formulas, so easy regarding the length of the formula, probably you could also press Shift Enter to go to the new line and paste it in here and write it directly. But of course, with longer formulas, the DAX formatter option is, I think, at least for me, the easier way. So we got the total cost here as well. Okay, so that's fine. And then let's actually also calculate the difference. Simply call it total profit, which is total sales minus total cost. So right click on the measures table, go to new measure in here. And for this measure, I say this is my total profit. And what I meant is equal to, I could also now go Shift Enter to new line. And of course here I could also press a tab key and write here, for instance, this is my total sales so this one, and I subtract the total cost. So total cost, like that. So you can also write it directly in here if you want to do that. It's up to you. But still, I like to be consistent here, and I go in here and just paste it here inside as well. Go to new, paste it inside, go to format here, and let's just check. Okay, okay, they did not do the indentation in here, but okay, that's fine. Click on copy here, and I go back to my report, and I paste it inside. That's all. Okay, press enter, and we got the third measure in here. So far, so good. Now, one thing I'd like to tell you here is the following. Our total sales measure, if I tick this option here, and let's switch this to a card visual just to see the number itself. And maybe also, let me just select it here and go to the formatting option. And for the label itself, go to callout value here and say display units, just set it to none, just to see the exact number. So 1.35 million. You might have already noticed that in the orders table itself, there's also a column which is called sales directly. This is from the data set already. So this is nothing we calculated. So if I take a look at the sales number here, if I tick this option and also switch this to card visual, it looks the same here, but let's actually dive a little bit deeper. Let's go in here and say for the callout value, also remove from the display units the auto and set it to none. We will see that there's a slight difference between those two values, right? So what does this mean? Is there any issue or error in our formula, which we've done here? So no, there's not. The difference here is simply because in the specific sales column, there is one actually mistake, which is there inside the data set. And I just wanted to point this out, just in case you see this and then you're wondering if there's any issues regarding the formula. So I just want to mention this, there is not. The value we calculate here is the correct value. And the value here in the data set, this is actually a wrong value, right? Slightly different because I think there are 1 or 2 rows, so entries which are wrong, which are not calculated correctly. That's the only difference here. Okay, so having said that, let's actually have a look at, in this case, all the measures which we have created. So let's say, just as an example, I'm going with my dates table here. And let me create maybe a visualization. Let's go in here and say we'd like to see the fiscal years. So go with fiscal year here, tick this option. And then for the fiscal year, we'd like to see the measures. Let's drag in here total sales. And then we also add here total cost here and total profit. So all the 3 measures in here. And we can see them. And let's also increase the size here a little bit. Let me go to the formatting option and go to the values in here. And for the values, let's actually set this to, I think, let's check out 14. So this could be big enough just to see that better on your screens. Of course, if you follow along, then of course you see that then on your own screens as well. So we can see the measures in here, but obviously they are not formatted, right? So we don't see a dollar or any other kind of currency symbol so far. So of course we could now select each of the measures individually here, and then I could go and click on the dollar symbol here and maybe set the decimal numbers and so on. But of course, if you have several measures, like we have here already, 3 of them, this might take a little bit of time, especially if you have a lot of measures you create. So how can you speed up this process? Well, you could go to the, in this case, the model view, go there. Then you can see that you got your measures table in here. That's also fine, right? And also remember that the table itself is not connected to anything, but this is expected. But the more interesting thing is the following. You could now select all the measures together. So I can select the first one, and I can hold my Shift key and select the last one. Now I've selected all of them. Or if I want to do this individually, I can hold my Shift key, right? And my Control key and select individual of them. I can also do that. But now I have those 3 measures. And here under the property section for the measures, I can here format them in bulk. Meaning I could say I'd like to have maybe 2 decimal numbers like that. I can press that here. And for the formatting, I could say I'd like to see actually a currency. So select currency in here. And then under currency format here, I could specify I'd like to see this as English US dollars, for instance. Or I could also choose Chinese renminbi or yuan. I'm not sure what is the correct expression for that. Or I can use euro or Japanese yen, Swiss franc, and so on. But in this case, I will go with dollars, United States. Okay, so far so good. And now let's actually have a look at, in this case, back our report view. Let's take this option. And now you see that all the measures, so all of those three measures have been formatted together. And there's no need for us to select individual measure and then do the formatting in here. So this is the bulk formatting option, and also a smart or neat little trick which you can apply if you have several measures and you want to combine them or format them together and save a little bit of time. Okay, so that's that. So we have created our base measures and also learned a few tricks along the way. So hopefully that was helpful. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. Now we will continue our DAX journey, and one additional measure which I forgot to calculate in the last video is of course the profit margin. So because we already have total profit and total sales, we can easily calculate the profit margin simply by dividing the profit through the sales. So let's do that. Let me right click on the measures table, create new measure, and I will call this profit margin just to fix this is equal to, and I say, in this case, go to new line and say this is total profit divided by total sales. But to be best practice or to apply best practice in Power BI, we will use the divide function, right? Remember, division by zero errors can be avoided simply by using divide instead of simply dividing two measures directly. So we will use divide. The numerator is the total profit and the denominator is in this case the total sales. Here we go. The alternate result you can specify it here if you want to do that. In this case, again, I leave it blank. By the way, the alternate result could be a number, but it also could be text. If you write it in quotes and write, for instance, this doesn't work because the denominator is 0. You could also write something like that if you want. But for me now, again, I leave it blank because the division is already handled and I don't, at least Power BI doesn't throw any errors. Okay, so we are good to go. Press enter and we get our profit margin. But just to make sure, of course, we select it and here convert it into a percentage number. By default, two decimal numbers, but that's fine. So that was just from the last video. But now let's dive into a new time intelligence function, which is the so-called parallel period function. So let's explore this function and see what it does. Before you do this, I would encourage you to save your report. So again, as always, make sure that you save at least one time at the beginning so that the auto-save functionality is enabled. So simply press Ctrl S or click on the save disk here and then name your report properly. For me, I already have done this, and this is Power BI Advanced Training number 2. But of course, feel free to name it whatever you like. But if you need this as a reference, this file, this will be the name in the resource section for this file. So let me click on page number 2 and maybe call page number 1. Let's say these are basic measures. Okay. So page number 2. So let's actually explore the so-called parallel period function and how it works, and also how it differs from other time intelligence functions we have learned so far in the other model. Before we do this, let's actually create the date here. And again, you see that here I don't see the calendar icon for my date. So the order date time function functionality is not enabled for me. For you it might be, but for me not. And because I want to use it here, I simply go to File, then I go to Options and Settings, and under Options here, then I can simply choose here under the current file. I go to, in this case, data load here, and I switch the auto date time functionality on. Okay, because again, we have a small model, and for demo and practice purposes, this is totally fine. Only if you have a large model, then this would not be the way to go. You would simply disable this feature. So click OK. And as soon as I do this, you can see that now I got a calendar icon here appearing for the date. And this means that if I use the date now, if I take this option, I got my hierarchy directly created for me without any additional work from my side. I want to get rid of the day, and I also want to get rid of the quarter. And I will again use a table for that. As I said before, that you can also do this with any kind of visual, but I think it's best to learn DAX if you see it on a table structure and you see the real numbers. It's much easier to understand, at least from my point of view. If you think different, then of course, please feel free to share it with me as a feedback. Okay? So already thanks for that. So let me just go to the formatting option here and just go to the value section because I'd like to increase the text size so you can see that better on your screens. So use 14. I hope this is big enough. Again, if that's not the case, let me know for my next update of the videos. So we can see we got the year and the month. And if I use the total sales figure here and take a look at it, I can see that I got total sales for each year-month combination starting in July, because of the 4th of July is our first day of sales in here. And the last day is in May in 2022. So our data set covers, let's say in total, 3 years, but the first year 2020 and the last year 2022 is only covered half. The only full year we have in the data set is 2021. Okay, so now let's create our time intelligence DAX calculation. So let's say I right click on the measures table here. I say I'd like to create a new measure. And this will be, let's say these are parallel period sales is equal to, and this is now a calculate function. Remember, we need to change the filter context. So as often with time intelligence functions, we need to change the current filter context. So the context, or in this case, the row in our visual. And this can be, or can only be done using the calculate function. So we use calculate, then the expression will be our measure, which is the total sales, here we go. And in this case, the filter will be the parallel period. So there it is, parallel period function. And let's see what it does. So it needs a dates column, and then the number of intervals, and then an interval. Sounds familiar, right? Remember the date add function, which we already covered. What does it do? It returns a parallel period of dates by the given set of dates. Okay, so let's use it. Let's say from the dates TBL, we use the date column, so this one. And then for the number of intervals, let's say again, -1, because we want to go back one interval. And as a start, I will use here year. You can see we have got 3 options, month, quarter, and year, and I will use the year. Let me close this here, and let's also close the calculate function. Now, let me just Control A to select everything, and just to format it properly, I will paste this inside here, click on New, paste it, format. Okay, so this is easier for you as a reference. Click on Copy here, and I will go back to my report and just paste it inside. Okay. So let me just press Enter. Formula is the same, and now we get our parallel period. And also, because we got it only as one measure here, let me select it and click the dollar symbol so we can compare it easier. So what do you expect now? What you will see here when we add it also to our table structure? So let's do that. Let me just tick this option here. And we see a value which is not formatted properly. Let's just see. This is set to auto. Okay, I would like to see this with actually 2 decimal numbers. Press Enter. That's better. Now, what do we see? We see here for parallel period 260,265. And we see this here repeating starting from January 2021 up to, in this case, December 2021, right? And then in January 2022, we see 652,000 and so on, repeating until the end of the year. So what happened? And what exactly is this number? Well, let's figure that out. 260,000 and so on in 2021. Let's take a look at our basic measures. If I click here and take a look at the table, you will see that for the whole financial year, so for the whole year 2020, the total sales were 260,000 and so on. For the whole financial year 2021, the total sales were 652,000 and so on. And just to compare this, let me actually press Ctrl C to copy the whole table, go to page number 2, and just paste the table here inside, just as a reference for us. And we see that the number here in 2020 gets repeated here for 2021. So this is where this number comes from. So that means that the parallel period function here, this, is actually just jumping back 1 year, but then it simply sums up the whole measure, in this case total sales, because that's what we use as a reference, and it sums this up, and then it adds it here for each month, right? So this is how that works. And the same is true for 2021. We can see 652,813, which is this number here, for then to 2022, because we jump back 1 year. So this is exactly how this is structured and how this works. So parallel period simply adds up the whole, in this case, interval which you give it. Which means that if, for instance, in the parallel period function here, I would use a different interval. So for instance, I could say I only use month. So if I use month in here, like that, and I press enter, then let me just press enter here to evaluate that. Okay, the data changes. And now you see, I simply get the data from the prior month. So this is totally fine on a monthly level. And in this specific visualization, it would give us exactly the same result as the date add function, right? Because the date add also allows us to jump back, for instance, 1 month or 1 quarter or also 1 day. It's up to us. So it depends on, in this case, granularity we are on. And so this can give us this result. So in this case, we can really, well, we could use both if this is what we want. So parallel period, or we could also use the date add function. But the two functions still behave differently, as you've seen. Because date add minus 1 year would simply give you exactly on a monthly basis the sales of the prior year. And this is not true for the parallel period function, as you've seen. So why is this helpful? Well, this of course depends on the insight you're searching for. Because if, for instance, I use, just to show this to you, if I use quarter, yes, I like to use this here, and I evaluate that. Just a second, here we go. Now I could see here these 99,000 and so on, which is simply the sum of the first 3 quarters. And maybe one insight I have is I'm evaluating my sales on a quarterly level, and I would like to know, well, based on the prior quarter, what is actually the amount of sales we already have achieved? So how much percentage points have we done in the first quarter, let's say October is our first quarter here, regarding the whole prior quarter? So have we achieved almost the same, so 33%, or have we achieved more or less? This is something you can figure out quite easy, because you can simply divide total sales by parallel period sales in this case and figure out what is the percentage number. So this could be one insight. And of course there are various other insights which might be helpful for you, right? So that's it for the parallel period function. So it works differently, even though depending on how you use it, you can get the same result as, for instance, the date add function. But still, it can give you different insights. So that's it for this video. Hopefully you understood how that thing works, and also the examples I've shown you. If you got questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now, this time we're gonna dive deeper into ranking in Power BI, and also how to apply dynamic ranking using parameters. So let's get into that. Let me just rename this maybe as Time Intelligence. Time Intelligence. Of course, feel free to name this differently if you want. And then let me click on the plus symbol here, and let's actually explore here now the ranking I was talking about. So let's actually have a look at our orders table. And in our orders table, I have a category here. So if I take this category, just to visualize it, I can see here the various categories. And if I take a look at one of the measures, and in my case, I will go with the total sales scan, but you can also use any other kind of measure if you want. But I will go to total sales, and then I also go to the formatting option and increase the size of the values so you can hopefully see that better on your screens. So let me go with 14 again. Okay, like that. So far, so good. Now we can see we got categories here, okay, condiments, cookies, and so on, and we can see their total sales numbers in here. And of course, if you would like to do that, we can easily sort them. So I go to the sorting button. We would see that drinks are the ones with the highest amount of sales and cookies are the ones with the lowest amount of sales. So that works, right? But how can we now apply a ranking to them? That, for instance, drinks would be 1, cheese would be number 2, desserts number 3, and so on. That's what I want to apply and want to create here. So let me just maybe remove the format for now, the sorting for now, just to have it, or let's actually go with the categories maybe and have it randomly sorted here. Okay, just alphabetically here. Okay, so how can we do this? Well, let's explore this. Let's right click on a measures table and create a new measure here. Now this is our measure, and let's call this ranking. Ranking measure is equal to, and in Power BI, there's a so-called rank X function. Rank X, this one here. So if you pay close attention, you see that again, it's ending with an X, and functions ending with an X normally mean that this function is an iterator function. An iterator again means, remember that we are iterating, so meaning we're going row by row through a table. Okay, let's do that. Let's actually press tab to start. And the ranking table, because it's an iterator function, the first argument will always be a table. And this is true for all the iterating functions. And then we can give it an expression, value, order, and ties. Even though the last 3 arguments are optional, that's why they are in brackets. So returns the rank of an expression evaluated in the current context in the list of values for the expression evaluated for each row in a specific table. So that sounds, well, a little bit intimidating, but let's actually figure out how that works. So for the table, let's say we use the orders table, right? So orders table, well, yeah, we want to iterate through the orders table because the orders table contains the, in this case, categories, right? Okay, let's try that. Let's use the orders table, and as an expression, I will use my total sales because this is the expression I want to use for the ranking. If you want to apply this for total profit or total cost, then this would be, of course, the expression you're going to use. Now let's say total, in this case, sales. Okay. And then for the value, we can skip this argument. But for the order, I would like to sort this descending because I'd like to see the highest amount of sales should be ranking number 1. That's why I say descending. And then you can type in here how to handle ties. You can either use dense or skip. The difference is if you would have, in this case, 2 categories with exactly the same amount, then dense would mean both of them have then the same ranking and the one following would have then the next number. For instance, you have twice number 2 and the following one would be number 3. If you use skip, this would mean that the 2 of them have, for instance, ranking number 2 and the next one following would have ranking number 4. So that means that the number 3 is skipped because we have twice number 2. This is the difference. So let's use dense. That's fine, because in this case it doesn't really matter because they are all different, those numbers. So let's close this here and then let's actually evaluate that. Okay, ranking. And now let's have a look in here and then let's actually check the box for ranking just to see what it gives us. And this obviously is not really correct, right? Because here we can see a ranking is 1 for all the rows, including the total row here as well. So now the question is what happens and why is the ranking not correct? Now, one thing you always need to remember is that each visual, may it be a table or may it be any other kind of visual, has a context, a so-called filter context. And that means here the context is the category. So we have category cheese, and this means that the data inside the orders table is filtered to this category, cheese. So we only have the rows with cheese. Now, of course, if we only have the rows with cheese, so if we only have one category, then of course the ranking of this category is number 1, because the other categories are already filtered out. They are not taken into account. That is the problem here. So we need to modify our ranking. And to do this, let's go back to the ranking here. We can change actually what we have here. So instead of using the orders table here, which means that we use the table but have the filter context applied here, we need to get rid of the filter context. Now, of course, we can use calculate, but here we actually want to modify the table. Calculate is not a table modifier. Calculate can only change, in this case, calculations like expressions, for instance, total sales. But for tables, we have another option. We can use something we already used before. We could either use all selected, or we could also use the all function. So if I use all here, let's actually show what it does. All needs a table name or a column name. And it returns all the rows in a table or all the values in a column, ignoring any filters that might have been applied. So that's the keyword here. So it can return all the values in a column, so all the categories in our case, and it ignores the filters which are in each row. So that means if I say all, and then I'm referring to categories here, or the table category, like that, this means that now the ranking will be done on all the categories, and not only the specific category we have in each row. So even though we have cheese, for instance, the first row, when it's doing the ranking, it's considering all the categories. So it ignores the filter context here and takes instead all the categories into account. And that's exactly what we need, because then we can evaluate the total sales for all the categories and then figure out what is the ranking of the current one we have in here. So let's do that. Let's actually execute our modified formula, press enter. And now you see we got correct numbers here. So starting from 1 with the drinks, which is the highest amount, then cheese is the second highest amount, and so on. And if you would sort this by total sales, you'll see that this is exactly the correct ranking. So let's actually switch back here, maybe to the category here, but you see that this is now correct. So let's actually go back to the ranking, and just to format this, I'll probably press Shift Enter and add it to a new line. That's fine. Press Enter, and we got our ranking calculated. So far, so good. Now, one additional thing is, if we take a closer look, we got also ranking for the total, right? And yeah, I mean, this is fine because the total sum is the highest amount, so it should be 1 for the ranking. That's true. But still, I mean, normally you don't want to have a ranking on the total column. So you have various options. You can either, of course, using here inside the visualizations pane on the formatting option and simply don't display the total for the table, or we can get rid of the 1. So let me show you the second option. And this again works with the blank, which you already covered, right, for in other videos. But it works a little bit differently because this time I'm going to show you another way. We could say, let me actually maybe move this a little bit down so we have more space on top. So let's go back to our ranking here. There's a measure. And now we could say the following. Because there's no way to prove whether something is blank, right? This does not really work. But what we could say is we could check whether it is in scope. So we use the if function again, if, and I will use the normal if function here. And the logical test if is in scope. Here it is. The is in scope function is referring to a column name and returns true when the specific column is in a level in a hierarchy of levels. So what this actually means is if we check for is in scope for the category, you need to spell it correctly. So we simply check whether it is actually showing a category, which is true for all the values in here, but which is not true for total. Because total includes all the categories, right? So there is no scope. It is not in scope of the category itself. And this is why the is in scope function here returns false for the total row, but true for all the other rows. So we could say only if it is in scope, then we would calculate the ranking. And if this is not the case, then I would return simply a blank. Like that. So kind of similar as we've done before, but this time with a new function, which is called is in scope. And by the way, there's another function you could also use, which is has one value. So is in scope and has one value could both be used to check whether category orders table is actually in scope or has a value. And the value or the result of the formula would be the same. You could use both. But is in scope is actually, as far as I know, a little bit better regarding performance. That has one value, that's why I'm going with is in scope. But the other option would be has one value. So if I remove this and say has one value, here it is, this function here, this would also work. But let's stick to is in scope, as I said, is in scope. and this is our formula here. So let's evaluate that just to make sure that what I told you is correct. And you see that now the 1 here is gone, right? While the ranking for the other is still in place, exactly the same. So last thing to do here is simply copy everything, go to our formatting option here, and then I go to new and I paste it inside, press format, let it do its magic, and there it is. Let me copy this and go back to my report, and I will paste it inside. Okay, so that looks a little bit easier to read. I press enter, and we got our ranking in here. So far so good. That's what I meant when I said we do a ranking. And if you remember correctly, or can remember what I said at the beginning, we also want to cover how to do a dynamic ranking regarding the parameters. So what if parameter, to be precise. So how does that work? Okay, so let's go to insert here. And let's just see under insert. Oh, sorry, let's go to modeling here. And here we have the option to create a new parameter. So let's do that. Let's click on what if parameter here. And then call this, let's call this ranking parameter. You can name this whatever you like, but it's just a name I'll give it here. It is a whole number, that is fine. The minimum is, in this case, let's say at least show 1. And the maximum, I mean, in this case, we only have 8 categories, so let's go with 8, right? So here. And then the increment is 1, that's also fine. And I also want to add a slicer to the page. Okay, click OK. And then just a second. And now we have a new ranking parameter here, which we can use here, this slider, which shows you a number in here. You can also go in here and change this to a drop down or list. It's up to you. For me now, I just leave the slider as my ranking here. Like that. Okay, so the ranking parameter is there, but of course currently it's not doing anything because it's not connected to the ranking here, right? To the table. And also an additional thing I'd like to mention is what actually happens if you click on new parameter, what if? Well, take a look at the field list. So there is a new table which has been created called ranking parameter, which is exactly the one which we have created just a few seconds ago. So if I take this option, you see that there are actually 2 fields inside. Let me just click on it. Let's actually go to the data view. Let's have a look. Let me just select it one more time, ranking parameter. And you see, it's quite easy. It's just one table. And this table has simply the numbers from 1 to 8. So exactly our minimum and maximum value, which we specified. And the formula here is simply this one. It's also a DAX expression. It's just called generated series. And what it does is, meaning it starts at 1, it ends at 8 for the table, and it increments at 1. This is exactly what this function does. It creates a table from 1 to 8 with an increment of 1. So if you want to write this yourself, you can write it and create a table on your own. But that's actually what happens with the what if parameter. So let's go back to the report view, and now let's link the parameter to our formula here. So let's create maybe a new formula for that. Let's say right click on the measures table, new measure, and let's call this maybe selected ranking. Okay, ranking. Or call it ranks to show or whatever. Yeah. Let's say equals, and now we simply check again. Let's say if, in this case, or let me actually name it the same as I named it before I updated the videos. I think it was top X sales. Top X sales. Maybe it's easier for people who have taken the class and want to go back and then see the new videos with the same name. So top X sales equals to, and now I say if, and I simply check, not if eager, I will use the normal if function. If the logical test is the ranking, so which we create, so the ranking as a formula here, the measures ranking, is this less or equal to the selection from the parameter? And we called it ranking parameter, so let's search for ranking parameter, which is this one here, and the value. So if the ranking itself from 1 to 8 is less than the selection we have here in the parameter, only then we would like to see the total sales. So we can see, then we would like to display the total sales. And otherwise, we don't want to display anything, and we know that this simply means we return a blank. I can close this here, and then I will evaluate that just to make sure that this works. Let's have a look. Let's actually maybe take this here and also add this here. Let's actually add the, where is it? Top X sales, there it is. Tick this option, and you'll see that now we only get 2 values here, which are the 2 highest ones. And if we increase it here to 3, we can see 3 values. So maybe let's sort this here. Let's do a sorting here like that. And we see that we got 3 values. If I select 4, we got 4 values. You can also edit the value here directly inside. So this works, Top X sales. So what's left to do is to go back to the Top X sales. Then I Control-C to copy everything, and I will paste it in my formatting option. Again, you don't have to do it, but I think it's easier also for your reference later on, so you can use that, and it's easier to you to understand the specific DAX measure which we have created. Okay, let me copy it, and let me go back to my report, and I paste this inside. So also let me know in the resources or in a comment from your side whether this is helpful to format this better correctly for you or not. I'm also interested in that, of course. So, okay, so we got our Top X sales, and maybe you're interested, or just say, I don't want to see the blanks. Well, this is just because we got still our ranking in here as a column. So just as an example, if I copy this table, Control-V to paste it, so I have copied it, and if I would say I would like to remove the ranking in here, I remove it, then you would see that, if also, let me just remove the total sales here, then you would see that we only get exactly the amount of categories here we specified. And if I say 3, I would only see 3 of them, right? So it depends on what you have in the table, whether you see blanks like this here or not. But yeah, that's it for ranking in Power BI, as well as how to apply in this case, what if parameter in order to show maybe only a selection of values, which you can now give to your report consumer, and he or she has now the option to slice and dice and say exactly what he or she wants to see. Okay, so that's it for ranking. Hopefully you understood what we did, and I encourage you try it out yourself, and also feel free, of course, to take a look at the specific Power BI report, which I have here, which is of course available in the resource section. So that's it for this video. Thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. Now this time we're gonna dive again into the cumulative sales, but also how to apply it for the prior year. So what if we want to shift basically our accumulation, so running total, 1 year back, for instance, or a different kind of time period back. So how do we do this? Well, let's actually first rename this as a ranking, and then let me actually click on a new page here, and let's practice time intelligence. Create a few more measures. So first, let me actually right click on the measures table and create new measure, and this will be our cumulative sales. So this is something we can practice because we have done this before, so we can rehearse it now. Let's say these are our cumulative sales, so I call it cum sales. Of course, you can call it also running total or any other kind of name you want to give it. So how to do this? Remember, we want to change any kind of filter context we have with cumulative sales. Because, for instance, in February 2020 or 21, we don't want to show only the data for February. We want to see the data before as well. And to do this, we need to modify, of course, the context. And the context modification for a measure always is calculate. So calculate, then the expression is the total sales. Here we go. And then our modifier will be, in this case, that the dates should be less or equal to the maximum date. Meaning, to avoid any kind of filter from the visual, we use the all selected function again, all selected. Then we are referring to the dates table and then the date column. And we make sure that this here is less or equal to the maximum. And to do this, we will use a filter expression. So we say filter, and now all selected dates table date. And in this case, this is the dates table date. So the last one here is less or equal to the maximum of the dates table date. So let me just select it from here, and we can close this. We can close this, and we can also close the calculate function. and we are good to go. Just of course, Control A to copy everything. I will go to my formatting, my little helper here. I paste this inside, go to format, and then I will copy this from here. So this is something we have done already with the last data set. So you're probably familiar with that, but let's actually evaluate it first and let's have a look at the formula again. So I will use a table. So I'll go from my dates table here, using the date here, my hierarchy, and also remove the day and the quarter, because I only want to see this on a monthly level. Make this bigger in here and also increase the size. Go on size to the values and set it to, let's say, 14. Okay. Now we want to add also the sales. So go with total sales in here. Okay. And now let's check whether our cumulative sales is calculating correct. Tick this option and we see that it is correct. So here we got the sum of the first 2 entries, here the sum of the first 3 entries, and so on, up to the total amount, which is 1.35 million, which is exactly the same amount as here. So this is fine, right? Maybe we want to wrap it so that this will not go to December. This is something or a trick we have used in the past, so something we could adjust, but there's also another way to do it. And let me show you this. Let's go to the cumulative sales, to the measure itself. And again, to understand it, we covered this extensively in another video, but let's cover it briefly again, just so it's easier to rehearse and to learn. We calculate the total sales. In our case, it could be another measure as well, but we will use the total sales. We make sure that the current filter context, which is each row in a table, or in a bar chart, it would be each bar of the visual, depending on the chart you use. But we want to avoid using this current context. Instead, we want to filter with all selected, so complete dates table. So meaning we remove all the dates which are filtered in here. Instead, we use the complete dates table. And here we could also use the all function. So all selected could be one function, all function would be alternative, could also be used. Gives you the same result. And at least in the current context. So, and then the dates table date, which is coming from the complete dates table, should be less or equal to the maximum dates table date, which again is referring outside again to the current filter context. And everything less or equal to April 2022 is then of course summed up, and this is its value. That's how that works. Now, we have learned that we could say, instead of using the formula like that, we can wrap this in an if condition and simply check whether there are total sales. For instance, in May, this is true, and only then we want to calculate the running total. Meaning that if we use an if condition here and check that and otherwise show blank, we get rid of those repeating values to the end of the year. This is true. The other option, which we can also do and leverage, is we can change actually what we are referring here. Because remember, when we create the dates table in our model, we create the dates table in a way that it covers all the years up to the end of the last year of sales. We also know that in this case, the dataset ends in May because the order date is only up to May 2022. So further, there are no sales yet. This is the future in this specific case. So this is why we could say, instead of the dates table here, simply refer to the maximum of the orders table and there the order date. Because the maximum of the order date is actually here, I think the last sales day in May. I'm currently not sure which day exactly it is. I think it's the 8th or 7th of May. I'm not sure, but it's referring now to the May data. And that means if we evaluate the expression like that, we could exactly get the same result as using the if condition and check for blanks. And let me show it to you. Let me evaluate that and let's see what happens to this repeating pattern up here in the table. Press enter. And now we see, just a second, there we go. And May is now the last day, right? So now you can't scroll any down and the pattern is not repeating. Because now we only make sure that it should be less or equal to, in this case, the order date. So we can get rid of the blanks like this as well. So this would be another way. Okay, So this is the cumulative sales for the period we have here. And what if we would like to calculate something like the cumulative sales but shifted 1 year? How can we do this? Well, this works exactly the same way. So let's actually do that. First, we create a new measure, set the new measure in here. Okay. This will be our total sales last year, LY, is equal to, and we say we want to calculate. The expression will be, in my case, the total sales. This is what I'm going to use. And for the filter, I will use the date add function. So we already learned the same period last year function and also the date add function. And we also experienced that the date add function is more flexible. That's why I actually almost only use the the date add function. So type in date add or use same period last year. It's up to you. And then for the dates, I'm referring to the dates table, the date column. So the most important column in the dates table, this one here with the continuous date range. And then I specify here, a comma here, the number of intervals will be -1. And the interval in my case will be simply, in this case, the year level. Let's go with year, okay? Like that. Close the parenthesis and maybe also close the calculate function. And to format, simply press Shift Enter in front of the calculate function, and then we value that. Okay, so we got the total sales last year. And of course, if we take a look at that, I also increase the table size here, add the total sales last year to it, we see that now this is shifted 1 year, like we have already experienced in another video. And now, all we need to do in order to calculate the cumulative sum or cumulative sales regarding the shifted year is actually only take a look at the cumulative sales formula, and then we can simply Control A to copy everything, Control C to copy, and then we create a new measure, right click on the measures table, new measure, and then we simply paste the formula inside. We just need to be aware that we can't name the same measure twice, or give the same name twice, but this is cumulative sales last year, so type in LY. And instead of referring to the total sales year, I can simply now refer to a different measure. And in our case, it would be total sales, and then of course from the prior year, which is the last year here, this one. And that's it. The formula itself is exactly the same beside this, but now we use here the last year formula and a measure for that to evaluate that. And now if I press enter, of course, like that, we could now take a look at this cumulative sales last year. Let me tick this option. And then you see here, we got exactly the same behavior here. We get started here with this value, and then we add up the values up there. So one important thing to see or to understand here is the following. So if you take a closer look, you see that, for instance, here, this value is exactly the same as this value. That's fine. Now for the running sales, you can see now this value here, the 64,000 and so on. This is different from the cumulative sales from August 20 here. But the 99,000 and so on, this again is exactly the same. And the same is true for a few others. Like this one is the same. 201,000 is different from 203,000, right? Considering the running total. So what happens actually? Why is that happening? Well, here the issue is actually that we have modified our cumulative sales, or in this case actually our date add function, because we said we want to have it less or equal to the maximum order date. And here is exactly an issue which might occur if you're not referring to the dates table. Remember, the orders date on the orders table does not contain any or not contain necessarily all the dates. And because of that, time intelligence can lead to different results. And this is happening here because this value is not the same as this value. The reason to make sure that the values are identical is to simply go into the cumulative sales last year. And if you replace the orders date here with the original date here, let me just copy this and paste this inside. You'll see that if we take a closer look to here, 64,000 and so on. But now if we evaluate this one, press enter, you see that now we got 66,000 and so on, which is exactly the same value as August here in 2020. And now the values are exactly identical as we have here. So this is an important lesson to understand. So when you are referring and dealing with time intelligence functions, then most often you want to use, actually in 99% probably of the cases, you want to use only the dates column from the dates table, because this is a continuous date range and this makes sure that the time intelligence function is correct. Okay, so important to understand that lesson. So that's it actually for the cumulative sales. So the main goal here was really to understand that when you create any kind of time intelligence functions, like in our case it was cumulative sales in here, in order to modify this, to evaluate this for a different kind of measure, so maybe total profit, total cost, or also another time intelligence functions, like the last year, for instance, sales last year, all we have to do is simply replace the specific measure we have here in the calculate function with another measure to get the result we want. And this is exactly what we've done here. So we simply went here and used a measure here as total sales last year instead. Okay, so this is the first important lesson, that you can quite easy actually modify any kind of maybe more specified time intelligence function by simply replacing the measure. And the second key takeaway from here is really that if you're dealing with time intelligence, you most often want to make sure that you actually use the dates table you're referring to, because then you can be sure that the time intelligence function is working correctly and giving you the correct results. Okay, so that's it actually for this video. So thanks a lot for watching, and as always, hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into scenario analysis. Now before I do that, of course, as always, I like to give the current page a proper name. Let's call this time intelligence part 2. Okay, just for your reference, you know what you actually can look these things up. Let me click on the plus symbol and let's now dive into scenario analysis. Now let's say you have a report and you have sales numbers, which you have, or your company has actually sold items to your customers. But now you're interested in what happens actually if we increase our prices, and what will happen with the demand. How will the demand change? Now, of course, Power BI can't give you here now exact details of what happens, but let's say you already have some idea of how to actually increase the prices and what this actually would mean for demand. Or if you decrease the prices, what this would mean for demand. So basically the scenarios you have already an idea. And what you want now is you want to show and give the report consumer, the end consumer, the option to see those scenarios in your visualizations. So how can you do that? Well, we will use the what if parameters. In a way, we already have used them for the ranking, but this time we simply implement them not for ranking, but instead for our sales calculation regarding the demand, so which is referring to the amount which will be sold, and also to the price. So let's do that. Let's actually create, at first go to modeling and create a first parameter. Click on new parameter here and call this parameter price change. Okay, price change. It should not be a whole number. This time we want to have a decimal number. The minimum is 0, and let's say the maximum is 1. 1 simply is referring, because it's a percentage actually number in here later on, as decimal number, so it's 100%. So let's say we could say our scenarios cover 0% price change up to 100%. Or you can also use a negative one. Let's say, why not? Let's actually say 0.5 up to 100%. And let's actually use a minus in here if we would increase our prices 50%. Not what we actually want, but let's actually cover the scenario as well. And let's say the increment here is 0.05 and the default value should be 0. Okay, like that. Now, if I click on OK, we'll see that now a new table gets added, which is price change, which is again the generate series function, which starts at minus 0.5 and ends at 1, and it's 0.05 increment. You can modify these numbers anytime. But this is now what we have in here for the slider, and there are other values which you can also enter here manually if you want. Or you can use a drop down here like that, and then choose from the drop down the specific value. It's up to you what you prefer. Okay, so let's say for the price change, I will go with the default value, which in this case is 0. Let's say the price is constant for now. And also maybe select this slider here or slicer and go in here and go to the value section, and let's increase the size. Let's make this bold and also make it from the size. Let's say we go with 14. Let's just see whether this is too big or that's fine. Go in here. Okay, these are the values in here, right? Okay. Of course, feel free to customize this further. Go in here and also slicer header. Let's make the slicer head also bold, and we got our price change in here. Okay. So next we will do the same for the scenario, the demand for the scenario. So let's actually go to under modeling and say new parameter. And this time this is not the price change, but this is the demand change. Demand change. Because unfortunately, in the real world, we can't increase the prices up to 100% and then don't expect that the demand won't change. This only is applicable if we currently would sell something like graphic cards because of the shortage. So let's do that. Let's go under decimal number and go to minimum, let's say minus 0.5. And also for the maximum, I'd say maybe 0.5. Let's say this is the maximum for now. The increment here as well is 5%. So let's say 0.05. You can adjust those numbers to your personal preferences and of course settings of the company. Now for default, let's say again it's 0. And I also want to add a slicer to the page. So put this option here, click it, and another table gets created, which is called demand change here, which is again generate series. Okay. And also maybe we adjust this here as well. So let's say you also want to have a drop down here. And what I did was here for the formatting, let's say that the values were bold and 14. And the font, I left it as the default one. And then for the slicer header, I also made this bold. So let's go bold here. And here we got our demand change. Okay. So let me drag this here up there as well. I'll make it maybe a little smaller here. And now maybe this one as well. It's smaller here. And now we got our two options here to select the price and as well as the demand. So far so good. And now let's say we would like to see our total sales. So go with our measures table, choose the total sales. And as I said before, you could also use any other kind of measure if you want, but I think I like to stick with the total sales. And I want to see this maybe for a time period. So I go with my dates table in here and I select the date, and then maybe I display this, if I drill down further, onto maybe here a level like that, right? So here I can see all my quarters and I can see the values. And let's actually also go under the formatting option here and say I also want to see the data labels. Okay, so you can see here the values. Maybe increase this a little bit. So actually that I think that's fine. Position, auto, that's fine. Orientation. Let's go with the values here and maybe make this bold, and okay, that's fine. So we got our sales values here for each quarter year combination. And now if we change here something, for instance, if I say the demand changes 50%, so going here, 50% demand increase, so nothing happens, right? Because currently, of course, our total sales is not linked anyway to our parameters here. So let me first go to the default for now. Let's go with 0. And then let's actually modify, or actually, create a new total sales measure. So instead of using the default one like that, we need to modify this a little bit. So let's right click here, create new measure, and let's call this total scenario sales. So total scenario sales. Of course, feel free to change the name if you want. So again, this is a SUMX function, SUMX. And our original sales function was the orders table, right? And in the orders table, we used the amount. And we simply multiplied this by the selling price, right? Selling price. This was the original formula we had, considering the total sales. But now we want to incorporate our two new parameters, meaning the amount itself changes by the demand change, right? So if we say, because our demand ranges from minus 50% to 50%, we need to simply multiply the first option here, the amount, times 1 plus the in this case, demand change. There it is. And then we multiply the second one, so the selling price times, in this case, here 1 plus the price change. Price change. Here we go. This one. Okay, close this, and then I can also close the SUMX function. So let's just see. One of the parentheses is wrong or missing. Let's just see. SUMX, that should actually work. Let's evaluate that. Just see. Syntax is incorrect. SUMX, orders table, times 1 plus decimal, times order selling price. Oh, I think there is a one parenthesis too much. Okay, here we go. So press enter, and let's evaluate that. And let's just see. Let's use the total scenario sales here as well in the visualization. Let's tick this option, total scenario sales, and we got exactly the same values, right? Which is expected, by the way, because we see that the price doesn't change and the demand also doesn't change. But now if we would say here, let's say our price changes, so we have marketing power and our price change, let's say 10%. I'll add this and you'll see that now the values change here. And we have higher sales than original expected, because here these are, let's say, the expectations for next year, and we say we can increase the prices 10%. And let's say it's best an optimal scenario. So let's say this is a great scenario. Let's say also we make it that the demand also changes. Let's say you got 20% more demand. Take this option and you see that now we are much better than the current year, right? Based on our scenario. But unfortunately, most often then we would try to change the price, let's say 100%. So let's say price increase or almost, the top is not there. So obviously we need to type in 1.05. But let's say we increase it 95%. And this would be awesome, right? So much higher prices, so obviously much higher sales. But this also means that maybe, well, if we do this, then the demand will slow. And let's say the demand crashes 50% because we increase the prices so much. And this means that obviously now, as you can see here, in the scenario, we actually make less money than in the current year. Or actually so far we have. Because the comparison now is lower than the original one. And this is exactly how the scenario analysis can be done. Now, as I said, in this specific scenario analysis, it's an easy way. So there is no additional part from Power BI like it is somehow calculating any kind of scenarios. You have to actually, before, determine what is the scenario looking like. Then you can specify what are changes using parameters like price change, demand change, and so on. And based on your selection, let's actually to make this positive here again. Let's say scenario is up 10% and also the price, let's say something much more reasonable. Let's say price is up 20%, okay? Which looks good. But this allows you and your end consumer, and also if you present your report in front of board members or your colleagues or anyone, you can then actually play around with these parameter settings and see what actually this would mean for your specific company. So first determine what are the scenarios you want to cover, and then create the specific parameters, and then embed them in your report and give then the end consumer the option to slice and dice and choose the scenario which he or she thinks is the right one, and then he or she can then visualize that in any kind of visualization. It doesn't have to be a bar chart, but this was just one example. Okay? So hopefully that was helpful. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. And again, we would like to dive deeper into time intelligence. Let's cover a scenario which is often used in company contexts, which is something like the running total 30-day sales. So that means we would like to cover actually the total amount of sales, or total amount of profit, or total amount of cost, could be any kind of measure, but in a running 30-day window. Meaning, for instance, today we would like to see the last 30 days. And then tomorrow, of course, this 30-day window should shift on one day, right? That's what I want. So a dynamic 30-day, so a rolling 30-day window. So how can we create this? Let's dive deeper into that. At first, let me actually name this scenario analysis, and then I will use simply a new report page. Get started with that. So let's have a look at, in this case, our date first. And this time I'd like to see my date not in a hierarchy, but I'd like to see it on a daily level because we want to cover the 30 days on a rolling window. So let's right click here and say date, right? Here we go. And we got now each specific day in here, which you can format if you want. So if you select the date here, you have the option here to format it differently. Also, because currently the weekdays are displayed in German, this is just because my current Power BI setting is here, location in Germany. But of course, for you, it would look a little bit different. But of course, you could also use a short date. If I take this option, then the weekday gets removed from here, right? At least like that. So it's up to you what kind of, well, in this case, date you prefer. So let me just check that. I think I go with the long date for now. So hopefully that's fine for you, even though it's a German date. But as I said, for you, it should look different, so it shouldn't be an issue. Okay, so then let me actually add the total sales here. So let me tick this option. And we see here for each day, now we can see total sales, starting on the 4th of July in 2020. This was the value there. On the 5th of July, it was this value. Then on the 8th of July, it was this value. And this exactly covers, again, the normal problem with our orders table, because we had no orders on each day. This, for instance, means that on the 6th, on the 7th of July in 2020, there were no sales. This is why this specific day is skipped. And that's why time intelligence based on the order date in the orders table might lead to issues. And that's also why best practice, we import a dates table. So having said that, let's explore how we can cover a rolling 30-day window in here. So to do this, we will use a formula which is kind of similar to what we have done before. If we cover the cumulative sales, remember what we did here, we simply checked whether the dates table is actually less or equal to the maximum order date. Now we could actually modify this a little bit, because we can say it should be within the range of the maximum order date, which is always the current date in the visualization, and the order date 30 days before. And that's exactly what we do. So let's actually create the measure, right click here on the measures table. So after we understood the basic idea behind the measure, and let's now calculate that. So let's say here, will be our rolling 30-day sales. Could also say running total 30 days. It's up to you, or cumulative. It's not cumulative, so it's really a 30-day, or it's cumulative for the 30 days. But let's say rolling 30-day sales. Okay, so let's say equal. And how can we calculate that? Well, we could say we want to calculate. That's the right keyword, because remember, we need to modify the filter context. Because here we don't want to focus only on a specific day, which is in the filter context. We want to actually override this and just make sure that the day is less than this day, but greater than 30 days before this day. That's the idea. So let's do that. Let's say calculate. And as an expression, I say here, I want to have my total sales in my case again. So total sales, that's the measure. And then for the filter, I'd say I want to filter, in this case, my dates table. So I can say all or all selected. It doesn't matter here, could use both. Let's say all selected, and I'll refer to the dates table date, this one here. And I say that in this case, that for the expression, I want that the dates table date, this one, is less or equal, just to include the maximum date. So the current row we are on, for instance, Sunday, 12th of July should be included. That's why we say less or equal to the maximum of the dates table date. So this one here. And we now need to cover also a second formula, because we want to say it should be less or equal to the maximum. That's fine. But this would only give us the running total, right? So this would only simply cumulative sales across all the days up to the end. And this is not what we want. So that's why we need to first make sure it should be, let's say, greater or equal to the maximum dates table date, which would be the date in the current row. And we simply subtract 30. So we say 30 days before this date. And because we also want to make sure that it is not greater or equal to the current date, we can use double ampersand. This is a combination, this is the and symbol in Power BI, a double ampersand, and say that the dates table date, this one, should be less or equal to the maximum of the dates table date. So here we go. And I also think, just to make sure, I think I can close this and close the calculate function, that it should be greater, I think. Just to cover exactly 30 days, I think it's greater than the maximum minus 30 days, and it should be less or equal to the maximum date. So let me first format this, and then let's cover what this actually does, this expression. So let me go to my browser here, let me say new, let me paste it, let me format it, and then let me copy it. Copy, and let's paste it in our report. Okay, so that means the formula is kind of similar to the running total. Remember, we also used the all selected function to remove the current filter context, which is each weekday here in this case. But then we make sure that the time period we want to cover is less or equal to the maximum dates table date. This expression alone would only refer to the running total, right? Which we already covered. But we also say we have a second condition. This is why this AND criteria. So both of them needs to be fulfilled. And the second one, in this case the first one here, this one, is that the dates table is greater than the maximum. Again, the maximum is referring to the current row, minus 30 days. So for instance, if we are on the 9th of August, then we go 30 days back, and we want to cover a time frame 30 days before the 9th of August up to the 9th of August. And this is what we actually want to visualize then. So let's do that. Let me press enter for the rolling 30-day sales. And now we got our measure in here. And now, of course, go maybe in the formatting pane just to increase the value size. So I'm sorry for not doing that earlier, but let's say 14, so you hopefully can see the values better on your screens. And now let me just tick the table one more time and click on the rolling 30 days. I tick this option, and now you see what we get in here. So you see that for the rolling 30 days, because it's based on the dates table, this means that also other days in between are now covered, even though we have no sales in them. But you see that it starts with the same value as we have here, but then it is simply the sum of the first two. The same is true here. We don't get any new sales. Then here, it's simply the sum of the first, in this case, 5 days, and so on. So it's cumulative. So it sums up the sales in a 30-day window, which simply means that if we go up, we're still in July, go up to July, and in August here, for instance, you see that the value here is less than, or here as well, here the value is less than in the prior. Simply because, remember, the value here itself, which is shown, is always the sum of the current day, which is in this case blank, plus the 30 days before. Or actually the 29 days before, I think, because we say greater than 30. But it's always a 30-day window which is displayed here. Okay? And that's how this rolling 30-day sales work. And of course, you can modify this to your specific requirements. So if you say for the rolling 30 days, I actually have not 30 days, it should be 90 days, or you actually want to apply to a different kind of measure, just remove the total sales and use a different kind of measure, or change here the 30 days. Currently it's static, and of course you can add any kind of value in here, which you want. And also, if you like to do it a little bit more flexible, you can also use, for instance, a what if scenario value and add the scenario value in here to give the report consumer the option to choose maybe 30 days, 10 days, and 90 days, so you can make it dynamic if you want. But that's basically how this rolling 30-day window works. Okay? So that's it for this video and this expression. Hopefully you learned something new and you applied it yourself, try it out, and otherwise, thanks a lot for watching and hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. Now before we dive deeper into DAX and Power BI, I'd like to actually take here the chance to give you a little bit more information about table functions. Because so far we created a lot of measures in here, and during the measure creation we used specific table functions. What I mean by that is, for instance, here in the rolling 30-day sales, we use the filter function. And we also use the all selected function. Or as an example, in the ranking, if I select this measure, we use the all function in here. So these functions are actually also available in Power BI. However, they behave different from, for instance, our SumX function, which we used. Or also different from the calculate function, which we used quite often right now. Because all, as well as filter, as well as all selected, as well as another one, which is called values, also a helpful function, these are all table functions in Power BI. And let me show you what actually a table function is and what's the difference towards, for instance, something like our total sales, which we created. So these measures here we have created, like total cost, total profit, but also the ranking or the rolling 30 days. All these measures have one thing in common. They return values. Means they return numbers in here, like specific, 30 days, some 30-day sales, right? So specific numbers. The table functions, which we also used during the creation of the measures, they behave differently. For instance, in the ranking, the table function all, which we use, this itself does not return actually a single value. What the all function returns instead here is a table. And you use the all function, so we use the return table here inside the ranking. And just because for the ranking, we return here actually total sales, that is the reason why we can use it as a measure. But if we would use the all function here standalone, so without, for instance, here inside this measure calculation, we can't actually create it as a measure because all returns a table and measure always return a single value. And to show this to you, let's actually go to the modeling option here. And you see that there is the new measure, but there's also an option to add a new table. So you can see here, you can also write a DAX expression to create a table instead of a measure. And the difference simply is that a measure returns a value, a single value, and a table returns, as the name implies, a complete table. So let me show this to you. Let's actually go to new table here. And let's click this. And just before we start, remember, we actually already used one table function. Do you know which I'm referring to? If not, it is actually the generate series. Because remember, when we use the parameters, so what if scenario, we actually created tables. And we saw this because the generate series actually only creates a table with one column with specific numbers which we specify. Now, other tables functions are, as I said, for instance, the all function. So let me show you what it does. So let's say all orders TBL, and I will say simply equals all, and then I simply refer to a complete table, like say dates table, orders table. Sorry, let's say orders table. Here, I can close this, and I'm good to go. Now, I can use this expression alone only if I say new table. If I would try to use this in a new measure, I would get an error because the measure can only return a single value, but the table can return a complete table. So if I evaluate that, press enter, you'll see that now we have here a new table which is created. That's why it's not appearing here inside a table. It is a complete new table. And it's also calculated. You can see that with the little calculate icon. And if you open it, you'll see it contains all the columns from the orders table. And if we take a closer look, we can go to the data view here and then select the all orders table. And you see the complete table in here. That's actually inside the orders table here. So the orders table here contains all the columns and all the rows of the orders table itself. So basically all orders this year is simply a complete copy of the orders table. And that's actually what it is returned inside this all. So also let's take a look at the filter function, which you also used when we calculate, for instance, the running total sales. This also returns a table. let's say we would like to return the orders table, but the orders table should be filtered based on the category, and the category should be, let's say, drinks. So only keep, please, in this case, the rows where the category is drink. Okay, so again, let's go to under home. Let's actually go in here, go under modeling, and let's say create a new table. New table, and then this table is, let's say, the drinks order TBL, and we can say equals, and we use the filter function, filter. Now the table we're going to use in the filter function is the orders table again, orders table. And as a filter expression, let's say that the category in the orders table should be equal to, and then in quotes, because it's a string, so a text value, we say it should be equal to drinks. Be aware it is case sensitive, and drinks is written in capital D in the orders table. That's why I'm using drinks here as well in capital D. So let me close the parentheses here and press enter. And again, you'll see that now a new table is created. And we are good to go. Let's have a look. Let's make this smaller. Also make the dates table smaller. And let's have a look. Where is our drinks table? There it is. And if I go to the data view, just to see what's inside the drinks table, let me also make this smaller. Select the drinks table here. And now it looks actually the same as the orders table. Actually select it first. So go in here, go inside. And now if I say, take a look at the category here on the most right column, and if you select here to filter, you'll see that there's only drinks inside. So it's simply a copy of the orders table, but limited to the category drinks, because this is exactly, as you can see here, what we filtered. And again, the filter function, same behavior as the all function, it returns a complete table. It doesn't return only a single value. And this is why you can only use it, if I go back in here, under modeling, if you create a new table for text expression. You can't directly use it in a measure to return something, but you could use table functions inside a measure when you calculate something. This is what we've done already. Like for instance, for the ranking, you see that the orders table here, we use this, so we calculate this on the fly to evaluate then, in this case, the total sales ranking. But what we return in this ranking is, of course, the measure itself. So a value. We do not return the table. We only use the table expression here. But I think still that the video here might be quite helpful for you, because then you better understand what these table functions actually does. So all returns a table, the same as filter, but filter returns a filtered table, like we've seen with the drinks example. And all returns the complete orders table without or with removing actually all the filters inside the visual. But it is still a table function. And the final table function, which I would like to share with you, is the values function. So let me make this smaller and also show you how that works. So if I go under modeling and I will go with, in this case, let's say new table. Again, it is a table because it returns a table, not a single value. And for this one, I say these are my, let's say, category table, TBL is equal to, and here I say values. There's the formula. And if you read through it, when a column name is given, it returns a single column table of unique values. So basically it removes all the duplicates. And when a table name is given, it returns a table with the same columns. So let's say we would use the category from the original orders table, this one. I can close the parenthesis here, and then I can press enter. And again, I will see a new table in here. Again, it's a calculated table, so it's not coming directly from the data source, and it's called category table. And if I take a look at the data view, just to see what is returned, you can see that the category table here returns simply a unique list of values of the categories. So there is no duplication and nothing else. It's simply a unique list of values. This is what values returns. So I just wanted to mention this here as well, because it's also probably a formula you will use more often when you continue working with DAX in Power BI, and then all selected, as well as values here, as well as filter are table functions you very often will use probably. But this is actually what they do. They return tables, not single values. So they can be used inside expressions to evaluate an expression, but they can't give you a single result. And this is why you can't create a measure with these directly. Okay? So hopefully that was helpful. Let me go back to report view. And otherwise, of course, always feel free to ask. And thanks a lot for watching, and I hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. Now let's actually apply what we have learned in the last video and use one of the table functions we have not used so far, which is the values function. Remember, the values function returns a unique list without duplicates. And one way to apply it inside a measure would, for instance, be to figure out the sales for, let's say, the top 10 customers. Or instead of the sales, let's actually use the profit, so we have a different measure. But of course, you could use any kind of measure you want. So let me click on the plus symbol here. And by the way, I named this properly here, and then I can add a new report page and get started with my new measure. So let's say we first like to display actually from the orders table here, all the customers. And let me make this bigger to figure out, okay, it's customer company. Here we go, this one. And then for those customer companies, I'd like to see the profits. So let's go with total profit here. Okay, now we can see the profit for all the customers. Let's also increase the size of the values here a little bit so we can see that better on our screens. Let's go with 15 here. Should be fine. And then also sort this. Okay, let's sort it. And we can see that this one is the customer with the highest amount of profit in this case. So the total profit returns, of course, the profit for all the customers. But in our case, we only want to see the profit for the top 10 customers. How to do this? So what we could do, now let's actually right click on the measures table and create a new measure. So this measure here, we will calculate something. So let's call it maybe the top 10 clients, or top 10 customers is equal to, and now I go to new line, shift enter, and say here I would like to calculate. So the total, in this case, total profit, here we go. And the context, so the filter context will be using the filter function, filter. Now we need to give it a table. Filter is the first. Remember, filter is also a table expression, so it returns a table which has been filtered. The table we want to return is based on the customers. And here we can use the values function. The values function returns a unique list, in this case of customer companies, if we give it this column. Let's do that. Order, TBL, and then here we'd like to refer to customer company, this one. So we can close this, and this means now as within the filter, the table we want to filter is a unique list of customer company names. And now we need to tell it how exactly do we want to filter the list. So what kind of customers do we want to return? And this can be done based on the ranking. So we could now say we want to rank X in this case. What exactly do we want to rank? Well, we want to rank all the customers. So let's go with all, in this case, customer. And again, I'm referring to let's go with orders table. So order TBL, and there the customer company, this one. Okay, like that. And then we want to make sure that for this one, so actually close this, let's just see, rank X, all, yes. And the expression will be the total profit, here we go. And then for the order, we will say descending, because I want to have only the highest, in this case, customer companies with the highest amount of profit. And for the ties, we can skip this, but let's go with dense, because we viewed dense before as well. Let's close this. And now let's make sure that this is less or equal to 10, right? Which we set up as our threshold. And now I close this parenthesis here, and I also close the calculate function. And we are good to go. So let's actually execute this and check it first, whether this works. So then let me tick this here, and let's actually add this here as well. So go to the top 10 clients, select this measure here, and now you see we got actually values which are exactly the same as here. Maybe not formatted correctly, so let's go in here and say, show it as dollar amount. And also please only use 2 decimal numbers. That's fine. Okay. So now we can see we got exactly the same values, but only for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 clients, right? Because we set our threshold to 10 and we only see the values for the top 10 clients. And all the other clients here are blank. And if you take a closer look at our top 10 clients measure, let's maybe actually first copy it and format it, and then we have a closer look. So go to the, here, this one here, let me click on new, let me paste this, let me format it, and then let me copy it from here, copy, go back to my report, and I paste this inside, and that's what it looks like. So basically we apply all the, almost all the table functions which we have learned in the prior video. So we use the filter function to filter a table. The table is a unique list of customer company names, which is the values function doing. You know that. Remember our example with the categories from the last video? And then we do a ranking here based on all the customer companies. So all, again, a table function, removing any kind of filter context, which you might have in the visual, which is the current customer. We remove this filter. Instead, we're using all the customer companies and rank them based on their profit. And then we simply make sure that this ranking here is less or equal to 10. And based on the ranking here, based on the true or false expression, so is the ranking greater than 10 or less than 10, then we filter, using the filter function, the list, unique list of customer companies. And that means we only show the profit for those customers where the ranking is less than 10 or less or equal to 10. That's how that works. So all the table functions included in this specific measure, which at the end returns a single value, which is then visible in here, right, for each of the customers. So that's how that works. And of course, this can give you now some insights. So for instance, if you are interested in any kind of visualization, let's say I'm using my donut chart here, I select this and say, I'd like to see the top 10 client sales, tick this option, and then I tick the clients itself from the orders table. So the customer company here, for instance, then I would see here in my visual only the top 10 customers. So not all the customers we have, but only the most important ones based on the total sales. And the same is true, of course, for any other kind of measure. So let me just copy this, Control V to paste it. So I have it twice. And let's go in here and say we switch this from the donut chart to, for instance, a bar chart. Tick the bar chart. And again, we would see here only the top 10 customers in this visualization without applying any additional filters, simply because the measure which we're going to use here in the value section only returns sales for the top 10 customers and the other ones are blank. So that's how that works. So this could be an insight. Maybe you want to focus your visualization, your report to your audience to only specific customers, the most important ones, based on a certain KPI. And this is, for instance, an example how you can do that. And you also applied what you've learned in the prior video, various table functions inside a calculation itself, so inside a measure. Okay, so that's it actually for this video. So hopefully the calculation itself was helpful. Hopefully you understood what we did. And as always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. Now let's figure out how many distinct or unique customers do we actually have per, let's say, weekday, right? Let's figure that out. So to do this, let me first rename the page properly. Let's say these are our top 10 clients, Here we go. And then let me actually click on the plus symbol to create a new report page, a blank one. So let's say I like to see my weekdays and I can easily display them in or from my dates table. Because my dates table here, and that's why it's extensive and it's very helpful, because it contains a lot of columns in here. And sometimes you might want to use one of them. And here, as an example, there's also weekday. So let's search for that, a weekday. I can't find it directly, so what could I do? Well, I could say, let me just search for weekday, week, and here's the day of week name. I think this is it. Let me just tag it, tick this option, and here we go. So day of week name, these are the weekday names. And let me actually increase the size go in here and go to the value section here. Let me choose here, let's say something like 15. So the weekdays here are in German, but again, I'm sure you try it out yourself and you see that in front of you should be then your native weekday names and settings, right? Okay, so I can see the weekday names, and now I'm interested in how many customers do we actually serve each weekday. And I don't want to see double counts. So if the same customer comes the same weekday several times, it does not really help. I would like to know what is the unique list of customers for each of the weekdays. How can I do that? Well, there's a quite easy function for that, which is the distinct count function. Distinct count, as the name implies, is simply a distinct, so returns a unique list of the specific, well, in this case, column you are counting. So if I, for instance, remove this filter here for now and say under measures table, let's say new measure, and let's call it unique customers, for instance. So go in here and say these unique customers is equal to, and here we can simply specify distinct count. Here is it, distinct count. And what it does, it tells you it just needs a column name. It could be a text column because it simply counts the number of distinct values inside this column. So if you say distinct count and then, for instance, the customer from the orders table, so a lot of tables in here. Let's first search for order TBL. And from the orders table, I'm using the customer company again, like that. Now I can close the parenthesis and I'm basically good to go. So quite easy measure because all we do is really counting the distinct, so without duplicates, number of customer company. And if I press enter, then I got my unique customer count. I can easily visualize that. If I go with a card visual and I will use unique customers, I would get 89, which simply means that in the complete data set, I got 89 distinct or unique customers, which I have. And I can simply use the measure itself inside any kind of visual. So for instance, for the weekday name as a table, I could easily now here add the unique customers. And because I have a filter context here, right? So for instance, this is Thursday. Thursday, I have 70 customers. Friday, 70 customers, and so on, right? Of course, this doesn't add up because the same customer is counted on Friday, but maybe also on Wednesday if he or she also ordered there. But the main point is that here we simply count for each of the weekdays here, what is the unique list of customers. And this can be easily swapped, right? So we can use another kind of dimension. It doesn't have to be weekday. Could also be, for instance, the categories. And you would see the unique list of customers for categories. So just to show it to you, if I Control C to copy this, Control V to paste it, and I simply, let me drag this here to the side, go in here and say, instead of the day of week name, I could go in here and say, I'd like to see this for my categories. Drag them inside, remove this here, and let's see. And now you can see that you get, for the different kinds of categories, you get different kinds of unique customers. So obviously some customers were not interested in, let's say, fish, right? Because they didn't like fish for whatever reason, so they didn't order from us. Maybe they ordered from a competitor, who knows? But this is also an insight, quite powerful sometimes, depending on what kind of product you actually serve to your customers. But to figure out, okay, based on the customer base, what are actually the customers buying from us, right? Could also be interesting. So for the weekday, of course, this could also be interesting. Maybe you should focus on specific weekdays when you do any kind of promotions, for instance, right? So there are various insights you can get from your data, depending on what you actually visualize. And of course, this can also be put not only in a table, I could also swap this into any other kind of visual. Like for instance, I could use here a tree map, could turn this one on. Maybe you would adjust the color. So I don't like, actually for me it's a little bit too colorful actually with the default theme, but you could use it if you want. Or you could say actually maybe a bar chart, maybe easier that way. I can see it like that, or maybe also swap it around like that, and I can see it here in a visual as well. So as I said, it's up to you. There are various ways to visualize that, and there are a lot of options in here. So one little thing, in addition to not only the unique customers by category here, but instead by my day of week name. So if you apply this to your native settings, then you probably see an issue which we already covered before, which is that sometimes the order is not exactly the order you expect, especially when it comes to dates. Remember, we have, for instance, the month names, and the month names were in one specific example we already covered, not in the right structure. So it did not begin with January, then February, but it began with April, for instance, because A is the first letter in the alphabet. And the same is true here. This is also not sorted correctly. I have, of course, the option to sort by day of week name in here, but this will not give me the right sorting. Because actually here, concerning these days, actually the Wednesday should be the first, then the Thursday, then Friday, then Saturday and Sunday. And by the way, the reason why the other days are missing is obviously we did not sell on the other days in here. But the point is, in order to sort this correctly, what can I do? If you remember, what have we done when we faced this issue before? We went to, in this case, the data view. We went to the table, which actually has the column we want to sort. So in this case, our dates table. And when what we have done then was we actually searched for another column we can base our sorting on, right? Remember that. So here, this table is, as I said already, it's really extensive. So it contains a lot of columns. And I just wanted to mention this and also focus your attention a little bit on that. Also because maybe this table and also the additional columns might be helpful for you in the future when you work on your own reports. And one of them is here a day of week name. And even though the day of week name can't be sorted alphabetically, for instance, because Monday is the first day normally, or depending on the week, of course, maybe Sunday is the first day. But here there is a day of week column, which is created. And you could modify this number actually inside the M code if you want. But now I stick with the default one. And here it actually starts with 0 on Monday. So in my case, Monday here would be the first day. Then Tuesday, then Wednesday, and so on. So to get the sorting correct, I could simply select my day of week name column. And then I could say I want to sort this by column. And I'm simply searching for the column next to it, day of week. So if I go in here and search for day of week, so there it is. I tick this option. That means that now I'm sorting my day of week name by the day of week. So it should start on Monday and so on. So the correct week sorting. And if I now go back to my report in here, now I can see it starts with Wednesday for me, then Thursday, then Friday, then Saturday and Sunday. So again, the reason why the other days are not showing is simply because there is no sale on those days. But the point is now the sorting is correct in here, okay? So that is it actually for, at first, of course, counting the customers and getting some insights based on, for instance, category, or in this case, weekday names, and also a small repetition on how you can do any kind of sorting, just in case your dates you use, or in this case, the weekday names are actually completely messed around and you need to figure out how to sort them properly, okay? So that's it for this video. Hopefully that was helpful. As always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. And here I'd like to ask you a very important question. DAX or no DAX? That is the question. So sometimes there is an option actually to avoid creating your own DAX calculations in Power BI, because Power BI offers you the option to simply get the specific measure or insight you want directly with only a few clicks. What do I mean by that? Now, as an example, remember what we did in the last video. We used here the distinct count as a function, so as a DAX measure, unique customers here, distinct count of the customer company. Now, what if we can get the same result without actually creating a measure? How? Well, let's explore this. Let's actually use one more time from the, in this case, the day of week name from the dates table. So let me go to the dates table and use the day of week name. So select it here. We got our table. Let's increase the size under the formatting options. Go to values here and say the text size is, let's say 15. Okay, here we go. So we can see all of the weekday names. And now let's actually visualize here the customers we had. So we go with customer company. So let me go in here. Where is it? Customer company from the orders table. Let's select the orders table here and go with customer company. Let me tick this option. Okay. So here are the customers. And now if we go back to the visual pane here and right click actually here on the customer company, you see that there are various options. And one of them is count distinct. So we can count the customers, but also use a count distinct. So if you click this option count distinct here, you'll see that now we get actually the same result. Let me make this bigger here. The same result as we had prior when we used the DAX calculation in here, without actually creating any kind of measure. And this, of course, is also true for other options. So as an example, let's say we'd like to figure out for the countries, so what is the average selling price across the countries? Now, of course, again, we could create a DAX measure for that, but there's also an option to go directly in here. Say, let's go with a bar chart, select the bar chart, and then I go to the customer, in this case, average by country, so customer country, select this option here. And now, of course, we need to give it any kind of numerical data in order to figure that out. And let's say, as I said, the selling price, I can tick the selling price here, or I can drag it into the value area here directly. So let me just tick it, works faster. And now I can see here for all the countries, make this bigger here, I can see here the selling price. However, what happens here is something which doesn't make any sense, because what Power BI is doing by default is simply summing up the individual selling prices, which is not really helpful. You can sum up the sales, but you can't sum up the selling prices. It doesn't make any sense. But you could easily change this by, again, you click on it, I right click on it, and you can also click on the drill down menu here, also on the arrow. It's up to you. But you can see that here for the selling price as a numerical field, there are other options like calculate the average, the minimum, the maximum, count distinct, which is also available, of course, for text values, standard deviation, median, and so on. And if I would say I'd like to see this as the average, which makes more sense, then now you can see that, for instance, Norway would be the country where the average selling price would be the highest across all the orders. Of course, also interesting regarding this is then the amount of orders which have been placed, for sure, because if, for instance, Norway would only have one specific order, then probably the high selling price would not be that important. But still, it could be an insight you can easily generate simply by using the options which Power BI offers by default, without actually creating a DAX calculation for that. And also please notice that the country 0, this is just something in the data set. Of course, you can simply replace it if you want. And as well, in a real life scenario, I would figure out what kind of data is that. And you can hear it's just a placeholder for sales which are not linked to a specific country directly. But this is just in case you're wondering why there's a 0 actually inside. It's coming from the data set directly. Other very interesting things is, of course, you could also show this percentage-wise. So what I mean by that is, for instance, you see that next to the selling price here, there's also this option show values as. And there's a percent of grand total. Now, of course, again, it depends on what kind of visualization you use. But let me maybe make this a little bit smaller here and drag it maybe up. And this also drag it a little bit to the side. And let's just see Control-C to copy, Control-V to paste. And again, we're showing, take a look at the customer country. But this time, let's use something where we could actually show the percentage numbers. Let's say we want to display the total sales. Drag the total sales into the values area in here. Remove the average. We don't need this. And now we can see that the total amount of sales is highest in the United States, followed by Germany, and then Austria, and so on. Now, let's say we'd like to know, okay, this is the total amount, 261,000, but I'm more interested in what kind of percentage is this of the total. So then I could say, okay, I go to the total sales here and say show values as, and then there's an option, percent of grand total. So if you tick this option here, you now see the US sales are actually around 20% of the total sales. So around 1/5 across all the sales in the dataset. So again, this is an insight. So the formula itself is already built in to Power BI. And you just need to click here and then choose what exactly you want to see without actually creating a measure. So you could create a DAX measure for that. But again, the question is DAX or no DAX. That is the question, right? So that just means that if there is a built-in functionality you can use, then why creating a DAX measure if you don't need it? DAX measures are great, but if something is offered by Power BI already and you just can use this and save some time, then go with it. Okay, that is the main message here from this video. So that's it actually for this video itself. So hopefully that was helpful, and hopefully you can use those already built-in insights for your own reports and datasets. And otherwise, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. Now, before we dive into the next topic, which is the customer classification, which is more advanced DAX, of course, let's actually rename our page properly. So let's call this as actually insights. So let's call this DAX or no DAX in my case, right? So like that. Of course, again, feel free to name this different, but at least now you know if you want to look up the resource section and take a look at the Power BI Advanced Training number 2 file, you know that this is basically the page I'm referring to. So let's click on new page, and then let's actually figure out how we can classify our customers. So how can we do this? Well, we could classify them based on any kind of metric. And in my case, I'd like to do this based on the sales. So I could say, I'm ranking my customers based on the sales amount, which they have generated for us. And then I can say, for instance, my top 5 customers, these are the top customers. Then let's say the customers between a ranking of 6 and 20 regarding the sales could be the average customers, and all customers which have a sales ranking less than 20 should be actually maybe the bad customers. Okay, the name of course can be chosen by you, but this is basically the idea behind that. How can we achieve this? Now, to do this, we first need, let me just make this smaller and this as well. At first, we need some kind of, in this case, a table, helper table, which allows us to classify the customers. To do this, because we do not have the table already, I can here go under Home and say I'd like to enter a manual table under Enter Data. And here, this table will be the, in this case, let's say, Customer Classification table. So let's name it properly. Let's say Customer Classification, and then TBL. And now for the first column, this would be, for instance, here the customer or the classification name. So I can say, maybe let's say classification, like that. And then I have a minimum value here. Let's call this min. And I also have a maximum value. Call this max. Now, the table structure is like that I could say the classification is, or the customer type is top customer, if the ranking is, let's say, between 1 and 5. And then let's say if the ranking is between 6 and 20, it should be, let's say, average customer, average, let's say here from 6 to 20. And then starting from 21, I say this is a bad customer, because this customer is not ordering enough, right? So top, average, and bad. And let's say here starting from 21, and this is up to, let's say, 1000. I just need to use a very high number here just to make sure that I include all the customers. And we already know that we only have 89 distinct customers. So obviously I'm covering with the high amount here all the additional customers. So no customers gets lost in here. And this is basically the table setup we need. So we have the classification name itself, we have the minimum and the maximum, and now we can load this table into our model in order to use it. So just a second, the calculation gets applied and the new table gets loaded into the model. And here we go, customer classification table. So now we can actually use a DAX expression and evaluate the ranking of the customer based on a specific measure or metric. In our case, it is the total sales, and then classify the customer in one of the categories. Also, let's have maybe a closer look, just briefly, to the new table we have created. Let's get rid of that. And let's actually select the customer classification. And you see it's a small table, which we manually entered, and it has exactly the values as you've seen before. Okay, so now let's go back to the report view and create our measure. So let's right click on the measures table and say we would like to create a new measure. And this measure is simply classify customers. Classify customers. Of course, as always, you're free to use any kind of name you want. Just make sure that you understand what you're basically doing here. Let me go to new line, Shift Enter, and say I would like to calculate something. So use the calculate function. I want to calculate the total sales. Total sales, here we go. From the measures table, which is in this case the second one, this one. And again, I'd like to refer to the fact that you can also refer to the specific measure only without referring to the table if you don't want to. So calculate the total sales. And now what do we want to do? Well, let me evaluate that. At first, I need a filter expression. A filter expression because I want to filter my data. So what exactly do I want to filter? Well, I would like to filter my customers, right? Because I want to classify them into buckets. So top customers, average customers, and in this case, bad customers. So I will use a unique list of customer names, which can be done by using the values function. So values, then referring to from the orders TBL, so from order TBL, the customer company. Here we go. So now let me close this, which gives us a unique list of customer companies. Now we want to filter this unique list. That is why we wrapped the filter around the values. And this is why we now need to have a filter expression here. Now the filter expression, we will use the count rows function. Count rows simply, as the name here implies here, and it states here, counts the number of rows in a table. So we use count rows. The table actually we are referring to is again a filter table. So we say filter. Now for this filter, we will use our customer classification table. So say customer classification table, this one here. And we want to count all the rows inside this table, but it should be modified by filters. So let me actually close it, parenthesis, comma here. And let's say the filter should be based on the ranking of the customer. So we say rank X, and for this iteration, so this ranking, we will use again the customers, but we want to make sure that we use all customers. That's why we apply all inside the ranking function. And by the way, also in the future, if you use rank X function, most often it is in combination with all or all except. Just as a little hint here, so also in the future when you create formulas. So rank X all. Again, what kind of column are we referring to? Well, we are referring to, in this case, from the order TBL, the customer company. So this one here. So please give us all the customer companies and do a ranking on them. So here we go. And a ranking based on what? Well, based on the total sales, right? So total sales, here we go, this one. And we want to do the ranking descending because the customer with the highest amount of sales should be, of course, number one. So that is that. And we want to say that this here, the filter expression should be greater or equal to from the classification. So customer classification table, right? And remember, there is this table, customer classification. And let's just see what we are referring to. I think we are referring to the, where is it? The minimum is the last one. So let me zoom in again. Okay. So it doesn't display this at all if I zoom in. Hopefully that would be changed in the future, but we're referring to the minimum should be greater or equal to the minimum. And we also know that we can use the double ampersand to do an AND condition in here. And we simply check the same expression one more time, that the rank X of, in this case, all the customer company from the orders table. So orders TBL, customer company, here it is. This, let me just close parentheses here. And there the total sales is the expression, sales, here we go. This should be, in this case, valued descending here as well. Close parentheses here and say this should be less or equal, in this case, to the maximum. So customer classification table customer classification table, and the maximum is, I think, this one here. So let's just see. The maximum is here, the third. Okay, so go with the third. Let me just select it here, this one, and then let's close this here, and also close the count rows function. And then for the filter expression, we say that this should be greater than 0. And then we can also close here the filter function, and then we close the calculate function. So this is a lot, of course, yeah, to devour. I guess that, I get that. But let's actually first maybe select it here, everything, Control C to copy it, and let's go to our formatting option to have it a little bit nicely format. And that's exactly what I meant when I said the longer the DAX formula, the better it is to actually format it correctly, because it's much easier to read then, like that, right? At least from my point of view. So let me copy this and let me go back to the Power BI report in here and let me paste it inside. So that is what the formula looks like in here, at least. So what is this doing actually? Well, we basically have created, if you remember correctly, let me just evaluate it first. Okay, so we are good to go. And then let's just see. So we created a customer classification table, right? So remember that if I go to the data view here and tick this option, we see that we have a table in here and it has a minimum value and a maximum value. And what we basically do in our formula is simply check whether the ranking of the customer based on a specific metric, in our case the total sales, is greater or equal to the minimum and less or equal to the maximum. We can use the equal sign because we have thresholds here from 1 to 5, from 6 to 20, so 5 and 6, they do not overlap, right? Otherwise, you need to be careful with the greater or equal sign, because you can only use it on one of the sides. But here we have 5 and then 6, so they are not intersect, and this is why we can say less or equal to maximum, and here greater or equal to minimum. So basically 6 is included in average, and 5 is still included in top. So if I go back to the report view and take a look at the classified customers here, so that's basically our measure, it's quite a lot. So we will calculate the total sales, but only the total sales for these specific customer boxes, right? Which we specified in here. So we say, please use a unique list, so values of customer companies, but filter this list. Filter this list and make sure that this expression, quite long, is greater than 0. Count rows only counts the rows in the specific table, so in customer company table. And the count rows here is based on a table, which is this filter table, which makes sure that twice the ranking here is simply checked whether the ranking is, in this case here, greater or equal to the minimum, let's say for the top customer, greater or equal to 1, and at the same time the ranking is here less or equal to the maximum. So for the top customers, less or equal to 5. And the ranking is based on the total sales measure. And this is why exactly this gives us now the buckets for our three, or basically classifies our customers into 3 buckets, which we have defined in our helper table. And to check this, we can now visualize that here, of course. So we could say, let's say we use the dates table. So go on dates here, select the date. And then we can see here a table, but let's actually go maybe with a bar chart like that. And then we can say we would like to see actually the classified customers. So by default, of course, we get exactly the same chart as we had before. That's correct with the total sales. But now, if we use from the customer classification here, the classification itself, for instance, we can drag this into the legend, drag it inside here. Then you'll see that now we got different values for the average, for the bad, and the top customers. And this could give us some insights. Like for instance, if we go to the formatting pane and also add here the data labels like that, we would now see, for instance, that our top customers here, so the first 5 customers based on the sales ranking, contributed in this case 73,000 of the total 2020 sales, or 202,000 of the 2021 sales, which is quite a lot, because think of it, these are only the concentrated top 5. And all the other ones of the 89 customers are actually in the second and the third, right? So these are from 6 to 20, and these are all above 20. So almost, let's say, 69 customers actually contributed almost the same as our top 5 customers. That's an insight you can get directly here regarding the DAX measure we have created. Or maybe let's actually copy this, paste it, and instead of using the bars next to each other, maybe it's easier to, or better to understand, if we actually use, in this case, a stack chart. So if we say we'd like to see this as a 100% stacked, so we changed it here, and now we can see here as the percentage numbers here. What is the contribution of our top customers based on the year? We can see here it's almost 30%, 2021 it's even better, almost 34%, and in 2022 here almost 36%. So this, for instance, could give us an indication, okay, we should actually focus on the top customers, because based on a year-on-year comparison, actually the part or the share of the sales to the total customers is actually increasing, which could be a valuable insight, which you can get exactly like that. Of course, we also need to take into account that the 22 data only contains the first 3 months, or the first 5 months, sorry. So obviously there's still a lot of data missing, and you can't compare the full year 2021 to only the first 5 months. I get that, but still, it's already an indication, obviously something is going on. And of course, you could also drill down further if you would like to do that and compare this on a quarterly or even monthly level if you want to do that. Of course, this also depends on the business model you have, but this is basically how that works. Okay, so I know this is a quite advanced formula, but now you have it also in your war chest, in your Power BI war chest, and can try this out yourself, of course. And feel free to use this in any other kind of visual. It's just an example on how to apply this, okay? So that's it actually for this video. The final thing I might do is here directly, I name this here customer classification. So we're good to go. And let me just save this here for now. And then that's actually it for the video. So thanks a lot for watching, and hopefully see you in the next one. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back to the next video. Now in this video, I'd like to introduce to you a very important concept, which is variables in DAX. And I want to show you an example where you can use it. So let's say we'd like to figure out what are actually the sales on the weekdays and what are the sales on the weekends. So how can we do that? Well, we could use, of course, a DAX measure for that. Or let's actually say 2 DAX measures. The one for the weekday sales, the other one for the weekend sales. So let me right click on the measures table here and say I'd like to create a new measure. So this measure will be simply the total sales. Let's call this total sales on weekends. So on weekends. Okay, is equal to, and of course feel free to name this differently if you want to do that. But now the concept of the variables, which I mentioned. Now in Power BI and in the DAX expressions, you can actually store parts of your formula, of your measure, in a variable. Now, in order to do this, what you do is you write the so-called var keyword. So var is a keyword in Power BI, and you'll see this if I now give this variable a name. So let's say I'm using here the weekends, and you see that this weekends is now written in a green color. This is referring to the fact that we are creating a variable here, and this variable is called weekends. So now we can store something in the variable. So we can say the variable itself is equal to, and the great thing in Power BI is that variables can actually store tables as well as values. So that means I can store a number like, for instance, 10,000 inside, or any kind of measure which returns a number using the SUMX function, for instance. But I could also use a function like a table function. Like, for instance, I could use values as a table function, or all, or filter, or anything like that, and store a complete table inside a variable. And I can reuse the variable then later in a different expression inside the same measure. This is important to notice. So let's actually create the weekend variable here and say we would like to filter. And what we would like to filter is the dates table. So dates TBL, this table here. And if you remember correctly, we said that I think in the dates table here, the Monday is a number 0, considering the day of week in this case. So what we could do for the weekends, because weekend then is 5 and 6. So if Monday is 0, then Saturday is 5 and Sunday is 6, if I'm correctly. So let's actually let's first create the measure and then let's check out whether I'm correct. So let's say filter dates table. And in this case, the table itself is a dates table. And the filter expression is simply that the day of week inside the dates table is either Saturday or Sunday. So because it's an OR criteria, we can simply use the OR. So next, of course, here the OR function. And the OR function you're probably familiar with from Excel simply allows us to check logical conditions here. And it is true if only one of them is true. So let's say OR, logical test number 1 is that the day of week, so week, this one here, not the week name, but the week itself, the day of week equals 5. Or the second logical criteria would be that the day of week, let's search for day of week directly, day of week here, this is equal to 6. So if only one of this is true, let me close this, then I want to return the specific row in the dates table. So what this variable weekends now has is it has stored a filter table, so a filtered version of the dates table, only to all the rows where the day of week is 5 or 6. That's all. And one important concept for variables in DAX, when you define them, is you also need to return something. So if you use the var keyword here, you could now specify another variable. So variable number 2, I can say week xyz, just an example, is equal to, and I can store something else in the next variable. So I can create as many variables as I want. But the point is, after I've created my variables, at the end I need to use the return keyword, because each definition of variable needs to return something. So these are coming together always in a DAX expression. So let's say return. And what we want to return is we want to iterate over a table. So we can use some x. The table which we want to iterate over is in this case the weekends. Remember, the filter function returns a table. And the table is filtered to weekday of 5 or 6. So that means only the weekends. So I can put in here the variable. So I can refer to weekends. You can see the variable is available for me to use inside my expression. And the variable is pointing to the filter table. And I can say inside the filter table, I want to iterate row by row and evaluate the total sales, for instance. Total sales. So that should be it. Total sales, not last year, but total sales, actually this one. So I can close this here and I am good to go. So let's evaluate that first. Let's see how that works and whether it works actually. So let me check that. Okay, so it seems to work fine. So one more time, variable can be defined. A variable can store any kind of expression. So it could be a table expression as we have here, but it also could be a single value, like any kind of number. And then whenever you define variables, you also need to return it. So using the return keyword. So this should be our total sales on weekends. But to make sure that I'm correct with the 5 and 6 in my specific data set, let me just briefly check that. So let me go to the table here and take a look at the dates table selected here. And the day of week. This is basically the column we use in order to filter the dates table. And here I can see that Monday in my case is 0. And I can also see that, for instance, here the 5 or 6, if I go in here and only take a look at the 5 and 6 here, let me just check those two. And then I can see it's Saturday and the 6 would be Sunday in my case. So if I scroll down, is there a Sunday? Yes, there's a Sunday, number 6. So again, it's German dates. I'm sorry for that. But in my case, and you should see that in your data set, that day of week should be mapped to a specific weekday name. And in my case, the 5th and the 6, the 5 and the 6 are actually mapped to Saturday and Sunday, which are the weekends. So that is correct. Because that means if I just clear the filter for now, and if I go back to my report and take a look at my total sales on weekends, I can see that here, if I filter my dates table to 5 and 6 of the day of week, I get only all the days which have been weekends in my sales data. And then I can return actually the sum of sales based on the weekends. Okay, so I got this one. And now let's actually also evaluate the sales for the weekdays. So let's actually go here, new measure, and we do something kind of similar. So in this case, we use the total sales, and now on weekdays. Weekdays is equal to, and again, going to line, and I will define the variable keyword here, so var, and this time I will specify the weekdays. So not the weekends, but the weekdays, or working days, depending on how you want to, name this, and say it's equal to, and again, I will store a filter, so a filter table in this variable, and the filter will be applied on the dates table. So I don't want to return the whole dates table, I want to have a filtered version of it. And the filtered version should now have an expression with the AND function. So you have two options in Power BI to define an AND, either with the ampersand, double ampersand, we have used this in all of the formulas, or there's also an AND function. And the AND function is a logical test, and this time we say the dates TBL, in this case the day of week, so maybe it's easier to search directly for the day of week here. This one should be unequal to 5 or, and unequal to 6. And unequal here is simply opening and closing brackets here. So this means it's unequal to 5, and at the same time, the dates table day of week, so let's search for day of week here, this one should also be unequal to 6. Because these are the two numbers which would be Saturday and Sunday in my case. So I say I want all the dates unequal to 5 and 6, which then is referring, of course, to only the working days. And then I can close this here and also close the filter function. So we're good to go. And remember, as a practice, we have done this before, but when you use the var keyword, you can use it as many variables as you want in the same expression, but you always at the end need to use return to return something. And for the return, we simply say we want to return the sum x, kind of similar, but this time we are using the weekdays variable which we have created. And here we say we want to give the total sales in here. So total sales, let me just see. I think this is not the wrong one, third one, okay. So let me just use the third one here, total sales. Let me close this here, and then we are good to go. Let me evaluate that, press enter. Okay, and we can see our measure here as well. And then finally, of course, we copy this here. We go to our formatting option, click on new, paste it inside, go to format, have it here for the weekday sales, copy this, go back to my report, and I paste this inside, press enter. So that's it. And also do the same here for this one. So also go here, Control C to copy this, and I go back to my option here, go to, in this case, new, paste this inside, go to format, and then I copy this here as well, like that, and I paste this in total sales on weekends. Press enter, and now it's also formatted. Okay, so we got our measures. Let's quickly check that. Let's take a look at our total sales, and I'm using a multi-row card, like that, and I will also increase the text size under format visuals, just that you can see that better on your screens. So let me just increase the text size here to, let's say, 15. Okay, so we can see here the 1.35 million, what we would expect. Let's actually add now the total sales on weekends, tick this option, and also the total sales on weekdays. Oh, sorry, this is on weekdays, let's start this weekends. So we can see these are basically 830,000 on the weekdays and 539 on the weekends. And of course, if you sum those up, those two values, then you should derive exactly at the total sales value here. Now, of course, there might be some rounding issue here. This is why this is 07 and 90. But in general, if you sum those two values up, you should get the same as the total sales in here, right? Because you only can sell either on a weekday or on a working day or on a weekend. Okay, so that's basically it, and it looks good. And now, of course, you could also use this in any kind of visualization, right? So if, again, I copy this, Control V to paste it, and instead of having here this as a card visual, I could simply go under the formatting option and choose any other kind of visual. Like, for instance, If I use a bar chart here, in this case column chart, for instance, I could see then here I got my total sales, I got the total sales on weekdays or working days, and then here next I get the total sales on weekends. And again, this could also be one interesting insight in my dataset. So to figure out, okay, when actually did our customer or did our customers actually order, right? Are we more focused on weekends or weekdays regarding our sales figures? Or of course, any other kind of measure. Because I have a strong emphasis here on my sales figure because this is something from my dataset. But again, this can be applied at any kind of metric you want to analyze. So that's it actually for the weekday and weekend sales, as well as for a very important concept, because quite helpful, which is the variables index, which we introduced in this specific video. Okay. And the most important thing to understand for variables at the beginning is that you can define as many as you want inside a measure, but you always need to return it at the end. You don't need to use it. You could also define a variable here, but never use it in any kind of expression. But you need to be aware, always use a return keyword if you define the variable keyword up front. And also, one additional thing which you might want to know in advance is if I define a variable here, like weekdays, I can use it inside the total sales on weekday measure, but I cannot use it in a different measure. So I could not say, for instance, in my top 10 clients and refer to the weekday variable, because the weekday variable is measure specific. Variables can only be used in the same measure. They can't be used in any kind of different measure because they are not global. Okay, just to mention that as well. So let me finally double click here and rename this as variables, and weekdays. Okay, like that. Press enter, and then let me just save it, just to make sure that this is saved for you if you want to refer to this in the resource section, and that's it. Okay, so hopefully you enjoyed it, hopefully you were able to follow along, and as always, thanks a lot for watching, and I can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome back. Now let's actually start creating our final report. So let me just click on the plus symbol here and then add a new report page. And now let me this time use a background image. So let's say I'd like to use one of the images which I downloaded also from Pixabay. So if you want to use one of those images, feel free to go to the site as well and choose one of the wallpapers which fits your personal needs. So I will go to the Format Your Report page here, and under the wallpaper option, click on here. I will browse for an image. Let me check this. And this time I'd like to go with this bridge here. So I downloaded that and I click on open here. And then I have a bridge included as my background image. Of course, whether this is really useful for you depends, of course, on what kind of report you are creating. But I thought that in the last report with the last data set, I used the normal theme. So this time I'm going to show you how to apply an image here. So let's actually maybe fit this. Let's see the fit. The fit looks better, I think. Let me just take a look at the fill. Well, fill looks like that. I will stick with the fit, I think. This is fine for me. That looks good. Then I also maybe want to play around with transparency a little bit. So make it more transparent. This, of course, also depends. You can try out various options here, but maybe let's stick to 13 for now. And maybe we would like to adjust this later on. We can do that, of course, anytime. The other things, I think this is fine. Page information for now. We can rename the page here. Let's call this final report here directly. Final report. Of course, you could also name it here down there as well. So that's fine. And then for the canvas settings, I think the 16:9 ratio for me, it's fine. But of course, if you want to change this, then feel free to do this. So the other options for right now are exactly the way I want it. So nothing to change here. And I go back to the normal Build Your Visual in order to now add some visuals to my report. Before we do this, however, I will add a text box just to apply some kind of header in here. So here, let me just make it bold. Let me also increase the size here. Let's say 24. Let's see whether that works. And now let's say this is Power BI Advanced Training. Okay, like that. And then of course I want to increase the size here a little bit. So to have it all in one line, make this a little bit smaller. And then I want to make sure that everything, if I select this, is centered. That's also fine. And then of course I can drag this around. So for me, dragging is always the easiest if I hover with the mouse over the 3 dots and then drag from here. That's the most easiest way for me. And also place this in the middle like that. And of course also you could go to the formatting option and say align, and here align center. That also works. Okay, so that's fine. The only thing which I like to actually change is the background color, because currently you see it's white, but I think I will want to have my image actually as my background. So I need to remove the background color here. So I could go to the effects here under the formatting option for the text box. So you need to select the text box first, and then you click on effects here. And there you can see there's a background, which is currently white. You could use conditional formatting. You could also set transparency here to 100%. Then it's gone as well. But in my case, I can simply say I click off the background, and now you can also see it's gone in here. Okay. So that's what I prefer in here. It's up to you whether you want to show it, but for now, let me get rid of it. Next, I'd like to maybe visualize something. Let's say I'd like to see my total sales by category. So to do this, let me actually go inside my options here, and I will go the donut chart. I personally like this visual for some reason, so I will use it. So donut chart here, and let's say we'd like to see the total sales or total profit. It depends. It's up to you. Just try out what you want. Okay. And then I would like to see this for, I'll make this smaller and this also smaller. I'd like to see this for all my categories I have. So I can take on categories, and I think this actually works. But here also I'd like to go on here, and for the general settings, I also say under effects, please get rid of the background, because I don't want to have a background. I can make this bigger, and then I need to maybe modify this a little bit. So let me just check out a different theme. Under the view option here, I will go in here and say, let's try out the blue one. Let's go to Storm. And I think this, at least with let's say orange background like that, it looks a little bit better. So what I like to do is I go under the, let's say, formatting option for the current theme. Let's go in here and say, for this report, I want to use, in this case, the Storm. I already did that. And I'd like to customize the current theme. Go in here. And then you can see here for, let's go with, in this case, the text in here. That should be fine here. General settings. And currently the color, font color is this dark. But maybe increase maybe this a little bit. Let's say 12. And also for the font color, let's go with a really dark black. Maybe this one here. And let's click apply. And click apply again. And we see that now this has changed here, right? So the numbers here are now in dark for all the visuals which we create and add to the, in this case, to our report. So this helps, and we don't need to format this individually if we don't want to. So maybe also increase this a little bit, maybe like that, and also like that. So maybe the size was a little bit too big, and I need to change this again. So it's up to me. I just see. Or actually, maybe I don't want to show the percentage numbers in here. So select this one here and say for the formatting option here in the visual, I go with the detailed labels, and I don't need to show the percentage numbers. I go with only the data value. So let me just take on data value here. And this basically is probably the better option for me now, like that. Okay, so I can place this somewhere on my screen. And then I have my visual, which I wanted to apply here. So next to that, then maybe I also like to display here the total amount. So let me check here the cart visual. And for the cart, I simply tick here my total sales. So go with the total sales, tick this option here, and also format this a little bit. So go in here and say for the general settings here, go to effects and get rid of, in this case, the, where is it? The background. So remove it here. And then let's make this a little bit smaller here. So it's still too big. So let's actually select it here first, go to the visual settings, and then say for the category label, we don't need it, get rid of that. And then also for the callout value, we will remove the size here a little bit. Let's try out maybe, let's say 25. Okay, that's smaller, that's better for me. Because now I can actually put this value in here, can make it smaller if I want, like that. And then I can drag this inside my, in this case, my my chart in here, right? So my donut chart. So simply to place it in the middle. So now if I have those two in here, I could see that now if I select something, I can actually see this value filtered as well, and have it both in here together, and maybe looks better like that. And also maybe down there it's a little bit different to see. So let me just select this one, so I have them selected together, and I can actually move them up like that and place it maybe somewhere here, because I think on the well, more orange background it's easier to see, right? Like that, my point of view. Okay, so we got this one here and here. So nice visualization in here. And now let's actually add something in addition to that. So let's go with something we have created. So remember, customer classification was actually a quite difficult, right, task to create. And of course now the current theme has also been applied here. That's why it looks a little bit different regarding the colors, but the value itself is actually exactly the same as before. So let me select this here, Control C to copy this, and then let's go to the final report here, and we can actually paste this inside directly like that. So we have it here as well, and also go in here and say for, in this case, let's say data label is fine, but in general, I want to actually get rid of under effects, the background color. Let's turn this off, and then let's actually make this smaller like that. And we could then place it somewhere on our visual here as well. Maybe place it here, for instance, to have this here as well included in the report. Again, of course, I understand totally that based on the current background, sometimes, for instance, the legend here is not that easy to see. Of course, you can play around with that. You can go in here and say you maybe want to add the legend to a different position. Let's say, for instance, I could say right center. If I take this option, then the legend is here. Or let's maybe try out bottom center. Take this option, and maybe that is easier to spot. I mean, it really depends on the visual when you created that. But for me, that's for now totally fine. It's just an example for this report, and I'm totally sure and convinced that you come up with maybe something much more advanced. And of course, also feel free to take a snapshot and share this in the comment section also for this course with me, and also maybe other students if you want. So this is now the two visualizations we have added here. So let's also add maybe a few additional information. So let's say I'd like to see my KPIs, and for the KPIs, I will use, in this case, the multi-row card again. You don't have to do it, but for me, that's the way I want to visualize that. I go with my total sales, total profit, total cost. That's totally fine. And yeah, for me now, that should be those three values. Also, of course, you could add additional one, let's say profit margin. I think that's fine, actually, this one as well. And then I'd like to actually go to the formatting option here as well, general, go to effects and get rid actually of the background. So actually remove this completely here. And now we can see our KPIs here. And of course, can also place them somewhere. Maybe here on top, or maybe actually do it on. Let's drag this a little bit down here like that maybe. And then we can add those maybe somewhere up in the top here, right? So, or maybe actually make this smaller, maybe a little bit bigger, and display them like that. Also maybe all four of them like that. This could also be done, right? So you have them then in a box, or actually place them maybe here on top. So we could have them here as well visualized. So again, it depends on how you want to style your report. It's totally up to you. And then of course, apply different kinds of formatting options. If you select the visual here and take a look at, you want to show the category labels. If so, should they have a different font size, or want to make it bold, and so on. It's, again, totally up to you, your specific needs and use case. Additional, what I like to do here is, let me just take this option here, and actually I like to create a border around the visual. So let's do that, okay? So let's actually go to the formatting option here, and under, I think the general section here, there is under effects, should be actually, there is the option to add a border. So turn on visual border here, and let's take a look at it. So currently you see now there's a black border around it, but you can also customize this even further. Sometimes I think it's quite nice if you go to the general settings here, and under effects, the border itself, if you turn it on, you maybe play around with rounded corners. So if say, for instance, 5 is around the corner, now you see that here the corner is a little bit rounded. And of course you can customize this further if you want. So try out what works best for you. So general, effects, then the border here, and then let's try out 10, okay? See what this looks like. And also if you want to add a shadow, you can turn on the shadow here as well. Then you got this shadow effect, which sometimes also is really nice on the report. But again, this of course, as I said before, is totally up to you. What you think is best and what best fits your needs. So let's do the same here maybe for this one. We also have this measure here. Let's drag this up and also apply here some kind of border and shading. So go in here, go to the effects. Let's say, okay, turn on the border. I will do the same. So I'll go also with a rounding of 10. So I'll type in 10 here. The black border is fine. You could also change the color if you want. And the shadow, let's also turn this on and use the default shadow. I think that's totally fine. Of course, you can also customize how the shadow should look like. And we have this here as well. And of course, we could also do this for this measure if you want to do that, or we leave it the way we currently have. And finally, maybe you would like to also place a visualization at the bottom here, or maybe 1 or 2. It's up to us, of course. And one thing I'd like to add here is maybe one of the AI visuals, which also are available in Power BI. So what about we try out the Smart Narrative visual, which is, let's just see, there it is. So Smart Narrative, let's click this option and let's see what it gives us. Just a second. And then let's see what kind of text we get. And this is the text. Okay. So what you basically get with the Smart Narrative is something which you cannot really specify upfront. What basically happens is the following. Power BI is scanning all the visualizations you have on the screen. And then based on the visualizations, it tries to summarize the most important topics. As you can see here, across classification, top had the most interesting recent trend and started trending up in 2020, rising and so X% in 2 years. This is basically here what's specified in here. Okay, regarding well, a specific, in this case, visualizations we have created. So, and also this, of course, can be changed. So you could try to filter something. If I click on here and you see that the numbers here update. So the Smart Narrative visual regarding the numbers which are specified here are also, of course, included in the filtering. So of course, let me just go to effects here, just to be consistent here, get rid of the background color for the visual border. Again, we turn it on and set it here to 10 pixels, 10 pixels here. And then of course, we have this in here. So here maybe we would like to have to apply a different kind of color for the font maybe, because otherwise you can see it's really difficult to read. Of course, you can also make it smaller here maybe and see whether that better works, or place it somewhere else to see just what kind of insight we get. Maybe let's try that. Let's actually go in here and drag this down a little bit and drag this maybe, let's just see, select it and drag this up a little bit so it's easier to read probably if it's on a lighter background in here, like that. Customize this according to your needs. It just, the main point here really is to see what kind of options are available here. We have not used this visual so far. That is why I wanted to share it with you in here. Even though I think, of course, here it doesn't make too much sense because it doesn't give you too much additional information. But I always would encourage you to try out here what kind of visuals are available. And I think the Smart Narrative sometimes is kind of interesting because you can simply run it and Power BI is then doing its AI functionality in the background without you have to do anything. It's just taking a look at all the charts, the visualizations you have, and then it simply tries to analyze them and give you some kind of insights. Whether they are helpful for you or not, this is something you have to decide for yourself, right? But still a very interesting visual, which could also be extended. So you can write your own additional text in here if you want, and also create your own values in here. If you want to add custom measures or inside this visual, you can also do that. So it's customizable, but by default, it gives you exactly the thing which you can see here currently. So maybe drag this down that's it. I think that's fine. Okay, leave it like that. Otherwise, we have to scroll. Okay. So that's that. And of course, finally, maybe one additional visualization at the bottom here. Let's actually drag maybe something regarding dates. So let's use maybe a timeline. I'm using a line chart here. and I want to see my, in this case, let's say the profit developed over time. So select profit, and then our dates table. In the dates table, I'm using the date dimension. Then I have it like that. I can drill in, or let's just see if I right click here and I go to date to show it without any kind of hierarchy. I have a little chart like that, and I can see a development over time, which of course I can also visualize. Or maybe let's just see if we use this on a monthly basis. Let's see how that looks like. Go to the date hierarchy and drill into the monthly level. Go in here, go in here. So now we're on the monthly level. This could also be a chart which interests to us. Or one more time, if you see it on a daily level, it would look like that. So for me, now I leave it on daily level like that. Go in here and do the same formatting option one more time. So general section, get rid of, in this case, the background. So then make sure that in this case, we have a border. For the border itself, we would like to have this maybe, in this case, 10 pixels again. So like that. And then for the shadow, we also turn this on to have it also like that. So, and we are good to go. Also, of course, what you could try is if you go in here and go with the, where is it? The general section here and go to the effects. Maybe you still want to use a background, but set the transparency very low, right? Like that, for instance, because then you still have maybe a little difference to the background of the image, but still it's highlighted like that, right? So you can see it then on chart level, whether that makes sense or not. Let me go back in here because oh, that was one too much. So go in here and select it and go in here and say for the general section here, let me just change that back, go to effects. And then let's actually get this, I think I wanted to turn it off like that. Okay, and I get my final visualization in here. Again, you can add additional ones. You can slice and dice the data if you want. You can add slicers. You can also remember if you want to, define how the chart should interact. So whether you select something and then only you have a highlight like that, or you want to filter the charts completely. You already know how that works. You just go in here, select under the format option, the edit interactions. And if you tick this option, you can specify exactly for each visual, should it affect it? So for instance, if I select this one, I want to, in this case, let's go with filter the classify customers. I can tick this option. Now it's filtered. And now if I select here my drinks, then I can see the data only for drinks appearing here, right? So it's up to me. So let me untick this one, and let's actually, you can do the same for the other visuals. Just check the visual and then specify how should the other visuals interact. So also if I would like to filter, for instance, the donut chart here, also click on the filter, and now I can filter here like that, and I can see that now this is the data reflecting here my, in this case, top customers in 2020. Okay, so that's basically how that works. And that's it actually for creating the report itself. Now, there's a lot to improve, of course, but I leave this up to you. This was just really to setting up the basics and to get you started creating your own powerful and very dynamic Power BI visualizations and reports. Okay, so that's it actually for this video. Hopefully you learned something, and hopefully that gives you some kind of ideas and gets you started to create your own Power BI report. Okay, so thanks a lot for watching, and hopefully see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, welcome to this video. Now here I'd like to give you an introduction on how to use buttons in Power BI and what kind of buttons are available. If you remember, we talked briefly about them in the interface video where I showed you what's available there, but we didn't dive too deep into that, and that's why I thought it makes sense to have another look here. I'm also using, as you can notice here, the Power BI Advanced Training 2 file, because then we already have a dataset set up, and also we have various report pages we can use with our buttons to interact with them. So let's do that. Let me just click on the plus symbol, and you can use the same file if you want to follow along, or you can of course use any other kind of report. So let's click on new page here, and then let's name this page buttons. For instance, let's call this buttons. Of course, feel free to name this whatever you like. The buttons itself can be found under the Insert tab. there is there the option to add buttons next to the text box, shapes and images. And if I click on buttons, there are various options I can choose from. So left arrow, right arrow, reset, and so on. And also here which are new in, I think, in the end of 2021, Power BI introduced that, or Microsoft introduced that, which are the navigator buttons, which is page navigator. We have a look at that. And there's also a bookmark navigator. I won't dive too deep into bookmarks here because bookmarks are extensively covered in my second Power BI course. So if you're interested in that, then you might take a look at that. But in general, what bookmarks do, as a name might already imply, is they can save states in Power BI. Meaning, for instance, you filter your report for certain criteria, and then you want to save this exact state, and you can save them in a bookmark. And then also trigger this bookmark or go to this bookmark using, for instance, the bookmark navigator or, for instance, the bookmark button. That's what they do. Okay, but let's go back to the buttons in general and have a look at what they can do for us. So as an example, I can select here the back button. I can tick this option, and then the button itself is then linked to this specific report page. And I can move the button around the same as I can do for any other kind of visual. The back itself has already an action attached to it. You can also see that if you hover over the specific button. And if I click Control, so my Control key on my keyboard, and click with my left mouse, tick this, then I will go back to my last report page, which is in this case, the final report. But of course, if I, for instance, would go to my top 10 clients first, then I go to the button itself, and then I click on this back button, Control click, in Power BI. So as long as we are in the desktop version, Control click it, and you see that we navigate back to this specific page. So the back button really goes back to the specific page you were previously on. So that's the action attached to it. And if you select the button itself, then of course you can also see the format button option here, which is same as for any other kind of visual. But for buttons, of course, there are certain specific features which we would like to talk now. You see that there is an action attached to it. The action is on, and this is why I can Control click here to navigate. If I would turn this action off, then of course this is not longer available. So now I can Control click, but nothing happens because the action is not on anymore. But let's actually maybe start with the general settings. So if you go to General here, then of course you find various properties which probably are also available for various other visualization types in Power BI. So if you select one of them, you can expand it. You can also, remember that, click on the 3 dots here to either expand all categories or collapse all categories. So of course, if I expand all categories, there's a lot to configure here, as you can see. So you can scroll down and take a look at all of these options in here. So for instance, size is the height and the width of the specific button, which you can configure here. Of course, you can also do it manually if you want. You see that those here properties change. But of course, if you want to create pixel perfect reports, then it makes sense to specify this here. Might be easier. And also you can log the aspect ratio here if you want to keep a certain ratio all the time if you change something here. Position horizontal and vertical, I think this is also clear regarding the report page you're on. You can specify this here, or of course you can drag the button around. It depends on what you want to do. So what else? Interesting, of course, is you can add title. Let me first let's leave them on. Let's scroll down. I think that's fine. But with the title, for instance, you can turn this on, and then you can add any kind of text title here. So if I specify here a text title and say this is a back button here, press enter, and you see that the back here appears actually as soon as I type it, and it's available here. And I can customize this further regarding the font size, make it bold, and the color and so on. Center it maybe, place it here, and of course make it a little bigger, like that. So depends on how I want to specify it here. So what else? Also note that there are these FX symbols, meaning we can conditionally format something. And you see that if you hover over something, it gives you additional information, which is always a good thing if you have not used it before. But in general, it simply allows the same as for other kinds of options for other visuals to do conditional formatting. For instance, you might say, I don't want to see the back all the time. I want to see a specific text. And I can link this to some kind of other option, right, with conditional formatting. Or I can click here and say I want to base this on a field value, for instance, right? So I could do that if I want to do that. And I'm going to show you an example just in a minute, but let's actually explore maybe a few additional things here. Like, as you can see here, text wrap, you want to turn this on or not, of course, depending on the size of your specific title itself. If you turn it off, let me turn it off because I think here I don't want to see any kind of title. For the effects as well, I mean, there's a background color. You can turn this on and you can play around with the color. Take it, make it blue, for instance, play around with transparency. Of course, if you set it to 100%, then it doesn't matter what kind of background color you use because it's simply transparent. For the border itself, you can turn this on. Maybe you want to add some border, as you can see here, as we have done for other visuals. Remember, when we went to our final report page, we also used the border here, for instance, and also a shadow effect, which of course is also available for the buttons. Select it, and if you go to the general section, and let me just go in here and say again, I want to expand all categories to see that. If I scroll down, then there is also here for the shadow an option to turn this on and also specify around with the color. Again, there's a conditional formatting because you can also set this to a specific field value. What I mean by that is, for instance, you create a measure and this measure only contains a hex code, so a color code. And then you can link basically the color of the shadow to this specific hex code. So that means if I turn this on, you can see here now I have this shadow in here. And if I click FX here, color effects, I could say I want to either do it based on here a gradient, a rules, or maybe on a field value. And then I could select any kind of field which I want. So if I go with gradient here and I take a look at the colors, let me go to more colors here. And then you see that here, for instance, I can choose any kind of color, like this one here, for instance. Now I've select something, and this is kind of orange. Or let's go with this one. This is maybe this one here, that's orange. And I can copy actually this value here. So this one here, without the hash, Control C to copy this. And now I can cancel this. And let me just go to my measures table here and right click, create a new measure. And just to show you this, so there's my measure. Let me just zoom in for the measure and let's call this is my button color is equal to, and now as within the quotation marks, I can simply paste now this specific, I think I need a hash symbol here as well, the hash, and then the specific color code. And if I do that and press enter, now I have created a field which only stores a color. And of course I could also wrap this in any kind of expression, like for instance, if something happens, then the color should be this, else it should be something else, right? So I could also wrap this and make this more dynamic if I want to do that. But just to show you that, let me just select this one more time. And now I go to the general section and under effects, and let me go to the shadow. And this time I'm choosing the conditional formatting for the color. And I'm choosing a field value. Let's go with field value here. And now I'm searching for color, which is here button color. I select this option and I click OK. And now you see that the background here is this orange, which I have selected. So that's what I meant with the conditional formatting. You can also do this based on a field if you want to do that. So let's explore a little bit more about the button properties, style and action, for instance, because I think those are the most interesting right now. So let me just maybe create a new shape in here, so a new button in here, and let's actually tick, for instance, the back button again. I just leave this the default one for now and just choose another one to show you what's available in the button section here. So again, you can simply click on the three dots and here expand all categories. Sometimes it's a little bit overwhelming because there are so many options to configure, but still, let's maybe stick for that for now. So what can we do here? Well, interesting, as I said, is that each button has different kinds of states. Like for instance, the default state on hover, on press and disabled. That means we can, based on the state of the button, change certain properties. And one of them could be, for instance, here, the style. So this is true, by the way, for all the buttons. So I'm just using the back button as an example, but you'll find this appearing for all the other buttons as well. So if I'm using this button here and I go to the style options and say for the default, for instance, I can change the font color, not for the text, it's actually, but for the icon itself. So the line color here, for instance, I could say this, for instance, is blue, and then you see that the color changes, right? So that's totally fine. But what about I only want to have this or specific options with buttons for a certain state? Then I could say the default state should be black, but as soon as someone, if I click here, hovers over the button, then I want to change something. For instance, on the hover, actually I then would like to see maybe here for the line color, I'd like to see a different line color. Then, for instance, I could say I'd like to see this in blue. And also maybe increase the weight, let's say 5. And now, as you see that by default nothing happens, but if I hover with my mouse over the button, you see that now the button changes, right? So that's what I meant when I specified or said that the button has certain kinds of states, and then based on the states, you can change various attributes. For instance, here, the style. So the default is nothing, but on hover, we have seen that that means that, for instance, for the icon itself here, that the line color changes and also the weight of this specific button here changes, right? It becomes bigger. And of course, all the other attributes, like you want to increase transparency, for instance, you can do that. Or for instance, you say on hover, you would like to see a text. So turn on, and then the text, let's say hover, like that. I press enter. And now you also see that if I hover over this, then you see that now there's a text currently in the background of the button, but you see basically what I mean, that you can change any kind of attribute or property for the button based on certain kinds of behavior or interaction from the report consumer. So the same is true for on press and on disabled. So let me go to on hover, and for now, let me actually maybe remove the text. And you also see that, again, there's an FX symbol, which means you can conditionally format that as well, this field. And okay, of course, play around with the font color, the alignment here, vertical, horizontally, the padding, and so on. So let's say we on hover, we had here in this case for the icon itself, we made it blue. And let's say, so for example, if I go in here and say on pressed, this could also be a state. Then I would like to see this, let's say here for the icon, the line color, I would like to see this not in blue, but maybe in, let's say in gray, just to see something different. Or let's use a dark blue. I think this we haven't had that for so far. So you see that if I hover over the button, I'm here. And if I hold Control click here, you see that currently I have still clicked on my mouse. I have not left it because otherwise we would navigate, but you see that now the color is different. And if I now leave my mouse button, then of course we navigate because it has a navigate action attached to it. But that's the general setting for buttons, so you can style them, and this might be sometimes very interesting and an additional report enhancement for your end consumer. So this is for the styling, and as you've seen here, there are various options, again, for the fill, for the border, for the shadow, the glow, and so on. And I encourage you, try those features out, play around with them, and see what fits best your needs. So the final thing is the action itself. The action is quite interesting because this actually means or specifies what actually the button is doing. So you see that if I drag a back button on my, in this case, my report page, then by default, it has the action navigate back to the last page attached to it. Other buttons, or here, for instance, if I go here and click on the left arrow here, see that this button itself has no action attached by default. So I can click here, but nothing happens. But each button has this action attribute. So this means we can turn on the action if it hasn't been turned on by default, like for instance for the back button. And then if you click the action, you see that there are various types of actions which you can select from. So that means that you can actually attach every action to any button. So also if this is just an arrow and not a back button, but if I like to say here for this arrow button, I would like to trigger an action, I can specify what kind of action it is. And if I would say I want this to be a back button, then I can select it, and then I can use this the same way as the normal back button. So this just means that no button is actually attached to only a certain specific action. You can actually map any action to any button. So if I go back in here and go to the actions here, you see that there are various actions attached. Again, I said that the bookmark as well as the drill through feature are two things which I cover in the second course, so we'll skip this for now. But The other options here are, for instance, page navigation, Q&A, and web URL. So if you know how those work, so the attachment simply, then you also know that the same is true then for Bigmark and drill through. You simply attach those features to the button, the action itself. So the back button only navigates back to the last page. The difference here is the page navigation, because page navigation, if I select this one, I could actually specify here itself the destination. So I could say exactly here, okay, where do I want to go? And if I say this button should always go back to, let's say, top 10 clients, then I can select this option, and then it doesn't matter what prior page I selected, because if I now control click here, or as soon as you publish the report, you click simply with the left mouse key, or your report consumer clicks with his or her left mouse key or button, then simply click it and you see that you navigate to this specific page because it's pre-selected in the action of the button itself. So that means something you can set up here for the page navigation. I think that's quite intuitive and easy to use, and that is great. So that's for page navigation. Other options are Q&A and web URL. I mean, web URL is probably quite easy to understand because you can simply enter a URL here, or again, you can simply do conditional formatting and maybe link this to here a specific field, for instance. So if I go in here, I could say a field value, right? Because you can also save a specific URL inside a measure. And again, this could be dynamic, right? Based on maybe a certain selection. But then you simply use the URL in here, and then if someone clicks on it, then he or she goes to the specific URL. So this could be helpful. For instance, if you think about the button, for instance, buttons here, and I go with information or with help. So for instance, if I click on help here, then by default, I get this little question mark icon. And if I drag this around and maybe place it here on top in my report page, then you could say you want to add this. And as a web URL, for instance, you could use an intranet site of your company where there's more information regarding certain specific types or things which you show in the report. This could be, for instance, a use case for that. But of course, I'm just giving you here some proposals. At the end, of course, feel free to figure out how to use it best for your specific needs. A final thing I'd like to mention here is that those formatting pane here is currently, at this point in time, for me, still in preview. That means that it might be the case that certain kinds of properties which you can select here are not working correctly. But this, of course, will be fixed with the next couple of releases. So if you already know about them, then just be aware that maybe there is an issue with a certain kind of formatting here or attribute, which is not working correctly, but it will work in the near future. Okay. So the last thing I'd like to show you about buttons in general are, if I click on the down button here, the navigator, and specifically the page navigator option. So if I go to page navigator, select this option, then you see by default, let me just maybe select this button here and also drag this down and also remove this, drag this down, place all of them here somewhere in the middle. And let's have a look at our page navigator, which is this one here. The page navigator actually is an easy way to get all pages inside a kind of navigation pane in here. Which means that if you select it, of course I can make this bigger if I want, I would see all my report pages in here. So I can simply control click, for instance on top 10 clients, control click here, and you see that I will navigate to this page. So it's an easier way, instead of creating manual buttons, so each button for each page of your report, you can simply use under the buttons the navigator and here the page navigator to put all your pages inside here, which you can then choose and select from. And also note that this navigator here, of course, is also customizable. So meaning if you select it first and then you take a look at the options here, you find similar options for the properties, titles, effects, and so on, which you've seen for the other buttons already. And if you go to the visual here, you can play around with other options. For instance, here with the shapes, you see that by default it's rectangle, but sometimes also, for instance, interesting could be the parallelogram. So if I select this one, then you see that now the shapes look a little bit different. So this might also be, of course, depend on your specific, let's say, a naming convention of your specific report pages, because if they are longer, then this might not be the best shape. But I just want to encourage you to try out the different shapes which are available in here, because there are a lot, and you can use those shapes for your navigation in here. You can also play around the corners. If I round the corners, you see that this looks different, the slant and so on, this looks different. So this is really something which means trial and error. There is no perfect setup, but as I said, feel free to try this out and see what you think is best and works best for you. And if you specified something and you don't like it, again, go to 3 dots and say revert all settings to default, and you get your default buttons back. Rotation is also available, so you can rotate the buttons like that and other options. I think the most interesting part here is next to the changing of the shapes, of course, that you can specify here whether you would like to have it horizontally as it is by default, or if you go to the grid layout here and say specify here as vertical. If you do this and you change the shape, let's drag it down, then you see that now the navigation is here from the top to the bottom. And this, of course, might look better depending on, again, your specific report design preferences, but I think here this might be a better option to have it here on the left side, for instance, and then use it here for navigation purposes. You can play around with padding here as well, but the main thing here from the grid layout is really the orientation. What's also interesting is if you go to the pages section here, you can specify whether you want to show hidden pages or not. So that means, for instance, DAX or no DAX here is currently hidden. Simply if you right click on a page, you can say, do you want to hide the page or not? So if I do the same for the customer classification here, and I say I want to hide the page, watch what happens in here for, or what happens here if we turn off then show hidden pages. So let's say I'd like to also hide this page as well. So now we have 2 hidden pages, DAX or no DAX, and customer classification. Currently they are turned on. This is why those 2 pages here are still visible. But if I say I want to turn that off, then you see that now those 2 pages are gone from the navigation pane. So also something you can customize here under pages. And the same is true for tooltip pages. However, this is something I will cover more extensively in the second course. But you see that it's pretty easy to do. Simply say whether you want to turn them on or off by clicking here, and you see that this navigation then changes. And as I said, there are various properties to change the style. As you can see here, there's also the state option, which you already covered, which means that you don't have to use the menu like that, static. But of course, you can also say default here, if someone hovers over, for instance, one of those, what should happen? So if you go for the hover style, click on hover, then for instance, you could say, then I'd like to see a different font color, let's say a blue font, and I also make it maybe bigger. So increase it maybe to, let's say here, something like bold, right? Which means that now if I hover over the pages, you see that now this looks even better, because here now my specific selection here on the hover is highlighted in bold, and in this case also in a different color, which makes it even more appealing to the report end consumer, at least from my point of view. But this is only, as I said, really basic, because there are so many things you can customize, and now I leave this up to you to figure out what's available and what you think is best. And if you have a certain recommendation for me as well, or for other people from the course, then please don't hesitate and write it inside the course resources in the course section, question and answers, okay? So thanks a lot. That's it for the buttons. Hopefully that was helpful. As always, can't wait to see you in the next video. Until then, best guys. Hey friends, just wanted to say again, congratulations that you finished this part of the course, including all the DAX measures and also, of course, the report building. Now, this video is really for pure motivation, because I'm totally aware that sometimes people get a little bit discouraged because of DAX. And I'm also aware that, yes, it is true, DAX is not that easy to learn. And if someone tells you DAX in Power BI is totally easy, then he or she is lying to you. But you should never forget that with each new project, each new DAX formula you tackle, you learn more and you get better. And with time, you'll be an expert. Believe me, so just keep going and never give up.